There is probably less known about the religions of Egypt than of any other major spiritual tradition which has contributed to the cultural progress of mankind. Until very recently, almost no available data opened itself to our attention or was available to scholars. The earlier material was largely derived from Greek or Latin sources, and the old Egyptian culture, which flourished prior to the 18th dynasty, is still a locked book. It reminds us a little of the rather deplorable state of our knowledge of ancient American religions. The cultures of Mexico, Central America, and Peru are still closed to us, with the exception of a few fragments which give very little real insight into the structure of a religious belief. We observe the remains of the Egyptian Empire. We note the impressive monuments, the great architectural and artistic achievements of the people of the valley of the Nile. We also note that a very large part of the surviving memorials are directly or indirectly associated with religion. These peoples created a magnificent religious art and architecture. And it seems reasonable to assume that these same people must have had some convictions or beliefs to justify the tremendous advancements which they made in science and even sociology. Their greatest exponents were the Greeks. And it would seem that during the classical periods, Greek scholars never ceased their praise of Egyptian wisdom. Men of the caliber of Pythagoras and Plato spoke most eulogistically of the spiritual attainments of Egypt. And in government and law, Solon and Thales bear witness to the common practice that men of learning and ability, faced with responsibility or high office, nearly always travel to Egypt to be there instructed by the priests of the temples. Men who have given much time to Egyptian archaeology and culture, such as Breasted of the British Museum, Breasted of the University of Chicago, and Budge of the British Museum, both had a very high respect for Egyptian religion. But while Budge was working quietly in the shaded archives of the library of the British Museum and was curator of its Egyptian section, another man in the same institution, Dr. Hall, probably working side by side with Breasted from the same monuments and the same text, came to an entirely contrary conclusion. He was far from impressed by Egyptian religion. So here we find two men, the same background, working in the same institution, who have no common agreement. I think this is the general condition so far as Egypt is concerned. Let us try then, from what available information we have, to piece together some part of the Egyptian religious story. And when we begin this, we have to go back to the roots of Egyptian culture. Here again, we are at a disadvantage. No one has exposed these roots. We really do not know where the great civilization of Egypt began in the pattern of history, nor do we know the source or roots of its spiritual beliefs. It is all right to assume, and we may have to, that these beliefs evolved, developed, and grew with the rise of Egyptian civilization itself, and that the primitive Egyptian, like the primitive Ashanti, held certain simple beliefs which gradually developed into the elaborate structures of the Middle Empire. On the other hand, there is much to suggest that religion was imported to Egypt at a very early date. There seems a good many traces and evidences to point to Egypt's indebtedness to India and probably to Persia for a large part of its spiritual tradition. This may not have been at the very beginning, but it certainly did come into play prehistorically so far as existing monuments and records are concerned. The Egyptians themselves had a tradition that their religion came from Asia. There seems no real reason to question this tradition, for most peoples, if they can claim a belief to themselves, will not assign it to others. If the Egyptians really believed that their doctrines arose among their own people, they would certainly have held this honor to themselves. They did not do so, perhaps in honesty. They admitted their dependence upon foreign beliefs. Egypt, of course, was not isolated as China was, and in the course of time it felt religious influence from a number of surrounding sources of culture. It was affected certainly by the Assyrian and Babylonian culture, and at one time came heavily under the influence of the Semite culture. As time went on, the Egyptian metropolis of Alexandria became an important station along the great caravan route from Asia. We are not sure how early these caravan routes were opened, but certainly as early as 500 to 600 BC, probably much earlier. We know that far beyond Egypt, moving in an easterly direction, we came upon a number of great cultures that were firmly established at a remote time. We do not know when China actually became a philosophic people, but we are reasonably certain that it was not later than 1500 to 2000 BC, probably earlier. We know that Indian culture is this old, if not older. We are quite confident, therefore, that Asia had produced advanced religious systems anywhere from 1000 to 2000 BC. These are the conservative figures of modern scholars, having no particular root in any speculation, mystical or otherwise. So there is no reason to doubt that along its life way, Egypt was heavily affected by the importation of outside ideas. It was open to them. It was not necessarily a particularly closed people. They were not highly patriotic, as we think of the term. And as one authority points out, the one trait that seems to be traceable in all ancient Egyptian literature, religion, history, is that these people were happy. They were good-natured, cheerful lot, in spite of the various vicissitudes through which they passed. Like most strongly developed cultures, they had certain freedoms even under powerful autocracies. The average person lived his own life in his own way. They were also people with considerable personal vanity, and many of these fashions which we now have originated among them. They believed in as much luxury as they were able to acquire, but at the same time they were hard-working, and for the most part probably of what we would term an agricultural or agrarian class. Yet we cannot really take it for granted that any people is able to maintain a cheerful and forthright optimism without some source of strength within itself. These people were not foolish, they were not ignorant, they were not stupid. Therefore, if they had a strong inner sense of value, it was derived from some powerful incentives operating within their own culture. We know very little also about the practice of Egyptian religion. We know only that there were priesthoods, that these priesthoods in the beginning were not very clearly marked, and their privileges were not definitely boundaried as they were at a later time. The priests of Egypt were not exactly the conventional archetype of priesthood that we know today. Probably in the beginning, the priestly families were associated with a theocratic state. The pharaoh was a living god. He was under divine guidance, and his deeds were always according to the divine right of kings. He was a god on earth, and somewhere in this mystery there must have been a god who was a pharaoh in heaven. This type of thinking belongs to most older people. In all probability, the priesthood was originally derived from the aristocracy. Wealthy families and friends, near supporters of the political situation, became influential in the religious duties. It was only after the rise of a very prosperous Egypt that this country set a precedent that was to be followed by most other cultures, namely that of assigning certain incomes to the temples. The temples, therefore, developed something, the quality that we found in Tibet, where the secular part of the culture supported the religious very strongly and very generously. The temples of Egypt received income from certain lands of the state, which were assigned to the temples. Therefore, as the conquest of Egypt expanded the empire, as trade enriched it, as commerce brought to it a variety of commodities and luxuries, the wealth of the temple lands increased until many of the temples were extremely rich. This wealth was not derived from the contributions of people as we think today in religion. It's very doubtful if the Egyptians ever took up a collection. What they did, rather, was to serve under a kind of political protection or development. They were subsidized. This had its advantages, and always has, in a country or in a political system where there's a state religion. This makes it unreasonable and unprofitable for the religion to cater to any passing whim or attitude. It is very hard to buy salvation from a temple that is not in need of money. It is also very difficult to think in terms of the purchasing of indulgences, which caused poor old Martin Luther so much difficulty in Europe. The temple did not need money. This is always a very critical point in religious thinking. Also, there is no doubt that the temple did receive a great deal of unsolicited gifts. Persons of all walks of life felt it part of their normal and reasonable and regular duty to enrich the temple. The gifts, however, were not usually monetary. They were gifts of art. They were gifts of things of sentimental, mystical, or spiritual value. Thus the temples became rich, not in money or things to be sold, but in the treasures that were assembled in these institutions. They need never think of selling the temple plate or anything of that nature. These problems did not touch them any more than they touched the classical Greeks. As a result of this attitude, the function of the temple in society was rather different from what we know. It is not possible to learn that religious services were held in any such way as we hold them. There were no congregations. There was no issue of the Sunday morning hymn program or anything of that nature. Apparently, to each temple was assigned a learned body of priests. These priests were available to the people at all times. This was the simple framework of religion. The individual brought his spiritual need to an individual. He brought his need to a sanctified person who was bound by the obligations of secrecy, who might not divulge, who might not bear witness against him, and had nothing whatever to gain by lengthening or shortening the interview. If the person's problem took 10 years to solve, it was no matter, because the priest was paid to do that particular thing, or subsidized to do it. He lived in the temple. He spent his available time in prayer, meditation, thought, study, or perhaps in one of the various branches of teaching. Here we have something that descended again into the Arabic culture. In most cases, the Egyptian priest was an educator. He was also connected with the faculties of the priestly colleges, and the temple was the college. It was the college, the hospital, the clinic, and in the matters of ordinary private living, it was also the judiciary. Almost all problems that did not relate to the actual political structure of the country were handled by the religious educational group. In the life of the Egyptian people, religion was a very present matter. All of the important events of life had their religious observances, as they do today among primitive people. The various years of life, the changes which take place between childhood and adolescence, between adolescence and maturity, these changes were all marked with ritual. The Egyptian lived within a structure of ritual, and the pageantry of it must have been most impressive. It provided him also, in all probabilities, with a large part of his local entertainment, because the festivals of the religion, the great celebrations, the processionals, the various sacred days and their observances, such as the intercalendary days upon which the birthdays of the gods were celebrated. All of these were set aside as festivals. In these festivals, the populace took some part, but they were also continuously delighted observers of all the pomp and circumstance that went with these sacred occasions. Because of the very nature of the Egyptian religion, as it seems to have descended to us, it did not bestow upon its people any particular element of fear. Primitive religions usually do not. There may be certain negative fears arise around the ghost cults and things of that nature, but for the most part, the faiths of older peoples were cheerful. They did not have to do with any great fear or doubt concerning the future of things. The average individual perhaps was not too much concerned with even the problem of his own survival after death. Certainly the populace in general either assumed that these matters were adequately taken care of by the great gods upon their distant thrones, or else all that was necessary to be known could be imparted to them by their priests and in the various educational facilities of the nation. We speak of Egyptian religion, but this itself is a more or less misnomer. Actually, the religions of Egypt were many, and at various times in the history of the nation, different sects and creeds emerged to powerful positions. Probably this was partly due to internal strife. There was much of this in the very early periods of Egyptian history. As a result of this strife, certain powerful territories became dominant, others were conquered, and this changed the religious outlook. The victorious army imposed its religion upon the conquered, so that where a state or area came into great authority, its religion likewise developed a broad area of influence. The religions of Egypt were almost as numerous as the temples that housed them. Each community or city or province, called a nome in Egypt, had its own hierarchy of deities. Here again we find a close parallel with the ancient culture in the Greek area. Each city had its patron deity or group of deities, and the temples of these deities gathered around the central square or forum, much as they did in Athens or in Rome. Thus, we cannot say that their theologies were always even nearly identical. One of the first problems that the modern Egyptologist faces in consideration of the religion of this country is the problem of the basis of the religious viewpoint of Egypt. Were the Egyptians monotheists, polytheists, or pantheists? In other words, did they worship one god? Did they worship many gods? Or did they worship embodied and personified aspects of nature? The tendency now for most religious writers is to deny monotheism wherever possible, trying to reserve it as part of man's more modern spiritual acquirements. Actually, however, I strongly suspect that while Egypt probably had no collective monotheism, that is, at least in its early period, it did not recognize one God over all Egypt. I believe we will find that the nomes, or various provinces, each recognized a supreme deity in their own pantheon. In other words, each of the separate systems worshipped a certain group of deities, much like the Olympian gods. Over this group, one presided, as Zeus of the Greeks or Jupiter of the Latins. There seems to be much to indicate that these people were too advanced culturally to avoid the natural concept that leadership must be invested in one power. But you cannot invest leadership in many powers of equal dignity and importance without chaos. You cannot do it in this world, and they did not believe it could be done in the universe. Somewhere in the universe there had to lurk this mysterious leadership, this one power before which all other powers must bend in acceptance or obedience. Thus we may say that in Egypt the different areas had their own little religions with deities differently named from those of other nomes. But in many instances these different deities closely resembling each other, or in some instances obviously derived from each other. As was the practice of the time, the temple rose in the midst of the cultural life of the community. The temple provided the entire pattern of instruction, and it was usually architecturally so constructed as to serve a number of particular and special purposes. The open courts, or the main parts of the temple, were for public worship. They were also for the enthronement of the divinities. Here, in some way, the deities were represented, usually in magnificent granite or basalt figures. Nearly every one of these temples, by the way, presented their principal deities as a triad. Three divinities in certain relationship with each other constituted the icons of the principal altar of the temple. In addition to this large assembly place, not so much where people gathered in great number, except on festive occasions, but rather where the gods themselves were given ample homes with great dignity, mass, and majesty. In addition, there were smaller buildings scattered about and adjacent to the larger sanctuary. These smaller buildings were the houses of the priests, the granaries, the treasure houses, and perhaps most of all, the schools and academies. Here learning was communicated. Here all knowledge, both sacred and secular, was revealed as one essential structure of culture. In other words, the school was the preserver, recorder, and disseminator of the essential tradition of the province or region or area. Because these peoples did celebrate certain esoteric or secret rites to which the public was not admitted, meant for the most part that there were beneath these buildings subterranean rooms, passageways, tunnels, and other means of attaining to a secluded or hidden place. It is possible that in some instances where this subterranean situation was impractical due to the inundation of the Nile nearby, that these secret rooms were built upon the surface. But if so, they were closed to the public and to the world and were entered only by secret doorways. In these sanctuary rooms, the particular and special instruction into the great rituals and rites of the gods were communicated. This communication process was usually ritualistic. In other words, the great sacred dramas, as Plutarch calls them, were performed, sometimes at night, in guarded places, including islands where privacy was assured, or, if not at night, then in the subterranean and hidden parts of the temple, where the profane and the eavesdropper could not penetrate. Thus we gradually distinguish, as in most instances among these older peoples, two divisions of religion, the one being that of the public ceremony, and the other that of the private instruction. This was a common policy throughout antiquity, and undoubtedly is responsible for the veneration in which the temple system was so long held. With the changes in the political life of Egypt, there was a more or less drawing together of the states. Finally, Egypt came to be administered as a double empire of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the authority of the state was vested in the pharaoh. Now, in the earlier periods, the pharaoh had a kind of nominal authority, but under an almost complete local system of autonomies. The pharaoh had certain prestige, precedence, authority, and power, but it was largely located in his own city. He could call upon other areas, and they could not refuse his call. But he had very little to do with the shaping or reshaping of the cultural life of the various provinces. These provinces had their own jealous patterns and traditions, which they would not relinquish to any central authority. In other words, in the early period, we might say that the federal government was weak. The right of states extended not only into politics, but into religion. As time passed, however, the same thing occurred in Egypt that happens everywhere else, namely that these scattered autonomous states had to be drawn together. They could not defend themselves against the rising tide of conquest from without the boundaries of the country. They could not properly unite in a social, political, or commercial bond. And by degrees, Egypt became essentially one country. In the process of so doing, there emerged from the galaxy of Egyptian faiths the one prominent and dominant religion of the people. A religion, however, that was never the only religion. There was to the very end of Egyptian autonomy the continuance of these various temples, these various shrines, and these various hierarchies of divine beings. But in the course of time, the cult of Osiris began to overwhelm all other religions like a great light rising and causing innumerable candles to lose their own peculiar radiance. And by 1,000 years before the beginning of the Christian era, the Osirian cult came to become almost the idea of Egyptian religion. It became the archetypal concept to which nearly all later people subscribed. So that when we think of Egyptian religion today, we are inclined to think of the Osirian cult. This cult was originally the belief of one of the less influential nomes or provinces. But as this province gained in authority, influence, and power, its deities gained likewise. Now, why was it, perhaps, that this particular faith seemed to meet the need of the Egyptians to the degree that throughout the entire empire it came to be tolerated at least and generally embraced. I think the answer lies in the fact that the rise of the Osirian cult was associated with a major change in Egyptian religious philosophy. It must have answered and did answer certain questions otherwise obscure. The priesthood of Osiris gained also in authority and influence until it became the most powerful religious body in Egypt. And it became mandatory that the pharaoh of Egypt himself be initiated into the Osirian rites. It was gradually it became the state mysteries, the religion which had the greatest prominence, precedence, and authority in the life of the people. There is a department of religion with which most people are not too well informed and about which there is not too much generally available, and that is called eschatology. This particular branch of religious thinking deals with what might be termed the end of things. In religion, every phase of human experience has to lead to something. And the problem of the ultimate state of things actually is essentially a religious problem. We have tried to make it a scientific problem, but we have only ended by making religion out of science. We have to have certain concepts. Eschatology, for example, asks these questions. What is the end of the world? What is the end of man? What is the state of man after death? What is the ultimate condition of the soul? These things all have to do with some kind of termination or something that lies beyond the circle of the immediate or even the less immediate. We have to go into the state of ultimates. And the problem of spiritual ultimates is covered by the general theme of eschatology. Now, in the Osirian rite of Egypt, we must expect to find a new concept of ultimates. And I suspect that this was the power and influence particularly responsible for the rise of this faith. In the cult of Osiris, we find, for example, the gradual rise of a powerful monotheistic principle. Now, it does not mean that Osiris was technically and actually, in Egyptian religious philosophy, the supreme deity. But by degrees, Osiris became the supremely important deity. The deity most necessary to man. The deity that held in its power and authority the ultimate of man. Also, the Osiris cult had other answers relating to problems that confronted ancient man and which he, to a measure, is still struggling with even today. And that is the problem of the immortality of the human soul. In the Osirian cult, immortality emerges. It emerges as a spiritual certainty. This, in a way, divides Egypt even from Greece. For immortality arose perhaps later in Greek thinking than it did in Egyptian thinking. The old Egyptians of, say, 1000 B.C. had no clear notion of immortality. They realized that something probably survived, but to them the answer was the ghost land. to the earliest Egyptian, with an instinct for survival, it seems to have been believed that the dead lived on in their tombs, and for that reason their worldly goods were buried with them so that they would have everything necessary for their pleasure and convenience. That there was a real sense of immortality, as we conceive it today, is doubtful prior to the rise of the Osirian cult. It was probably locally taught wherever this cult dominated before it became the principal faith of the empire. The rise of the Osirian cult may also have been strongly influenced by the brief but powerful spiritual impulse given by Akhenaton. This pharaoh, living probably between 13 and 1400 BC, certainly was a powerful monotheist. He was one who distinctly and definitely held the concept of one God. Apparently, Egypt at that time was not ready for him, and as a result, his monotheism did not have an endurance. It did survive, however, in mystical and religious groups, and seems to have finally contributed to the ultimate integration of the Osirian cult. So we have in the deity Osiris many of the attributes and aspects that we would normally associate with a supreme being. First of all, we have in him that which is one of the high marks of an ethical civilization, namely a good God. In this case, a good God is one in whom virtues exist that are beyond the common practice of the believers or followers of that God. In other words, Osiris was perhaps cast in the image of man, but he was better than man. He was not merely a stronger chief, he was a nobler ruler. Thus in Egypt we begin to clearly observe the rise of the concept of spiritual nobility. That is, the rise of the belief that man lives to become better than he is. This is quite an important point which we take for granted, but we cannot assume was present among ancient beliefs. Gradually also into the Osiris cult came another important element, probably derived partly from Akhenaton, partly from Syria, and partly from Persia. This was the belief that Osiris was not only the good God, but he was a God who loved his children. And furthermore, that men, mortals, humans, were the beloved children of this God, who now takes on the father attribute. He is no longer a God with slaves. He is a father with sons. Now this thought is still hard for some people to reconcile in true philosophic insight. We all claim to think this, but in our relationships with life and with religion, we are much more inclined still to think of deity as the autocrat. But in Egypt, the followers of the cult of Osiris began to think of him not only as the good God, but as the wise God, the kindly God, and most of all, in the rise of their religion, the forgiving God. Here then we have nearly all of the elements of a highly advanced theological system. We have a deity who emerges as a power, a universal power for good. That in the great struggle of the ages, this good must come to ultimate victory. We have the God of wisdom, in whose nature all mysteries are known, all secrets have their roots, all realizations and revelations originate. We have the deity who has a warm and continuing affection for his creation. And also, as we learn from the various magical manuscripts, the God who understands his creation, so that if men are weak or inadequate, this deity understands this. He is not the cold, stone-faced image against the temple wall. He is the searcher into the hearts of things. He is the fanner of breath in the soul. In addition to these things, this deity is constantly laboring for the ultimate perfection of man, or the rescuing of the world from a state of evil. Undoubtedly, the Egyptians strengthened their philosophy of sin by deriving a certain amount of borrowings from the Semitic people. They also strengthened their belief in the war between good and evil from the doctrines of the Persians. So we have now the good god Osiris, wise and loving, but not all-powerful, who is locked in a bitter struggle with his own brother, Typhon, the destroyer. The struggle of good and evil for victory over the life of man. This is anthropomorphism, a belief which, of course, has been for centuries one of the dominant doctrines of the Christian faith. The struggle of good and evil. But now the eschatology in Egypt says good will vanquish evil. So legends, myths, and fables arose among these peoples, bearing upon the ultimate victory of good over evil. Now the next point that comes into the Egyptian consciousness of Osiris is that Osiris is the lord of the underworld. Osiris is the sun at night. Osiris, therefore, is in some way an embodied deity, represented often wrapped in the wrappings of a mummy, so that he appears to be a living head rising out of a dead body. He is therefore the symbol of life-death. He is the symbol of the material world or universe over which he rules, and of which he is the demiurgus, or the sovereign power. Osiris now begins to be represented with his attributes, attributes which were to have a great effect upon the religions that followed afterwards. Standing or seated in his mummified form, wearing his plumed helmet, the crowns of the north and south. Osiris also carries the symbolical ceremonial objects or instruments associated with his face. These are, first, the flail. The flail, or the whip, was then used primarily not as a symbol of beating or scourging men, but as a symbol of the flailing of grain. It was used to divide the grain from the husk. Therefore, as the flailer, or the beater, Osiris represented the power that divides the false and true, divides the valuable from that which is not valuable, and also divides the soul from the body. The second instrument which he carries is the Anubis-headed staff, by which he is the patron of knowledge or learning, and carries with him the symbol of the faithful guide. Therefore, in this symbolism or this emblemism, Osiris becomes the patron of education, the patron of all knowledge, the patron of insight, the lord of arts and sciences, and he bestows his blessing upon knowledge. In other words, mathematics, astronomy, music, law, medicine, These are also phases of the Osirian cult. He is the Lord of all these things. He is the Lord of the quick and the dead. And by this authority, he governs minds. He governs and regulates peoples. He establishes laws. He sets up the machinery of the universe. Then by his third implement of sacred symbolism, the shepherd's crook, or crozier, Osiris emerges as the high priest, the good shepherd. He is the keeper of the flocks. He is the symbol, therefore, of the protector of the faith, a term which was later bestowed upon the royalties of Europe. He is now the shepherd of men. He is the guardian of the flocks of creation. The world is his sheepfold. He is the shepherd, and all creatures are the sheep. And he also becomes responsible for the lost sheep. And it is his labor and duty through his priests, who are his shepherds, to bring back the lost sheep to the fold. Now, this did not mean reconversion to anything in Egypt, because there was only within a certain province one faith, and all belonged to it. But it was rather to bring back the unbeliever from the evil of his ways, or if he had failed in his religious observances, to bring him back again to the concept of these observances. As I think I've told you before, I talked this over in New York several years ago with the ecumenical patriarch of the Eastern Church, who appears in his full robes and vestments as the head of the Eastern Orthodox Christian Church, carrying the symbols and insignia of Egypt. And he told me himself, he said, we all know in the Eastern Church that most of our symbolism, our symbolic instruments, our robes, our vestments, and many of our regulations and ceremonies are derived directly from the religion of the ancient Egyptians. Now this goes a little further because the Osirian cult gradually unfolds other attributes that are important to us. For in the Osirian religion, the endless conflict between light and darkness, the struggle between Osiris and Typhon for the control of the world, results in the emergence in the Egyptian cult of the world hero. This is the world hero also of the Sigurd saga of the Nordic peoples. This is the great race of the Volsung, the race of the heroes of the world. In the Osirian cult, we have, therefore, the arising of the hero concept, in which this power, this eternal being, Osiris, in order to advance the redemption of men, projects himself into the mortal world, coming forth out of the shadows of Amentet, taking himself a flesh of body, and being revealed or made manifest through his own nature in the form of an only begotten son. Therefore, in Egypt, Horus, the only begotten of the father, the son of the widow, the most mysterious and immaculately conceived, born of Isis, who was overshadowed by the Holy Spirit of her own murdered husband, Osiris, gave Horus the power to bear witness to his own father throughout all worlds. And in the Egyptian ritual, it is definitely stated that whoever has seen Osiris has seen his son, and whoever has seen his son has seen Osiris. For the Father is in the Son, and the Son is in the Father unto everlastingness. So the projection of Osiris himself comes forth to be the redeemer of men in the form of Horus, the golden hawk. This golden hawk perhaps also derives from the idea of the phoenix. Horus not only becomes the avenger of his father, ultimately restoring the empire to his father, but he also becomes the intercessor, the one who, having taken flesh, having lived among men, and having known the sorrows and secret pains of men, asks that the Father will be patient of men, because he has sent his own Son among them to be like unto them. And Osiris nearly always heeds the voice of his Son. And when his Son asks or requests, the Father generally is symbolically represented as acceding to that request. Now this gives us a very strong foundation for the doctrine of redemption, which was certainly taking form in Egypt by the very earliest contacts between the Egyptians and the Latins. Now out of this comes also another important doctrine rising in the cult of Osiris, and that is the concept of intercession. Here we have now Osiris in his own proper right, and Osiris as the extension of himself in his own Son. This Son gradually becomes, therefore, the peacemaker, the Prince of Peace, to whom the Father will deny nothing. But Osiris now stands in another relationship to this projection of himself. Horus becomes the scapegoat. And in the rituals of the coming forth by day, if the soul which has sinned is in doubt of salvation, Horus steps forth and pleads with his father Osiris, saying, "Let the sins of this man come upon me. Let me be therefore the bearer of his sin. And in my name, and because I have accepted his sin, I ask that you shall forgive him." Now here we have intercession. We have also in this very same concept, as we find in the Egyptian ritual, by the transference of the virtues of Osiris to Horus, and the transference again of these virtues to his priests, who in turn transferred these virtues by their form of the Eucharist. We have rising in Egypt the doctrine of transubstantiation. Thus we now have in this people, and I would say it would be at least 1000 B.C., that this pattern took fairly integrated form, for it is present everywhere in the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead. We have now what might be termed a reasonably complete theology. We have the beginnings of ideas that were to gradually spread to all other parts of the world. And we begin to see how it would be inevitable that this type of thinking would also result in the rise of a mysticism. This is really the crux of our problem, because in the study of mysticism, we then come straight head-on into the problem of the Egyptian mysteries. And of course, as might be expected, our more materialistic manuscript, a rich and full and complete version of the book of the coming forth by day. Here we find the priest Ani pictured at the beginning of the scroll. but he has died. Therefore, we find the inscription reading, Osiris, he was Ani. Now, this occurs frequently in the manuscript, or the reverse form of it. Ani, he is Osiris. Thus we have an identification that is very important, namely that at death the soul of man becomes God. Now where would this have come from? There is only one possible answer that we have at the present time, and that would be Middle Asia. For here we would find that perhaps at the same time that we are concerned with, the idea that the Atman, or supreme power of the universe, existed in all things, and that the spirit or life in every living thing is God, and that when the body is removed, or being departs from the body, it is in one way or another hallowed or glorified. We know that the time of the Papyrus of Ani, therefore, that the soul or spiritual content within the nature of Ani was Osiris. That all souls passing out of the body were Osirified. That is, they became one with Osiris. They were restored again to him. Egyptian metaphysics seems to point out, therefore, that in a mysterious way, Osiris is the world soul. We have already mentioned that he was not the supreme deity, because he was the lord of the underworld. And this would be perfectly consistent with the idea of the world psyche being the lord of the mortal world. And that in the soul experience of living things, the souls of all separate beings are ultimately restored to the world soul. And that therefore Osiris is the shepherd of souls, and that the place of peace or of survival, representing either the paradise to come or the assembly of the initiates in this world, was properly denominated the sheepfold, or the place for the gathering of the sheep. So we have now this concept also added, that in each human being there is an Osiris. That this Osiris, perhaps, therefore, can be compared to Paul's ecstatic utterance, that Christ in you, the hope of glory. This idea of the indwelling divinity is rather unique for its period in the doctrine of the Middle Egyptians. The next point that we find, again, in the eschatology of the situation, is the description of the world in which Osiris rules. He rules in a wonderful temple located in the otherwhere, not here but somewhere else. He rules, therefore, in a temple beyond the common dimensions of our concept. This temple is, according to some reports, standing in the midst of the underworld, in the world of dreams, in the world of the subconsciousness of things. But it is this otherworldness in which it exists. This otherworldness to which all must come by the mystery of death, and the otherworldness from which all things came in the mystery of birth. So we now have a world and another world. And this one world that we see and in which we live and move and have our being is a kind of world of the diurnal sun, which is the light of the world. This otherworldness is the world of the nocturnal sun, And in Egyptian metaphysics, we begin to see that this other sun is the light within us, the soul light. That as surely as we are lighted outwardly by the sun, moon, and stars, so we are lighted inwardly by the sun which is Osiris. Now Osiris is usually in the various manuscripts represented seated and enthroned upon a cube rock or a perfect cube which symbolizes the world. Very often he wears attached to the rear of his robe the tail of a lion, which is an attribute associated with the Sphinx and suggests the androgynous nature of the deity in Egyptian painting. His body is represented mummified. His hands, however, are free, holding the implements we have previously mentioned, and he is crowned. Not infrequently he is represented as black, sometimes, however, as red. With him are his sister wives, Isis and Nephthys, are symbolic of the triad of the hierarchy which at that time consisted of Osiris, Isis, and Nephthys, the great Osirian triad. The room in which he is seated is called the Hall of the Twin Truths, and it is boundaried at each end by a tall column, quite ornate. These two columns are the columns of the underworld, described in the Greek mystical literature. And these columns also are the columns of the porch of the temple of Solomon the king. And Osiris is therefore throned between a black and a white column, to symbolize life and death, light and darkness, reality and illusion. Osiris is furthermore throned in a mentet, or in a menti. And a mentet is the paradise, or the paradisio of other worlds. He is seated in a celestial, invisible, psychical equivalent of Egypt. In this other worldness, the Elysian field, there is also a river Nile, flowing down slowly to the Mediterranean Sea. There is also the inundation of the Nile. And here the Egyptian in the other worldness is leading his plow through the muddy waters by the riverbank. Here in this other worldness are also birds singing in the rushes by the river. The papyrus plant blossoms in grandeur. And also there are lakes and streams. There are all the good things. Here men who have passed the test of life live in peace and prosperity and worship the great God. Now, this might seem a little primitive to some of us as a description of other-worldness, but it is very much more primitive than a city with four walls with a foundation of precious stones and gates on each side. It is not so much different. It is only a problem of how far can we penetrate into the symbolism in either case. Are we talking about something desperately literal, or are we trying to understand a mystery, as in the mystery of the city four squares set forth in the Revelation of St. John? So here in the underworld, in his city four squares, sits the great deity, judge of the alive and the dead. And here in the crypt beneath the Egyptian temples, the great rite of the opening of the mouth was performed. Now we have to try to reconstruct, if we can, the circumstances that would lead up to the use of this ritual. We know that as set forth in the papyrus of Ani, that this must have been a strange and splendid thing. Restorations made in England at the British Museum have been able to piece together what might be termed the ritualistic content. We know that this particular ritual is dramatically suitable for theatrical production. We also know, as Professor Breasted told me in Chicago, that there are existing manuscripts, papyri, of the book of the coming forth by day, in which the prompters marked for actors, and their exits and entrances are marked on the margins of the manuscript. There is no doubt it was a theatrical production, but the circumstances under which it was given, and why it was given, might still be subject to some thought. One parallel immediately suggests itself, whether it is in India, China, Egypt, Persia, Greece, or Rome. The ceremonies associated with death were always also associated with the initiation ritual. The rites for the initiation of candidates in the mystery were always rites associated with the mortuary procedure. The purpose of this was obvious to the reasonably well informed. The purpose of initiation was to carry the individual by consciousness from one world to another. This also was the inevitable function of death. Therefore, just as surely as man by initiation becomes aware of his own immortality, so by death he gains this awareness. He stands, as the Egyptian said, "I am dead, yet I do not die." This is a discovery, the fact of which, apparently, is reserved for only two possible conditions. One is religious mysticism, and the other is death itself. So the mortuary ritual is always the initiation ritual. Now, when would such a ritual be used, and why? Two answers to this. First, it is quite conceivable that this pageantry would be literally portrayed in the case of the death of the pharaoh. In other words, the funerary processes in connection with the death, perhaps, of the pharaoh or his queen, or perhaps some very high officer of the household. In the case of an exceptional or extraordinary person, the ritual might be either privately or publicly performed over the actual remains of the dead. Under such conditions, the ritual would then have to be modified, because it would not be and could not be expected that the actual corpse could deliver the great negative confession of faith. Therefore, to the body would have to be associated a living attendant to speak for the body, and to act as the intermediary again between the living and the dead. And this intermediary should be either Anubis or Horus himself. Therefore, there is the possibility that the ritual was given as an actual mortuary rite. There would be no reason then to doubt that an Egyptian of lesser estate, who could not afford or was not entitled by the caste system of his time to any such elaborate ritual, might then be interred with a manuscript copy, as was commonly talismanically done, with the idea or concept that he would then have available to him all of the passwords of the degrees, all of the keys to the various gates of the divisions of the underworld, that he might know the answers and the proper deportment when he entered into the presence of the great gods in the hall of the Twin Seas. These things were therefore impaired witches, along with other materials which might be of use to them. It was customary, for instance, to impair with a scribe his stylus and his writing tablet. It was not quite certain who he would write to, but at the same time, this was ceremonialism. He might feel, while resting quietly in the tomb, an irresistible desire to make a few notes. If such was the case, he must have the necessary equipment. Therefore, in your magical belief, the moment you assume that the soul has an existence apart from the body, you may assume that this soul has some continuance in living, and may have, therefore, interests like or similar to those of the living person in this world. The second use of the religious ritual, as in the case of the Egyptian mystery, would be the pure problem of initiating a living person into the mysteries of the other world. This would be a ceremonial. It would be very much in the order of an ordination or a high mass performed to stimulate the spiritual power of the observer. The Egyptians definitely believed in a mnemonic system. That is, that by presenting the soul of the living person with a certain spectacle about divine matters, the soul within the person would be aroused, would leap forth in joy to behold that which was its own nature, or would hold upon the truth revealed, because these truths were already sleeping in the soul. Therefore, that through the ceremony, the sleeping truths in the soul would be awakened, and the person would have the experience of knowing the mystery behind the ritual. In either instance, then, the rite could be conceived to have been ceremonially portrayed, and the proper place for such ceremony would certainly be in the subterranean passages of the temple, or in some place isolated, or in some place of darkness away from the common convention of man, because this place must represent otherworldness. We have gradually developed in Western religion the practice or policy of placing crypts under cathedrals for the burial of the sanctified dead. The Egyptians did not follow this practice, but they also definitely did use their crypts or subterranean rooms to represent the world of the dead, a practice which we find among the Latins in the old catacombs of Rome long before the rise of Christianity. So if these rites were given, as Plutarch tells us, they were certainly given nocturnally because they related to darkness, not by nature of evil, but by nature of hiddenness, that they related to the sun of the soul which shines in the night. And as Apelius describes in his initiation into the mystery, he says that it was at night that he placed his foot upon the threshold of Proserpine and beheld the sun shining through the earth beneath his feet. These rituals, then, were the rituals of the night sun. They were the rituals of Osiris, the mysterious deity of the subconscious. And it was in these rites that something within the subconscious experience of man was stimulated. I suspect that Egyptologists are going to have to gradually take on and accept the psychological significance of ritualism. They're going to have to realize that this type of psychic stimulation is archetypal, and that rituals were gradually revelations of the subconscious, perhaps given at one primitive time through dreams and visions. But certainly they have a root in the folk consciousness of man. And from this consciousness they call forth something when they are repeated or correctly performed. So for a moment we will attempt to restore some of this concept in the idea of the initiation, perhaps we can say, of Adi, scribe of Pharaoh. Now, we do not need to assume necessarily that Adi is dead, but in the manuscript that accompanied his mummy in the sarcophagus, this manuscript certainly implies that he has passed into the Amentet. Your eschatology again comes to the fore, however. What happens to the soul of Adi, who is Osiris? Does this soul rest forever in the paradisical abode of the great God, or does it come forth again? By the time of the rise of the Osirian sect, it seems that rebirth had already invaded Egypt as a concept. And probabilities are that the eschatology in Egypt finally centers upon the idea of Palingenesis, or of the various returns, renovations, restorations, or the rising of the soul from its own dead. The Greek concept of metempsychosis. So we will say that either Ani as the dead or Ani as the candidate is prepared for the ritual of the coming forth by day. If he is alive and is a neophyte to the temple, it appears that he was initiated singly, that there were no group initiations on this level, although there were what were called the orgies of the gods. In those days, the word orgy did not have a negative implication. It now merely meant ceremony. It did not mean dissipations of any kind. The tie between our present thought and the old word is ecstasis. It was the ecstasy, or the enthusiasm from entheos, in God. It was a divine ecstasy. But gradually in the Roman world it began to be confused with the bacchanalia, which was not its original meaning. But in any event, the candidate, accompanied by a guide appointed for this purpose, enters into the temple, is met by the priest with torches, and is led downward. Either he is led actually downward, or symbolically the idea and concept of a descent is implied to him. I would suspect that in most cases some form of a descent was actually made. Perhaps only a few feet, perhaps 25 or 50 feet. But he was taken downward through darkness, and at various intervals along the road he was stopped and interrogated. And because he was as yet unenlightened in these mysteries, he was vouched for and taken forward by his guide, the one that was appointed, until finally, after certain adventures and mysteries associated with symbolism, and if the temple was exceedingly well equipped, including a boat ride across a subterranean stream. Well, this subterranean stream might have been only a pond or pool, and possibly the boat maybe took only 3 or 4 strokes of the oar to cross it. But this was essential, because even in those days, the land of the gods was on the other shore. The river by which souls in this life are divided from the souls in the other life is the same as the river Styx in the Greek mystery, or the mysterious celestial Jordan on whose farther shore we are to meet in everlasting bliss, according to the ancient hymn of Christianity. Having reached the other shore next now, having cast the veil of the mysteries between this world and the next, the candidate for initiation is conducted into the great hall of the spring street, which is brilliantly lighted with candles or tapers or torches, probably originally with torches made of thongs of wood. This room was well filled, for here were gathered all the persons involved in the great rite. Seated on the elevated throne was Osiris, probably wearing a mask of gold, and fully equipped with all of the symbols of his rank and office. He was accompanied also by Isis and Nephthys. Isis wearing upon her head the empty throne to symbolize the martyrdom of her husband, and Nephthys bearing upon her head the symbol of a bowl to carry consecrated water. Before the throne of Osiris, the scales of the psychostasia had been set up for the great ceremony of the weighing of the soul. The cynocephalous ape sat upon the balance of the scales. Both Hermes, Trismegistus, the recorder of the gods, with the mask with the ibis head, stood holding his stylus, the stylus and the writing tablet. Anubis, with the head of the jackal, was there. Horus was also present with the golden head of a hawk. Along one wall was gathered the 42 assessors representing the jury of the dead. There was present also Typhon, the destroyer, because in this heavenly accumulation or assembly the spirit of negation must also be. Likewise present was Maat, the goddess of justice, represented as either blindfolded or without eyes, or wearing a mask without eyes, also wearing upon her head the ostrich plume of the law. In addition to these thus present, would also now be included Anis, who is Osiris. He comes in, raises his two hands at right angles upward, and forms the sign of the Ka, the symbol of the soul. He says, I am a soul. And the form of his body in the ritual makes the hieroglyph to symbolize that he is unbodied, that he is a living soul that has achieved freedom from body. Now this may mean either that he is dead, and therefore has departed from body, or that by the studies, mysticism, religion, and philosophy of the temple, he has achieved the release of his soul from the delusion of body. In any way, he speaks of the victory of the soul or life over the body by the position of his hand. He is then led forward into the presence of this assembly of the gods. And here he is presented with the negative confession of faith. In this particular case, the assessors or the jurors present the various articles of the negative confession. Or the herald of the court, Saint Hermes, may himself read the sacred liturgy of the question. It is said that the Egyptian was a proud man, that he would not accept a positive confession of faith. He would not end his confession by saying, I have. He would only finish it by saying, I have not. Therefore, the questions are all so stated that the answer, the positive answer, is I have not. So then begins the interrogation of the soul of Osiris, who was Anis. And in the course of interrogation, the assessors, the jurors, and the great God who reads all minds and hearts remain silent while the deceased person or the novice seeking initiation is interrogated. This interrogation is probably one of the most important ethical monuments in the philosophy of mankind, for it represents in its substance a code so extraordinarily high that it is doubtful if any person today could answer it correctly and with integrity all of these questions and assume that he had lived what they require. Also in the negative confession we find a great many ideas of good and ill which are quite advanced, in fact far further advanced than our own code, because this code definitely judges the individual not only by his actions, by his words, by his deeds, but by his most intimate thoughts, by his deepest convictions, by the most secret of his purposes. Also, he is judged by the very abstract motive behind the things that he has done. He is also expected to be able to state clearly that he has not been jealous of any other living being throughout life, that he has said no untrue word about any person, either in seriousness or in jest, that he has never taken from any person anything that that other person did not give freely. Now that would be pretty tough even in the 20th century. It's getting tougher every day, we might add. Also, we know that the Egyptian was one of the few people who listed the psychological mistakes that we make. That the negative confession infers that the individual must have conquered fear within himself. Not the fear of the known, but the fear of the unknown. That he must have transcended all doubt about universal good. That he must be free from excessive grief. That he must be free from excessive worry. That he must have in himself no negative quality which would in any way defile the Osiris in his own soul. Well, several writers and students of the matter have come to the conclusion that the Egyptian, either living or dead, that took this examination had to, we'll say, somewhat exaggerate his virtues, and perhaps overlook a few mistakes along the line. But in the ritualism, although he is honest and in the right, the candidate does admit his mistakes. He does not attempt to give all positive answers. He does not claim to be without fault. This is in fact part of the ritual itself. For when the confession of the faith is finished, and the negative confession has been completed, there is in all present a certain doubt as to whether the candidate for this honor, this recognition of a spiritual being, is truly justified. At that time also, the heart of the Osiris which was honored is placed upon one balance of the scale, and the goddess Maya takes her feather, the symbol of law, universal law, and places it on the other balanced pan. If the two pans of the scale balance, if the heart is balanced with truth, if all the laws of nature balance the heart, then it is assumed that the Osiris Hivadani is true and noble. This is the final test. But in the testing, the balance is not quite perfect. And the heart of the Osiris Hivadani cries out from a little lip in the side of the jar, which is supposed to contain his mummified heart. And this voice cries out to the great god Osiris. It says, Father of all good, permit not that I shall perish with the king who ruleth for a day. Now, the king who ruleth for a day is obviously inclined or intended to represent the personality. It is the outer or personal material ego of the individual. It is this which has been weighed and tried in the balance, as the Apocalypse says, and has been found wanting. Therefore, the cry of the soul goes up, but it shall not die with the king who ruleth for a day. And the assessors are very solemn. The great jurors of the dead must contemplate the virtues and vices of this soul as to whether it shall be able to enter into the blessedness of an infant. And in this emergency, Horace steps forward. And Horace says, I intercede for this soul. But this soul's virtues are not entirely equal to the law we know. But I offer myself as hostage for this soul. And if this soul shall fail, let the failure be upon me. If this soul is not worthy, let me be punished. Let my virtues be placed with the virtues of this soul upon the spirit. And with my virtues added, the balance will be made. And the god Osiris meditates upon this problem for a moment. Is silent and lost his soul, and seems not entirely convinced even then. And Horace speaks to him again and says to him, O my Father, who is myself, thy Son, who is thyself, asks it. To refuse me is to refuse your own heart. Therefore, there is again silence. The assessors consider the matter, and finally the verdict is brought in. But the soul, plus the love of God, has made the balance. The soul is then permitted to pass into the realms of the blessed. Now, the theory is contained in the ritual. That is, for some reason, this soul entering in is so corrupted that it cannot make the balance, and that Osiris, under these conditions, rejects the sacrifice of his own son, who offers himself as a peace offering unto the Lord. If the soul fails utterly, then Typhon steps forward, the deity represented with the head of a crocodile and the body of a horse, and claims the soul. And if this soul is released to Typhon, Typhon then devours the soul and carries the soul away into darkness, where it is believed or supposed that the soul passes back into re-embodiment. For Typhon is the symbol of the mud hog of the Nile, the symbol of utter materiality. and therefore to be swallowed up by Typhon is to be reborn in the physical world. It is now assumed, however, that the successful candidate has passed the test with the assistance of Torah. Therefore, the successful candidate approaches his father. The soul comes into the presence of the immediate light of the golden face of the sun. And Osiris holds forth the key to the world, and bestows this key as a symbol of everlasting grace. And the key, of course, is the Croce ansata, the unfated cross of Egypt, a cross with a loop for an upper bar. And when this cross is placed upon the lips of the deceased or the initiate, it is a symbol of the life bestowed, a symbol of the forgiveness of all evil, and that the candidate or the soul has been given the gift of everlasting life. Now it remains for Osiris to bestow this. For the life of everlastingness is not automatically the result of the passing the ritual. The life of everlastingness must be given or awarded to the soul by Osiris. But when Osiris so does this Croce ansata becomes the word of the life and the resurrection. And having been sealed with this, the soul passes triumphantly to its just reward, goes triumphantly to that better life which is its proper estate. Now it is quite understandable that a ritual of this kind would have very deep transcendental import, especially if it is something that is held and deeply believed by all who witness it. The candidate undoubtedly had been instructed in the temple prior to initiation, or the deceased Ani, the scribe of Pharaoh, was well informed in the state religion. They had passed to a certain degree of comprehension. They knew the meaning of the ritual. And we are then in the same condition almost as we might say the individual is who takes the Eucharist or the ordination of a priest. In each instance, that which is to occur is known in advance. But by some mystery of transubstantiation, these physical things become peculiarly related to metaphysical truths beyond themselves. And it is to be assumed, therefore, that the initiate, having received this mystery, was in some way internally altered. That with this faith, with this participation in the highest and most secret rights of his people, with this blessing and benediction of the Hierophant of the Mysteries, who undoubtedly impersonated Osiris, that more than a mere drama was intended. As in the elevation of the host at high mass, to the believer there is a spiritual mystery. But this mystery bestows some alteration, some change, like the laying on of hands in the apostolic succession. That there is something by which all things are made new, by a mystery of faith itself. by a mystery of religion itself. And if these people were raised, particularly those eligible for the sacred rituals, in a philosophic atmosphere, had been educated by a system of culture in which religion was the lord over all the arts and sciences, and in which the achievement of the sanctified life was the most important of all achievements, and that as the candidate, the initiate might wait for years until the hierophant regarded him as qualified and worthy for this extraordinary honor. We cannot but doubt that in the religion in which the priest himself was the very extension of his God, where these things were really and deeply and concisely believed, that some type of profound psychological experience took place. Plato describes it, others have described it. Apuleius tells all that he dares to tell it. But according to the reports of these witnesses, at the moment of the great initiation, all these mortal elements vanished. The figure seated upon the throne with the golden mask was no longer the priest. He was Osiris. Something happened within the person accepting the ritual. Some light blazed from within himself. And as Apuleius says, all of these priestly persons were suddenly radiant. They became the very beings that they represented. Perhaps the priests themselves did not even know this. But in the heart and soul of the initiate, some kind of an internal experience occurred, by which he was no longer in the subterranean room of an ancient temple. He was in the mysterious underworld of Osiris, and in a kind of hypnotic trance or ecstasy, in the strange exhilaration of the greatest religious experience that he could conceive, this person was suddenly touched by a great cleansing, so that never again was he quite the same person. A stage has been set for him, by which he is actually enabled to pass through a mystical experience. Everything was right in the psychology and chemistry of his own consciousness. And in the supreme moment of the ritual, all of the ceremony suddenly became real. And in that instant of reality, the person lost all human dimension. He was Osiris. He was in the presence of the great psychic principle of the world. Perhaps it was in this moment of the unfoldment of his own psychic center that he was aware of this experience. But someday, in the course of time, perhaps, we will understand the psychic life of man better, and we will realize that such experiences can occur, that they do not have to be delusions, that perhaps they do represent a tremendous spiritual inward realization by which things are transformed in a mystery. And in this mystery, we have the very substance of mysticism and ritualism. This, as far as we can carry it in our modern world of knowledge, tells us something of the religion of the Egyptians. And I believe it tells us something of rather psychological import to us now in our own question as to the realities that lie behind the shadows of appearance. In some way the Egyptians were able to pierce this appearance through his ritual. And perhaps we will ultimately regain the understanding of this if we consider psychological research of the terms of religious experience. Well, I guess our time is up, so we'll have to let it rest until next week, when we will take another group of religious rituals. I should really not say next week, because actually I believe next Wednesday we're not meeting. Let me take another look. Someone just handed me this. I shouldn't be in any uncertainty about it. I'll have to just refresh my mind. Yes, next Sunday is Memorial Day. So we hope that many of you will also perhaps feel this, a little ritual of some nature, a little mysticism to tie us, perhaps, with the sacrifice that others have made to help us to have a way of life. There's something about all these rituals, pageantries, and days of solemn celebration. And perhaps if we understand one, we will understand the other. All these things are part of life as a mystery. Thank you very much.
Scattered through the ruins of the Mediterranean culture are the monuments of ancient religious institutions which have come down to us under the general name, the mysteries. This term is universally accepted, and when not modified in some way, generally indicates the religious rites and ceremonies of the Hellenic states which we now call Greece. Actually, we do not know a great deal about the structure of the esoteric cults of the Greco-Latin worlds. We have a number of books that have been written bearing upon the rituals and ceremonies of these rites. Perhaps the most interesting and informative being the writings of the English Platonist Thomas Taylor, who gathered together everything available in the rich storehouse of the British Museum Library. He worked in many cases from original Greek manuscripts, some of them of great antiquity. But even his restoration is largely conjectural. The very term mystery perhaps indicates the dimensions of our problem. That which is held mysteriously, that which was not communicated to the profane, that which was performed secretly, under oath and obligation, might very well remain obscure and defy the reports of history. One point we have that is somewhat encouraging and helpful. At the critical period of the early rise of Christianity, a great number of pagans were converted to the Christian faith. Among these were several brilliant persons of unusual attainments, and most certainly initiates of the pagan mysteries in their earlier lives. These men are almost in complete accord with whatever the mysteries of the Greeks were. They were not profane. These rituals were, as one of the early Christian converts declared, of the purest possible nature. There was nothing corrupt or decadent in them. They were solemn, sacred occasions, marked by solemnity of spirit dignity, graciousness, beauty, and piety. We might assume that such would be the case, otherwise it is not possible that the greatest minds of the ancient world would have found in these rituals and ceremonies profound inspiration and would have had nothing ill to say against them. On the other hand, the great question that has burdened every interpreter and student of this subject has been what was communicated? What was the substance of the initiation ritual? We have enough information to know that several different incidents were united in the preparation of these sacred rites. One of the principal elements of the initiation was obviously dramatic. Certain parts of the rituals were communicated in pageantry, in drama, and by means of a narrative performed by actors. These actors were in almost every case priests, and they portrayed the various sacred persons whose religions and doctrines were celebrated on these solemn occasions. That these dramas were carefully staged and magnificently performed, we cannot doubt. For the Greek stage already had developed most of the machinery of the modern theater, and we have no reason to suppose that if the Greeks were able to present the magnificent dramas of Aeschylus and Sophocles, that they would have been deficient in anything necessary to stagecraft. We also know that the themes of these rituals were sacred legends, sacred stories, particularly in the great rites of Eleusis, the story of the abduction of Persephone by Hades, king of the underworld. Now we can well imagine that thoughtful and scholarly and cultured Grecian would appreciate such spectacles. But we also know that they had a splendid profane stage, and that when we say profane in relation to their stage, we do not mean corrupt. We mean a stage of non-religious nature, where drama was performed, where vast audiences gathered and applauded roundly for their favorite thespians. Therefore, we cannot assume that the Greeks had to attend the mysteries in order to see good theater. They had it constantly in their communities. Furthermore, what we would term profane theater today was really almost a sacred theater in the time of the Greeks. Most of the successful plays that were presented involved divine and mythological factors. And today we would regard many of the common theatrical productions of the Greeks as little less than initiatory rituals. Therefore, it was not necessary for the Greeks to attend the sacred ceremonies of the mysteries in order to see mythology come to life upon their stage. There is very little that we can imagine in the religious theater of the Greeks that was not available to the general public. This means that the substance and essence of the divine rites could not have been merely theatrical presentation of familiar and well-known stories and legends. The legend of Persephone was known to nearly all the Greeks, and in the various schools that rose in Greek philosophy, such as the Platonic and the Pythagorean, the legends of these deities were interpreted philosophically and mystically, and such interpretations were not held as necessary secrets. Thus we cannot come to the conclusion that the real substance behind the dramas of the mysteries was merely a theatrical representation of some religious theme. Now, the second element that we know did exist in these rituals were the exhibitions of sacred objects. Just as in the ancient Jewish religion, certain articles of great sanctity were reserved in the Ark of the Covenant and were only to be seen on certain most important festival occasions. So the Greeks had certain esoteric emblems, symbols of their origin, symbols of their faith, symbols of their great earlier religious and philosophic teachers that very well might have been specially exhibited at such a time. Also, the Greek mysteries arose from agrarian or agricultural cults of a greater antiquity. And it is reported that the Hierophant of the Mysteries at Eleusis at one time did exhibit to the assembled throng in the temple the growing shoot of wheat as an emblem of some deep spiritual significance. Therefore, that certain objects not generally available to the people, perhaps only to be seen under such conditions, relics, perhaps even objects of talismanic or magical impute, might also be shown at these occasions. But here again, we do not have any solid ground for the profound veneration in which these rituals were held. Some of the early writers were of the opinion that it was in the mystery rituals that the Greek thinker came face to face with the Asiatic doctrine of immortality. Here we have something that perhaps we should ponder a little further. We know that the early Greeks had practically no clear insight as to the mystery of an afterlife. Perhaps we can liken them to most other nations of a similar antiquity. For in China, there was the belief that the deceased person went to sleep in his grave, and the objects that he might like or need were buried with him for his comfort in the afterlife. It was assumed that he was going to live on in his tomb in some kind of a strange magical manner. There was no concept in the ancient Chinese that this man would be rewarded or punished for his conduct in this world. He simply became a ghost or a shadow. This likewise was the attitude among the Greeks at the time of Homer, and it was not until the rise of the Orphic cult that we began to find some traces of the integration of a concept of the afterlife. It was also probably after Greek contact with Asia that the doctrine of immortality came to be more clearly defined, and this doctrine probably reached Greece from Asia through Egypt, where it began to affect the rituals of the Egyptian rites. Thus, we may say it is conceivable that some deep and important understanding of the mystery of life after death might have been communicated in the mysteries. Here again, however, there seems to be no justification for the peculiar secrecy in regard to these doctrines. We know that the doctrine of immortality was clearly enunciated by Socrates and also by Plato. We know that it was held by the schools of Greeks back at least to the time of Solon and Thales. Yet with the rise of the popular acceptance of the doctrine of immortality, there was no diminution of interest in the mysteries. Consequently, we cannot assume that the public instruction of the people on the matter of immortality could have in any way interfered with the peculiar mystery of the sacred rituals. Thus it must have been something deeper and more important than this. The next possibility that has loomed is that the entire ritual was a highly psychological thing. That actually, as some of the early converted Christians have admitted, that the soul and substance of the great ritual was a form of Eucharistic ceremony upon which perhaps the high mass of Christianity was established. Here was a great religious Eucharistic mystery, a mystery presented largely through ritual, but containing, as in the case of the Christian Eucharist, the assumed presence of a miraculous factor, namely that in the ritual of Eleusis there had begun to arise the belief that certain rites and rituals performed in certain ways at certain times by certain persons had a virtue, power, or spiritual authority not possible under any other condition, and thereby justifying the assembly of the people and the various tests and trials which led to acceptance into the Eleusinian mysteries. Here again, however, we are on rather thin ground, for assuming that a Eucharistic mystery might have been implied, and there is evidence that something of this nature actually did occur, there is still no clear reason why the long and difficult course of preparation for initiation should be prescribed in connection with such a ceremony. The student of the Greek mysteries, who was hoping that sometime he might become an initiate, passed through certain trials, tests, examinations, and preparations, which would not apparently be essentially associated with any form of ceremonialism. For example, a promising young man who hoped to become accepted into the mysteries was first of all examined by his tutor, or by whoever was his ordinary and common instructor. That is, the equivalent of the modern schoolmaster in the community where he dwelt. He was tested in all the common forms of knowledge. The test seemed to suggest an entry examination into a scholastic institution. After he had been carefully examined in mathematics, astronomy, music, poetry, art, literature, and drama, and whatever other arts or sciences were regarded as necessary, he was then turned over to the chief magistrate of the city or town, where a thorough investigation of his background, his family, and everything relating to his character was undertaken. If there was any blemish or doubt concerning his moral or his ethical standard of life, he would be immediately rejected. So having been examined in all arts and sciences and endorsed as to character in all regards, he was then submitted to the priestly members of the priestly college, these being the essential guardians of the rituals. Here certain further instruction and interrogation took place. He was given various problems to solve involving various degrees of thoughtfulness. His physical health and stamina were tested. He was forced to compete in physical games or athletics to indicate fitness of body. He was subjected to many trials of the flesh, of fasting, of extreme hardship, of the inclemency of weather. He was given every kind of an examination that might suggest ways of probing into the self-mastery which he possessed in the various ordinary affairs of life. Only after he had been tested in all these matters was he then further instructed and prepared for the actual initiatory rites. These preliminary tests apparently were carried on in many different systems of the mysteries in the Mediterranean area, and were even finally brought to Rome, where initiation preparation included mortal combat of armed men. Thus, it is hard to assume that this would all be necessary in order that the individual might be the enlightened or unenlightened spectator to a solemn religious ceremony. There is no indication in the Greek rites that the candidates actually participated in the ceremonies. In the Licenia, for example, at the bestowing of the lesser ritual, perhaps 25,000 persons were initiated at one time. Now, in this case, the initiation ritual, which was called the lesser rite, probably derived from the old idea of the bestowal of citizenship. The individual who was initiated into the state mysteries became a particularly respectable citizen. It was assumed that this was a proof of integrity, of honor, and ability. It was a kind of dignification which the person would carry throughout life, which might correspond to some bestowal of knighthood in the ages of chivalry, or some special token of exceptional character, which might be useful and even profitable to the individual in the years of life that followed. He was naturally then regarded as a person of consequence, worthy to be a citizen. This is interesting, however, because in the lesser rituals of the Eleusinian, small children were initiated. And there are records of children being initiated as early as their second and third years. Thus, we must wonder a little as to what the esoteric content of such a ritual might imply. In this ritual also there was no distinction between men and women. Persons of both sexes were equally initiated, and initiation consisted apparently of beholding the spectacle, or in some way being present when a great drama was bestowed. Obviously, however, this dramatic part, especially in relation to the lesser mysteries, was really only a fulfillment of the previous requirements, namely that the individual was present and permitted to partake of this ritual only because he had already been established on the level of his education and the level of his character by the proper endorsing officers. Thus, this was simply a symbol of his right to be there. How and why small children attained this right is still one of the unsolved problems of the Eleusinian ritual. We also know, of course, that the greater rites, which were not performed as often, were more exclusive and were bestowed only upon those who had attained some measure of unusual ability. The greater rites were then given not to individuals, but to much smaller groups. These very small groups being persons who had more or less graduated from the courses of instruction which had been provided to them after they had taken the lesser ritual. Thus it would be obvious that small children would not be able to take the greater ritual. We must assume, therefore, that the primary ritual had something to do with the establishment of the right of the citizen, that it had something to do with the acceptance into the clan, and probably came from a very early cultus, in which even small children had to become members of their tribe by means of special rites and ceremonies. Now, if the lesser mysteries, for instance, did culminate in some kind of a divine pageantry, intimating or suggesting a Eucharistic rite, we could see where and how such rituals would gain great authority and interest among the people. But even so, we are still confronted with the absence of a real content, a content that would be entirely suitable to meet the legends and the lore and the tradition about the peculiar and outstanding merit or value of this ritualistic procedure. We gain one slight insight into this from another phase of our problem, namely the idea that these rituals were attended by some form of profound emotional exhilaration, that some strange ecstasy possessed those who participated in these rites. And we may therefore suspect that somewhere concealed in this ritualism was something which perhaps resembled that process of the dervishes, or these other people to whom religious insight led finally to an ecstasy, or some strange sense of mystical union with the gods. If we come into this phase of the problem, we begin to see how we might have a much larger and more solid foundation for secrecy. The next point involved in the secrecy concept relates to the communication of certain words, certain names, which may be regarded as representing the password or the various means by which initiated members of these rites could communicate this fact to others, that by means of certain words or certain symbols which they possessed or which were conferred upon them by the initiation, they had a common way of knowing others of their own kind, and also perhaps a means of gaining admission into other mysteries and rituals of other nations if they traveled in distant countries. It is apparent that such occurred in the case of both Pythagoras and Plato, for by some means, generally assumed to have been their initiations, they were welcomed into the temple sanctuaries of many far and distant peoples. Thus some broad secret society conferring certain privileges not essentially religious, but privileges perhaps implying reception in other religious organizations of similar nature, by which the initiate became, in a sense, a citizen of an empire of initiates, and by means of his words and signs and symbols was able to identify himself as such whenever need arose. Sometime, probably about 600 years before the beginning of the Christian era, there is evidence that the Greek mysteries underwent a considerable change. We know that prior to that time, the rites of initiation and the rites of priesthood and the rights of guardianship over the secrets of the mysteries, these descended in certain Greek families in the same way that the religious privileges and the medical privileges generally descended. Thus the mysteries were family possessions. They belonged within the structure of certain families,
And while they were bestowed upon non-members of these families, the right to bestow them was held as a kind of legacy, as an inheritance from one generation to another. By the 6th or 7th century BC, however, this system seems to have broken down, and the mysteries became state institutions, governed by the whole people and administered by the various governments which regulated the policies and laws of the Greek state. Thus we have a change in structure, and we find this change also in the doctrinal setup. The older doctrine is very obscure, but by the time of Pythagoras, Plato, and Socrates, the new doctrine of the mysteries was certainly taking shape within the structure of both the Orphic rites and the Eleusinian. This new breath, this new kind of air upon the subject, very likely came from Asia. If this occurred, then we begin to see how the mysteries could have gradually kept up with the developing and unfolding of the national life. It is quite conceivable that at very ancient times, the most simple and common sacrifice might be held to be profoundly secret. But with the rise of a philosophic nation, this would no longer be possible. But if the old rituals were again reinterpreted in terms of some higher structure of philosophy, then perhaps we would have justification in assuming that they were able to maintain their leadership over the minds of the people. Several writers working on this problem have come to several conclusions. First of all, there is the very formal school, which has not failed, however, to work rather hard with this subject, that excludes the possibility of any true transcendentalism. This matter-of-fact school insists that the existence of the mysteries as secret societies long venerated was sufficient to permit their perpetuation without any real or clear meaning, and that membership or initiation was such an honor in itself that this sufficed and was the only reward that was needed. This, however, I think is rather a modern way of looking at this type of thing, and probably not the way that Socrates or Plato would have chosen to look at it. The second attitude was that the followers of these rites, because they were in the presence of the traditional religious system of their people, presumably bestowed in the beginning by the gods themselves upon the progenitors of their nation, that these rites and ceremonies were held in such great sacredness, and the various legends and myths were held to have such strange and profound meaning, that scholars and philosophers were perfectly willing to accept the rituals as Kabbalahs, as possessing within them many kinds of meanings, and that students in every walk of life would endow these rituals with their own understanding, and in that way would attend and be initiated on the ground that they would be in the presence of a great knowledge if they could interpret it, if they could discover it. For in some way these rituals perpetuated the original instruction given by the gods at the beginning of time in the establishment of their cultures. This type of thinking could envelop the whole thing with a very mystical atmosphere, and yet be comparatively devoid of any actual metaphysical substance. It could all be interpretational, it could all be glamour, it could all be religious enthusiasm.
There is a parallel for such an attitude in many faiths of the modern world, where although these faiths are deeply regarded and deeply respected and strongly supported, there is really nothing that really suggests a profound mystery, except that the believer, believing that these things are sacred, derives from his own believing a certain assurance, a certain security, support, and strength in time of trouble. This could be the answer to the Greeks, and could be the answer even to the perplexed mind of Plato, who might regard himself as by far too involved a thinker to experience the direct participation in a simple faith which brought great benefits to the devout believer. The third group of interpreters are forced to assume that there was something beside and beyond all that we have suggested, and that this something had to be really important. To be really important, it had to involve some kind of knowledge or experience that could not be otherwise attained. Assuming that all knowledge can be communicated, it becomes obvious that in the course of over 15 centuries in which these mysteries flourished, that some could have attempted to expose them, and probably did, yet these exposés came to nothing. Even Socrates was accused of exposing the mysteries, and Aristophanes in his play The Frog was accused also of taking something from the sacred rituals. Actually, however, anything that could be taken in this way and adapted to a play or embodied in a dialogue could not have been the true substance of these rites. And the Greeks themselves, undoubtedly, by the time of Plato and Socrates, had a fair knowledge of any common subject that might have been considered within these mystery rituals. In fact, a large part of Greek philosophy seems to have been built upon interpretation of these legends and fables, perhaps in the light of the Eleusinian formula. But these interpretations did not, again, lead to the decline of the mysteries. They had something else, apart and separate from all these elements which we have discussed. We also know that in Egypt and in India, China, and on the mainland of the Near East, there already existed institutions dedicated to the advancements of knowledge by truly mystical, metaphysical, or esoteric means. And while the students of the Greek theory will regard the word esoteric as little better than a bad word, the fact remains that there is no reason to doubt that the Greeks could have been part of this complex of schools of thought that were directly working upon problems that we might call today problems of yoga or Vedanta or Zen or something of that nature. We come gradually to the conviction that whether these things were taught to the multitudes or not, the hard core underneath the Greek mystery must have been something essentially valid and valuable. We also have every reason to note that the Neoplatonists, who attempted the restoration of these mysteries, did so on an entirely mystical level, that their philosophy dealt primarily with theurgy, which was the transmutation or transformation of knowledge into an energy for the vitalizing of the consciousness of the soul. Thus, if we can assume that underneath the Greek ritual there was this same element that has always been beneath the surface of religion since the dawn of time, then the Greeks would be perfectly understandable and explainable in the light of the common world attitude. We know that such mysteries were practiced among the Jewish people. We know that the Sod, or the Assembly of the Enlightened, was a very important body within Jewish metaphysics. We know that the pre-Islamic cults of the Near East had their esoteric doctrines. So did the Chaldeans and Babylonians in the valley of the Euphrates. We know there was magic and mystery in the rites of Egypt, and of course in all of the great systems of Asiatic culture. Assuming then, as Pythagoras has given us sufficient insight to permit us to assume, that the Eleusinian mysteries were not a unique attitude, but were really only part of a distribution representing a culture level, then Pythagoras would have been correct when he said that having visited India and been initiated into the mysteries of the Brahmins at Elephanta and Ellora, and having in all passed through 21 different religious institutions by initiation, returned and said that they all taught the same thing, and that this same thing that they taught was the same that the Greek mysteries taught. If they all taught the same thing, it is almost inevitable that we are dealing with some form of basic metaphysical equation. Otherwise, certainly, Pythagoras could not have included early Brahmanism with its mass of metaphysical speculation as being the same as the initiation rituals of the Greeks. If, therefore, we are dealing now with what seems we must deal with, the presence of an esoteric factor, we get into a very deep and mysterious and complicated region. We know, for instance, that among the Greeks came into existence most of the arts and sciences of Western culture. We know that the Greeks were master mathematicians. We know that they established the foundations of music and astronomy. We know that they were leaders of the world in rhetoric, in logic, and in many other branches of learning. These forms of learning all apparently originated in the temples. All of the greater initiates were men of unusual scholarship, and nearly all of the great scholars of the Greeks were initiates. This seems to suggest that in some way the arts and sciences of the Greeks must have arisen from certain speculations held within the temples, or practiced or revealed through the temple ceremonies. And there is also much to suggest that in these ceremonies anything that was known in arts and sciences would have been used as adroitly and skillfully as possible to advance the general purpose of initiation. At the Epidorium, where the cult of the god of healing, Asclepius, was practiced, the sick were brought in to a great domed room, in the midst of which was a magnificent statue of the god of healing. They were placed upon couches around the base of the figure, and each was given some kind of a narcotic drug that produced dreams and visions. In the night, these people believed that they saw the god, that he stepped down from the pedestal, walked among them, and diagnosed their various ailments, whispering into the ear of each the proper remedy. In the morning, the priest went around and inquired from each of the sick what experiences had come to him in sleep, carefully recorded these experiences, and treated the sick person according to the visions he had received. Now, this is a curious concept of healing. And yet, according to the ancients, it was amazingly successful. We can only assume that the Greeks had learned that somewhere in the subconsciousness of each individual is the power to diagnose his own ailment. That some way, somehow, man is able psychologically to become aware of what was wrong with him, and was able to suggest, perhaps in symbolic or veiled terms, some remedy suitable to his needs. Having suggested this remedy, and convinced that the remedy had been given to him by the god, the patient taking the remedy was immediately helped. Now, whether the Greeks were sufficient psychologists to realize that such therapy could well arise from the faith of the person, whether this is true, we do not know. But perhaps it is not even relevant, because the records of the temple are that countless persons recovered, went home rejoicing, and enjoyed good health for many years thereafter. If such is the case, the exact method of the attainment is of the detail. The fact itself is the important thing. Perhaps the Greeks were already aware of enough of psychology to be able to clarify this point. But one thing is certain. When these sufferers went to the Epidaurian temple and were thus given these narcotic draughts and had these visions, they did not assume that by means of this narcotic they had been led into hallucination. They believed rather that by certain herbs their inner vision had been cleared, and that they were therefore able temporarily, by artificial means, to attain mystical experiences. Now, it is conceivable that this type of procedure may have occurred in some of the so-called state mysteries, whereby the burning of fumigation, or by a Eucharistic cup which contains some special potion, a psychic sensitivity might be created in the beholder. That in some way, either by such means or by the sheer power of suggestion, a suggestion perhaps skillfully and magnificently imparted by masters of knowledge of the human mind and its functions, the individual, the neophyte for initiation, the candidate, might have been caused to actually experience something beyond this world. There seems to be no doubt that this has to have been the essential principle behind the Greek mysteries. Something had to be done by some means whereby the individual had an experience otherwise impossible to him. This experience had to be reasonable. It had to be rational. It had to take the form of an enlightenment. It had to be in some form a mystical experience, in itself unforgettable, by means of which the total life of the initiate was altered, by which he actually came to firmly and positively believe, to the degree of absolute knowledge, that he had seen something, had done something, had been somewhere, had experienced something that was not normally possible to the human being, and that this thing which he experienced had to in some way strengthen or direct his faith, create in him a greater sense of honor, ennoble his character, enlighten his mind, and refresh his soul. These are the things that had to have happened. And these are the very things that the modern researcher fears might have happened, and is loath to admit that such thing was possible. Yet if it could occur, and did occur only a very few miles away at the temple of Asclepius, there is no reason why it could not have occurred in the greater major ceremonial of the greater mysteries. I doubt if anything of this kind actually occurred in the lesser rites. But in the final initiation ceremony, something happened. Something had to have happened.
there are only very few things that could have happened. And when we go in another lecture in this series into the problem of Brahmin initiation, I think we may get a very good clue to this, because Pythagoras is known to have visited India, and it is quite conceivable that some of the changes that later arose in the mysteries were due to the commerce of minds between the East and West. There seems to be only one thing that could have been communicated in the Eleusinion, under its symbolism, by its rites, through its ceremonies, and perhaps through an absolute theophanic incident of some nature, a true theophany, a true experience, namely that in some way the candidate in initiation experienced the actual fact of life after death. This seems to have been about the only explanation we have. For it is still, in our world, a supreme mystery. Today, our way of life is built upon a hope of an afterlife. There was a hope of an afterlife in the time of Plato and Socrates. Socrates was not sure of it, but rather optimistic. Plato was convinced of it. Pythagoras knew it as early as the 5th and 6th centuries B.C., but he was in India. We know that Apollonius of Tyana later visited India. We have every reason to assume the possibility that it was from this type of contact that he brought back some of the information and some of the teaching that was to affect Neoplatonism, Neo-Pythagoreanism, and Gnosticism. But if in the Greek rituals, the myth of the dying god, the myth representing the death and resurrection of Attis, for whom, as for Adonis, the women wept at the gates of Jerusalem, if the mystery of the death and resurrection of the god was in some way closely associated with the mystery of the death and resurrection of human consciousness, then we have the element of a great Eucharistic mystery. We have the elements of a great resurrection rite, which we know these things were, but we know that they were rites of great rejoicing. They were not rites of fear or of intimidation. Those who came forth out of the mysteries came forth, their faces radiant as with the light of 1,000 suns, says one of the old rituals. These persons have been lifted up in some extraordinary way. Yet whatever this way was, it could not be an experience limited to one person only. It had to be something by means of which a group of persons could be simultaneously picked up in a mystery. Now, there are many ways in which such things can be done. There are many ways in which an individual can be moved from the matter-of-factness of his daily living to an experience in which he loses all definition or boundary of the possible or the impossible. And it is quite possible also that these older peoples were much more skilled in these things than we have become. But we do remember that in the early centuries of Christianity, the very church fathers who insisted, like Clement of Alexandria, that what the Christian claimed was no more than the pagan claimed, but was using different words. This is, we have every reason to suspect from their own words, the communion cup was drugged with narcotics in the early church. It is quite possible that this was an effort to reenact or to compete successfully with the rituals of the mystery. There's every suspicion of this. The oracle of Trophonius in Greece was an oracle that was served by sulphurous gases in a cave. And the person seeking the advice of the oracle slept in these fumes and had these experiences during sleep. Or the Pythian oracle at Delphi was again an oracle of fumes and vapors, where the Pythior or priest entranced upon the tripodium over the fissure from which arose volcanic fumes, was thrown into a kind of drugged trance, during which she revealed the will of the gods and the words of the gods in hexameter verse. Here we have 4 parallel examples. We have the definite story of the Epidaurian and Asclepius. We have the record of the Trophonian oracle, the record of the Delphian oracle, and the record of the early use of drugs in the Christian communion. Here we have various methods used to create some type of extrasensory experience. We know that the Druids of Britain were very skilled in anesthesia. We know that the Greeks and Romans used anesthesia, and that it was later forgotten and to a large measure rejected by early Christendom, but that these people actually performed surgery under anesthesia, and that therefore they did know the operating of narcotic drugs. In any event, let us say there are many ways in which a trance, a hypnotic state, a mesmeric state could be induced. The dactyls of Samothrace were able apparently to create various magical results by means of magnetized wands and the use of lodestone. The legends of antiquity abound with mystery. But whatever occurred at the Greek rituals would undoubtedly have been of the highest and most advanced type known at that time, perhaps far in advance of anything that we have been able to recover in the forms of lost knowledge even today. Supposing from the rituals and mysteries of Pythagoras, the Greeks had learned how to control human consciousness by music alone. This is quite possible. We are beginning to sense the possibility of it. But supposing by the knowledge of music they were actually able to create trances, that they were actually able to variously affect the internal consciousness of the human being. Or, let us say for a moment, another Pythagorean experiment later revived and worked on, color therapy. The idea that by color and by the use of lights, reflectors, and similar things, the consciousness of the individual could be reached therapeutically and psychically. Also, let us remember that primitive people from all over the world have united in discovering the tremendous psychic power of rhythm, how through their simple jungle drums and things of that nature, these primitive peoples have been able to throw themselves into an ecstasy which carried them out of this world into a strange trance-like existence. The dervishes also used the dance for this purpose, attempting to unite their own motion to cosmic motion. Supposing our Greeks also knew the power of sound, knew the mysterious vibratory rates of sound, and combining all these and perhaps other things that we do not know and have never been able to restore, we're able to involve this psychological machinery into the rituals of initiation. We can very easily sense how it would not be very hard to move a person already receptive, already expectant, already waiting breathlessly for the very presence of the gods, to be moved from a state of being a spectator to a drama, rather to the condition of being a participant in a mystery. These things have happened in private case many, many times, and we have no reason to doubt that under the skillful knowledge of highly informed persons, almost any mood or state that was desired could be conjured into existence. The modal music of the Greeks is a good example of this, and the laws and restrictions in which these modes were administered, because it was definitely affirmed by the Greeks that by modal music any condition of the soul desired could be stimulated, or the soul could be blocked in this mood. And also it was held that by music any building in Greece could be destroyed simply by vibration. Perhaps here we have the secret of the blowings of the trumpets around the walls of Jericho. Here let us say for a moment that we want to approach this thing rather psychologically. Let us remember the peyote cult. Let us remember the problems that we are now attempting to research in the psychic and clairvoyant and mystical and psychical power of mushrooms. Let us consider all these things and say to ourselves, is it possible that in some way, by some means, probably a very lawful means, a means certainly that could bring no injury or detriment to the individual, they were physicists in a rather simple way. They had already developed their knowledge of the atomic theory. They had many forms of knowledge. Knowledge would not have overwhelmed them. Even the discovery of some wonderful truth about science or art would not have changed the course of their lives profoundly, nor would these changes have been of great value to all of the initiates. Some of them might have founded schools, some might have become great and learned persons, but a percentage of these Eleusinian adepts simply returned to their own lives, to the commonplace things of their existence, but as new people, as in some way wonderfully spiritually strengthened. There doesn't seem to be any concept that we know of that could have produced this change unless it had been the actual experience of the one thing that all men fear, and that is death, or about which there is this inevitable sense of doubt, a doubt that more or less weakens our activity while we live, and a doubt that sends us with uncertainty and a certain amount of tribulation into the afterlife. All rituals of initiation, as we know, are based upon rituals of death. We know that the Egyptian rites were based upon the fact or the idea of a deceased person being led through the underworld. The whole concept then seems to be that the neophyte receiving initiation was led through the realms of the dead and brought back to life again. Once having passed through these mysterious realms, whatever they were, and for all practical purposes, there is no real value in even trying to find out what these realms were. The only thing that was of immense value and immediate value was the experience of the individual of having a life apart from body. That the destruction of the body was not the destruction of life. That he survived the disintegration of the body as a conscious living being. Now it is true that in the rituals the body was not disintegrated. But this perhaps also is not too important.
For the important thing was the realization of a conscious existence separate from body. This may have been all that was needed or indicated. The sudden realization that the body and the spirit were not the same thing. The sudden realization that the life does not cease with the body. This in itself, were it communicated, or could it be communicated, to modern man in toto, if the greater part of our leadership in this world could be composed of persons who had the full and complete factual experience of a life apart from body, and an almost certain anticipation of a continual condition of self after death, this in itself would change the entire course of human history. It would change every policy that we know. It would end forever this terrible thing which we call materialism. A materialism by which we lock man into a mortal world. Now there are many persons who sincerely believe that they believe in immortality. That actually they can say, I don't need any such a proof. I don't need to experience anything like this. But even these people, while they are talking, are not living as though they believed it. They are living not with this full comprehension. For I know many people who believe in immortality who are profoundly selfish, self-interested, and profoundly resolved to get as far as they can in this world and let the next world take care of itself. This could not occur were the experience valid. It can only be the result of an intellectual acceptance without experience. So whatever it was that the Eleusinian bestowed, it was the living experience of something. And think as we may and search as we will, there seems to be no other experience that is valid. There is no other experience which would utterly transform all men, or would produce so vast and inevitable a change in human character that the initiate was not only set apart, but in the common experience of life was found so worthy of veneration that even a king could not sit in his presence. These people were people of extraordinary power. They seemed to be people who had died and have lived again. They had something. They had been lost and had been found again, like the return of the prodigal son. Now, assuming that such a valid experience, or an experience so calculated that it seemed inevitably valid, did occur, we can say that in the records of a number of research groups in this country, incidents of this kind have been recorded. We know that many persons have had experiences that could also be explained in this way. But here there has been an isolated experience, contrary to the tradition of our people, contrary to the common acceptances of our daily living, an experience which the person may gradually talk himself out of, or think himself out of, or finally decide that what was a valid experience might have been a dream or some strange hallucination that crept over him. Change this, however, to an entirely different atmosphere. Bring this into harmony with the great tradition of your people. Bring it into the presence of those whom you most respect on earth as the true and valid interpreters of the gods. Not the clergymen of uncertain beliefs themselves, but those who were held to be the divine agents of divine purpose. Individuals whose own lives were exemplary in every way, whose wisdom was profound, and who were regarded with universal admiration and respect. Let them say these things. Let your own experience occur in these things, so that you experience truly that which your fathers have experienced. that now you are only affirming by your own participation that which has been held as the greatest good by all your people from the beginning. And you can see that we would have quite a different psychological atmosphere surrounding such an experience. It would be accepted as valid because such validity had been assumed on it and based upon it since the beginning of the history of that culture. Now, about this period also, something else may have slipped in from other areas, or may likewise have been also indigenous. And that is the gradual relationship between the experience of conscious survival of death and the possibility of rebirth. We know that Pythagoras believed in metempsychosis. We know that he was a contemporary of Buddha who taught the doctrine in India at about the same time. We know that Pythagoras was in India. We know that Hindus reached Greece as students of the Greek mysteries and the Greek colleges. We also have every reason to suspect that a nation does not have to derive this belief entirely from borrowing. And if they had wanted to borrow it, they could probably have found it no further away than Egypt. We know that Plato was generally addicted to this opinion. And we therefore realize that to him the idea of re-embodiment was not strange, distant, or difficult. It would not have been of any particular value to have included reincarnation per se in the mysteries, because it was already publicly taught. But there could have been a very valid relationship between the conscious experience of immortality and certain further insight into the relationship between the survival of consciousness and re-embodiment. Here we would come into a more complicated and advanced field from which we might gain greater insight and which might well lead the student of a great philosopher to seek out the mysteries in order that he might receive additional insight. For wherever and whatever the mysteries existed and taught, the additional insight factor must have been present, or they could not have held their spheres of influence. Now, if we wish to assume that the Greeks did create the experience of conscious separateness from the body, that also they probably taught in their rituals the metempsychosis, or the sequences of rebirth, it only then leads a very little way to the true theurgy of the Neoplatonists, namely how the experience of the fact of survival can become the basis of a great science of human regeneration, and how through this understanding and insight man may become acquainted with those secret arts and secret sciences which deal with that part of his life which is invisible and is transubstantial. We then might very well come into almost any of the concepts that we find in Yoga, Vedanta, and Zen again. Disciplines for the increase of man's ability to experience liberation from one world and transcendence in another. Disciplines for the attainment of internal consciousness. Disciplines for the regeneration of this instrument that did depart at death, or was consciously separated by the ritual of initiation. For here, presumably, if the individual suddenly found himself to be alive and not in a body, it would be inevitable that this would bring with it certain imponderable problems, one of which would be the continuance of this unbodied person, what he is like, what his nature is, what kind of a condition he must live in, where he must go, or if he is coming back, when and how he will return. Suddenly, a new world of necessary knowledge opens up, the knowledge of the right conduct of the unembodied, the knowledge of what condition or place this unembodied one will occupy between embodiments. And it is reasonably certain that this unembodied person would not find himself in the inferno of Hesiod or in the strange dark underworld of the Homeric legends. He would not find a universe like the pictures drawn in some table of Cebes by some artist under a kind of inspiration. He would undoubtedly discover and would have to face the nature of himself alone, to do as Plotinus says, experience that journey, which is the journey of the alone to that which is forever alone. The individual suddenly separated from body is separated from the whole body of knowledge. He is separated from practically everything he has ever learned. For in his unembodied state, all these arts and sciences are meaningless. The fact that he is a good salesman no longer means anything. The fact that he has accumulated, the fact that he has achieved worldly dignity, the fact that he is adjusted socially to some community in which he lives, these things suddenly lose caste and face. They are unimportant anymore. But there are other things that suddenly have to become important. Among these things, the mystery of the individual existing with himself, the kind of an existence which goes on beyond the portals that divide us from the other world. Thus, it would be perfectly natural to assume that perhaps Plato was working upon a part of the initiation ritual, coming as near to it as he dared to come, when he began to philosophize on the problem of the preparation of the human soul for an existence out of body, that this preparation has to begin here, that from the time the individual is initiated in the Greek sense, that is, become participant in the state mystery, we must ponder and consider that he is moving inevitably toward a state which he now knows, which he has now experienced, which he knows is not the end of his own memory, the end of his own hurts or grudges or difficulties, which he simply knows is the continuance of himself without body. Now, if this situation struck home to Plato, and it seems that it did, and through Socrates, Plato expounds many of his own philosophies, then it seems quite reasonable to understand the meaning of the philosophic life, why it is that the wise, whether they be Grecians or Buddhists, have always contemplated a course of conduct which was equally valuable in this world and valuable after this world ceases. By the ceasing of the world, we do not mean the end of the world, but the end of our place in the world. So if the Greeks had this concept of immortality, which we know they had, and were able to bring home to the individual, even for the 10th of a second, the total experience of his own unembodiedness, then a new universe of needs, a new universe of purposes must suddenly blaze open in the consciousness of this person. Whereas man in our present way of life comes in the end to his mysticism. By the Greek theory, apparently, man was invested with this mystical experience first. Then it was his duty to fulfill that which he had received. It was his duty to make a fact in his daily life that which had been given to him only upon the vision of the Hierophant. So now a great esoteric doctrine comes into existence. An esoteric doctrine that has not to do with all kinds of universal magics and mysteries, which has not to do with the control of elements or the talismanic formulas which have to do with success and security in this world. It is no longer a world of white magic or of black magic. Transcendentalism now becomes simply the esoteric science of man's eternal state, a state which does not essentially change whether he is bodied or unembodied, a state, however, which he loses sight of while he is embodied. So now comes this possibility, which is well and clearly shadowed in the writings of Plato, that your true esoteric doctrine in the Greek philosophy was this of outline, this planned purpose, this way of instruction for the soul which faces unembodiment. If this concept was expounded in the mysteries, then we can see how it could be arcanely set forth, as the Greeks themselves called it, to the mystic, in the mysti, those who saw through a veil darkly, or those between whom and the truth was this veil of ceremony and allegory, and those who finally saw face to face, who were brought into the living and eternal presence of the mystery itself. If in this situation, then, the person now absolutely certain, because he had passed through the experience himself, that he was a citizen of eternity, that he would be re-embodied, that he would come and go until the impurities and imperfections of his life were exhausted, and then in the end, as Pythagoras is reputed to have said in the golden verses, he will ascend into space and heaven and be one once more with the gods. That this pageantry, then, has to deal with this. That it has to deal not only with survival, but with the state of consciousness in survival. Perhaps the condition the individual occupies here has something to do with the way he is going to feel, the degree of light or darkness which will be within his nature when he is unembodied. Perhaps the Greeks would tell us, as Plato did, that if the individual departs from this body totally unenlightened, without any contemplation or consideration for the mysteries, without any striving within his own nature for improvement or self-discipline or self-direction, that in this other state he might very well be utterly confused, wandering, limping, like Corey searching for her daughter, unable to follow a straight line, obscured, or as the Greek fable says, the soul coming out of the body intoxicated with worldliness. That instead of rising serenely from this body, it is in a drunken stupor. It is unable to exist clearly. It is unable to orient itself in this other life because it has never oriented itself in the mortal life. Whereas, on the other hand, the soul, purified in life, already contemplating its own immortality, aware of the principles, the underlying, the cycles of life and death, and having achieved certain disciplines and temperances of itself, achieves the initiation, in which the soul separates itself from the body, rather than the body separating itself from the soul. The soul, therefore, in conscious freedom, achieving its own tranquility and equilibrium in space, and thereby enabled to proceed along whatever mystic course shall lead to its fulfillment. Thus, in the Greek rites, I think the real answer lay in this discipline for immortality. That in some mysterious way, these rituals either actually produce this phenomena or so skillfully represented it through some artificial means that as far as the candidate was concerned, for him it was a certain, solemn, and inevitable fact. Something that he no longer could say, I think, I hope, I believe, I wish, but would be forced out of honesty to his own nature to say without equivocation, this I know. If this knowledge of immortality was then conferred, the individual inevitably began to contemplate a universal destiny. He was no longer bound within the narrow circle of things. Now, what did he see beyond this? Did he actually behold, as Apuleius says, a blessed spectacle? Did he perceive unfolding around him the universe of causes? Again, from the visions of Plato, we gain some possible insight in this. It is quite conceivable that in this moment of freedom, man beheld the mighty hierarchs of the world, that he beheld these very things that St. Paul describes in the blessed visions of those who are the firstborn of them that sleep, and those that sleep are the uninitiated. Perhaps something of the strange ecstasis of Dante, in which he beheld the vast orders of the universe. Perhaps in that moment in which consciousness was relieved of the limitation of matter, the individual experiencing his own survival experienced also the blazing testimony of the spheres. Perhaps a world of vibration, of energy, of light, color, sound, form that we know nothing about suddenly became reality. Perhaps this was the abode of the blessed gods. Perhaps he then beheld these gods as the radiant principles they are, suspended like effulgent blossoms from the heavens. Whatever may be the ceremony, it is known that of this the initiate would not speak. We can understand why he would not speak. We could understand that to those who did not possess the insight, speech would be useless, he would merely be turned mad. And if he might be even tempted to speak, how could he, in the presence of those obligations which he had taken? Perhaps if it had only been a theatrical pageant that he beheld, or some formal rite which he had attended, these obligations would not have rested heavily upon him. But now, having experienced a world of divine things, the very world of gods from whom these obligations were imposed, it would be indeed a strangely profane and perverse person who in the presence of such an experience would be false to the rules that govern it. Therefore, I think we may say that the candidate naturally and inevitably did not communicate, that he held these matters to be the most sacred of his life, and would probably, as some of the Greeks are said to have, suffered torture rather than to reveal the mysteries. Now, if this seems a little extravagant, I doubt if we will find it to be so as an explanation for this peculiar ritualistic situation. And let us think for a moment now what happens when the mysteries of Greece finally drifted into the Roman Empire. But now we come to another problem. We know that the Romans were a very strange people that seem to have suffered from a profound inferiority complex. Like most great materialistic states, the Romans were keenly aware of their own ignorance. They knew they were barbarians and admitted it. They knew they were very successful barbarians. They knew that they could conquer culture, but they could not attain it. They realized that to the Greeks they would always be a group of uncouth barbarians. They could control the bodies of the Greeks, but Greek learning could not be controlled. And gradually, as part of the spoils of war and conquest, the Greek mysteries were transferred to Rome. Now, in all probability, with very, very few exceptions, the Greek mysteries never reached Rome, actually. It is very doubtful if the Greeks ever permitted the theophany of the mysteries to be practiced among the Romans. It is quite possible that some of their priests, some of their hierophants, still possessed this knowledge and could at will confer it. But I think that it was at the time of the transference of the mysteries to Rome that what we call the esoteric part was simply wiped away. It was never revealed. The Romans received the body of the ritual, but whatever it was that led to this experience of eternity, the Roman was not able to take. Whether it was merely a matter of the fact that he could not or would not fulfill the obligations of the mysteries, or whether by his very background he was unlearned and by being such a savage was unacceptable to the priests, we don't know. But it was in Rome that the great rituals, for example, of the Dionysiac descended into the orgies of the Bacchanalia. It was here that all of the great institutions of Greek learning were profaned. And it was also from this area that most of the opinions of modern writers about these mysteries originate. Why? For the simple reason that at this time there was nothing to conceal. The oaths and obligations were not taken seriously. The mysteries were exposed, but by this time there was nothing to expose, which was precisely the point that the Greeks was careful to protect. The time that the mysteries reached Rome, then, the true rites were no longer practiced. Now, whatever the rituals and rites were, undoubtedly, could be practiced if the need arose, at least for a time, although it is possible that with the passing of several centuries the secrets died out. There is a reason to believe that the Greek rites were practiced and observed with these magical and mystical parts as late as the 7th or 8th century of the Christian era. By this time, however, they had mingled their courses with the early Gnostic and other esoteric societies and were simply no longer state mysteries. They were then mysteries of secret schools of teachers, and the beginning of the adept tradition in the Western world. But occasionally, at least, these rituals were conferred, apparently legitimately, upon certain Romans. There is every reason, from what we are able to learn, that Cicero was initiated. That he was not initiated into the Bacchanalia, but was initiated into the genuine Dionysian rites. From this occurrence and from this circumstance, we can understand what he meant when he said that these sublime mysteries not only teach men to live well in this world, but to meet the world beyond with a good hope. This, I think, is the key to it. I think perhaps Cicero has unwittingly told the story. Another who was definitely initiated was the Emperor Julian, who was initiated at Ephesus and was initiated in the ancient way, receiving the full ritual and the mystery, whatever was being at that time practiced. And Julian probably deserved it, inasmuch as he had been all his life a profound student. He had been of considerable attainment in philosophy, though he does not compare with Plato or Plotinus. Still, he was a Neoplatonist in his own right. His great hymns to the sovereign Son and the Mother of the Gods indicates true enlightenment, and therefore it is quite reasonable to suspect that the initiation which was given to him at Ephesus was genuine. Another who was certainly initiated, and so refers to it in his own writings, was Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, whose meditations are among the great masterpieces of world literature. Marcus Aurelius was, by nature, not what we would normally call a mystic, nor what we might possibly call a stoical philosopher, with a certain eclecticism, with a certain striving after all knowledge, seeking everywhere for a truth that would sustain him. And in the sorrows and burdens of his life, Marcus Aurelius was very obviously strongly supported by sources of strength and courage within his own consciousness. It's very probable from what we can learn that the initiation of Marcus Aurelius was genuine. So the Roman period did have fragments of the mysteries, but I can find no records actually that any of these Roman initiates, Cicero, Julian, Antoninus, or many of the others, were actually initiated in Rome. They seem to have had to go to Greece, or one of the outlying Greek states, or one of the boundary states between the actual area of Roman supremacy and the unconquered world. It was only in the outskirts of the empire, far from the pressures of imperial despotism, that the genuine mysteries were conferred during the period of the Roman Empire. As far as we are able to learn also, the Emperor Justinian officially forced the closure of the Greek mysteries. He did so after his conversion to Christianity, on the grounds that, not, I think, that these mysteries were so different or so heathen, but because perhaps there was too close an affinity. For by that time, there seems to be no indication that the Christian rites retained the actual experience of the resurrection. In other words, the Christian ritual of the early centuries undoubtedly had something to do with this death and resurrection mystery, this resurrection of man from the mystery of body. But by the 6th century, this had disappeared in Christianity, and at least had retired to a symbolic state. Whereas in the Greek mysteries still celebrated outside of the Roman area of influence, there is possibility that the old rites with the actual experience of immortality were still conveyed. If such was the case, we may understand why Justinian attempted to achieve the closure of all these mysteries, and why some of them did escape, some into the Near East, and some into Gothic Europe, where they were to reappear again behind the great Nordic cycles and behind the Gothic cults and sects of the early Middle Ages. The Greek rituals, then, I believe quite definitely, had to do with this idea of the abduction of Persephone, which was the ritual of the lesser rite. In this abduction, a final arbitration is achieved, and Persephone is allowed to return to the upper world half of the year and remains as queen of Hades the other half of the year. From this, Taylor and most others have derived the concept that this represents the state of the soul, which for a certain period of time is embodied in the material world, which is equivalent to Hades, and then is released for an equal period of time to the superior world, which is the world of the unembodied. Thus, this arbitration places the soul in a cycle of necessity between embodiment and non-embodiment, which seems to be the burden of the legend of Persephone and her abduction. The greater ritual has to do with Kore, or Ceres, the goddess of the harvest. It has to do with the mystery of the grain sheaf, the very same grain that was held up by the Hierophant of Eleusis as the symbol of the Mater Deorum, or the Mother of the Gods. Kore, carrying in her hands torches, shaped like great blazing trumpets, circles the space and stars and skies of things, trying to restore her daughter, Persephone, to the upper world. She is desirous above all things that her daughter shall be relieved from this partial imprisonment in the realm of Hades, and shall come back forever to abide with the gods, because she is the goddess of spring, and when she comes back all things become green and young again. Now this wandering, this weeping, this terrible course of struggle, by means of which Persephone searches for her daughter, like another parallel fable of Orpheus descending into the underworld to rescue Eurydice, these legends and fables would all seem to indicate the philosophical mystery of the disciplines and the secrets by means of which the soul is liberated from the underworld and returns forever to the realm of light. This foreverness back to light perhaps is suggested by the parinirvana of the Buddha or the samadhi of Vedanta. It is the final emancipation of the soul from the tyranny of the kingdom of Hades. So these rituals could very well symbolically express the point, convey the idea and all that it implies, but must have finally consummated, not in symbolism, but in the living factual experience of that which was described. For in this way, not only was the neophyte initiated into the mystery itself, but he gained at the same time the clear means of interpreting fables. He became master of the fables of the ancients. He could now turn the key 7 times in the lock of symbolism and could unveil each secret that had been revealed in the ancient beliefs of his people. Thus, by means of the symbolism, man became aware of the universe of symbols. He became conscious of the fact that everything has more than one meaning, and that the fable is the key to the mystery. Having experienced the mystery, we know the fable. Having interpreted the fable, we become masters of wisdom, because all wisdom is nothing but the eternal recovery of truth from fable, of fact from appearances, of reality from illusion. All these things fitted together could make and did make the great mysteries of the Greeks real and vital institutions. And without this final thought, which is fairly well supported by our Greek and Latin authors, I think we will never be able to solve the real meaning of the mysteries. for the mysteries could only be the experience of being lifted up into light, an experience which itself is the end of man's existence in darkness. For once he knows the light, he can never again be captured completely in the darkness. Well, time is up, so we'll try it again next week. The cultural history of the Western Hemisphere prior to the advent of the European conquerors is so dim that even although in the last 50 years a great deal of work has been done, we are still in no condition or position to arrive at conclusions or to attempt a general reconstruction of the situation. Broadly speaking, there is much evidence that the three Americas have been inhabited for a very long time. Some schools of modern anthropology are even suspecting that the records of human existence in the Western Hemisphere may be as long and old as anything to be found in the Eastern Hemisphere. Be this as it may, we are almost entirely dependent upon so-called natural records. Through the excavation of mounds and the examination of ruins, we try to piece together the story of Amerindian culture. The possibility of Asiatic influence, or even European influence, cannot be eliminated, even when we think of comparatively early times. There is a general suspicion that this continent was populated from Asia. Certainly there were streams of migration over what we call the Aleutian Island chain and Bering Strait. But to me it has always seemed a little difficult to agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Hardlicke in his thinking in this direction. It seems to me that these ancient migrations do not explain the cultural pattern that existed here at the time of the conquest. It would seem more probable that travelers, adventurers, perhaps shipwrecked mariners, did reach the western continents from some other cultured area, perhaps 2, 3, or 4,000 years ago. Something happened here that is not fully explained by any of the records now available to us. Considering, for example, the possibility of migration from Asia by other routes than those at the far north, we know that certain currents are such that it is quite possible to drift from Asia to the west coast of Central America. This drift would be very largely the result of currents which, however, are not so fortunate if the wanderer wants to drift home again. Thus, they would appear to have been the possibility of a one-way travel at a very early time from Asia. We also know that down in the Polynesian area, navigation by means of very large canoes was advanced perhaps further than we realize. We know that in these areas there are canoes that can and have traveled 3, 4, 5,000 miles. That all this western land could have remained untouched by any contact with Asia or Europe or North Africa from the dawn of time until the Columbian voyages just does not seem to make sense. We do recognize the probability that the early Nordic peoples reached the northeast coast of America, and if we may trust the records in Plutarch's voyages, Greek mariners may have explored the St. Lawrence River. Certainly things did happen, and these things left real and genuine marks upon the way of life in the Western Hemisphere. I have not as yet, quite intentionally, mentioned the Atlantic hypothesis, the possibility that an Atlantic culture may have actually laid the foundation for the civilization of the Americas. There is much to suggest in the legendary and lore of the primordial inhabitants of this continent that they were aware that their culture did not originate here. They have the world deluge myth in common with most other peoples of Asia and Africa, and they have a tendency in their recordings to think toward an origin lying to the east of the American continent. This origin does not seem to be fully explained on the possibility of direct contact with Europe. For at any time when this contact would have been reasonable, Europe could not have provided that which these travelers report. So some way we feel that a cultural impetus was given to this continent, or these western lands, at a time long distant. And that at the time of this cultural impetus, it arrived from peoples already themselves cultured. If, for example, such a movement had occurred 10 or 12,000 years ago, what record do we have anywhere of a civilization that could have equipped the Western peoples for the rise of such cultures as that of the Maya or the Inca? We do not know of any such culture. This would be pre-Egyptian. It would be before the rise of the Greek culture. It would be before anything we know of Chinese culture. It would even probably antedate any reasonable concept we have of Indic culture, which may be the oldest in the world. Thus, from the probable areas from which such contact could be made, there was nothing that would have provided what these people claim to have received. Perhaps then they are justified in assuming that they brought this knowledge from a land or area which has since been submerged and lost to history. We do not wish to labor this point. Our main problem is to try to understand how certain institutions, almost identical with those of classical antiquity, which arose in the Western world and resulted in the Americas becoming part of a broad world cultural pattern. We know that prior to the Columbian voyages, that the peoples of America were not all savage. We know that Cortez, when he saw for the first time the city of Mexico, said that it was the most beautiful city on earth. He called it the Venice of the Western Hemisphere. And he said there was no city in Europe that was its equal. These people, therefore, had advanced far in arts and sciences, and were gradually building themselves a solid political situation. This, however, was interrupted and was never permitted to mature. Yet we must also realize that the city of Mexico, with all its grandeur, with the Aztec-Toltec culture complex behind it, was relatively uncivilized in comparison to the great empire of the Maya lying further to the south. For if the Aztec peoples were coming into cultural maturity, it was because they had derived their inspiration and their guidance from the more southerly tribes. It is hardly right to think of these people as tribes. They were much more than this. They were nations. They were not only nations, but they were great social commonwealths. They had good laws. And with that strange directness of spirit which so often marks these old cultures, they had found remedies for many evils which plague us even today. Many of their laws were wiser and better than our laws. And from what records we can find, particularly in the very marvelous compilations of Fra Bernardino de Sahagún, we know that these laws were kept, that virtues were actually cultivated by the people, that governments for the most part were benevolent. And as Stuart Chase points out, the Central American peoples hold the world's peace record, a great culture, a great civilization that lived and dwelt and flourished in peace for over 500 years. This situation was no doubt due in part to some kind of relative isolation. By the time the Maya culture had reached its zenith, there seems to have been little evidence that these people were aware of the situations existing in other parts of the world. The three Americas functioned in a strange aloofness. Their cultures developed with comparatively little interruption. They had few of the rugged inducements to intensive competition that we know, even though some of the tribes were warlike. This warlikeness was very primitive. It was not a highly sophisticated type of warfare. And among the Mayas, if it did arise, it was entirely defensive. And these people were not, by any means or nature, militant. In fact, they were probably one of the most pacifistic of all nations to achieve cultural maturity. Now, when we speak of the great complex of the Maya or Itzca culture, the Maya is one of those words that doesn't belong, but which we will never get rid of. This culture was not a small thing. It was a great culture. And had it been known earlier to Europe and Asia, probably would have been given precedence over even the cultures of Egypt and Greece in our estimation of human progress. But because it was far away and late of discovery, we have already established ourselves so firmly upon a Greco-Latin civilization that we had no intentions of changing our point of view. In the so-called jungles of Central America, extending from middle Mexico south through the peninsula of Yucatan and down into Central America and almost as far as Panama, there was a great complex of peoples, a complex that produced a giant bursting of metropolitan centers, great cities, splendid roads, marvelous buildings. We do not really know the population of that area, but it must have been prodigious. It must have been indeed far greater than we realize, although we still do not know how these people fed themselves. We do not know how their culture developed so successfully with such a small amount of available soil and water. But in any event, there are scattered through these jungles over 200 cities. And one or two of these cities, at least, believe it or not, had areas larger than the city of Los Angeles. And we think we hold the world's record. We do, as of the moment. Public buildings and major edifices in a number of these cities are 30 and 40 miles apart. Great remnants of marvelous plazas, boulevards, and roads bind these things together. In some of these ruins today, and they are only partly excavated, 50 or 100 public buildings of vast size group around some forgotten core of culture. 200 such cities, connected by good highways, roads that lead almost into the United States, and may have at one time extended as far as Montana on the north and the Andes on the south. We cannot truly estimate, but the city of Chichen Itza on the peninsula of Yucatan, if it was the thriving community that its buildings now indicate, could well have housed 3 or 4 million people. Yet all of it is gone. It was gone long before the Spaniards came. Where these people came from, we really do not know. Where they went, we really do not know. We have many interesting and ingenious theories, but these theories do not all add up. And although there are some who are pretty positive in their thinking, the fact really remains that a great culture arose and disappeared. That this culture was not too remote, we also realize, because the Aztecs were in contact with it, and they were not a particularly ancient people. But down on the peninsula of Yucatan, we had a civilization that produced great astronomers, whose calendar was so good that the Spaniards borrowed it to correct their own. With great institutions of medicine, a highly socialized state where there was no poverty, a highly benevolent institutional government. For while it is said that both the Mayas and the Aztecs had their emperors, and we think of them as monarchies, we should not forget that the emperors were elected, not by heredity, and that when an emperor died, his son did not succeed him. A new emperor was elected. Therefore, we had the beginning of an electional type of government. We also know that these people were highly advanced in hydraulics, that they were splendidly equipped in art, and some of the more recent paintings discovered in the temples of Bonampak and among the ruins of the old Lacandon culture would indicate that these paintings and sculpturings might well have arisen in Western Asia, perhaps even in Japan. All these mysteries finally center around the supreme mystery in the life of the people. That is the mystery of its religion. Every great culture that has ever arisen has had to have a great spiritual impetus behind it. We have no trace or track of the what might be termed indigenous religion of a primitive Amerindian. We do not know of any such religion. From the records in Central America, such as have been preserved, everything points to the fact that the faiths of all these peoples were imported doctrines. They came from elsewhere. In the great Maya culture area, which was the most advanced of the three names stand out as representing the great religious leaders. The first and most important of all these, of course, was Itzamna, the father of the Itzas, the mysterious patriarch who, like a second Noah, led his people across the oceans in ships to the peninsula of Yucatan to escape some deluge that destroyed the ancient islands of mud. Zamna is pictured in the arts of his people as an old man, either toothless or with a single crooked fang, with a large and disproportionately shaped nose. He was the son of Hunab-Ku, Lord of the Skies, was believed to have been immaculately conceived, and he brought his people not only out of another land into safety, but established among them the basic principles of their religion. He was their enlightener. He was the great teacher of these people. The second name that arises in this complex of culture is the name of Wotan. Wotan, founder of the Votanic culture empire at Palenque, is again a mysterious god. He also came from beyond the seas, from another world. He was immaculately conceived. He was wise. And when he established the great temple town of Palenque, he built there the house of darkness, where the secrets and records of his people and their origin, all these important details are said to have been properly preserved. This was also the same Wotan who was called later the navigating serpent, because it was believed that in a ship he actually made the journey to the Mediterranean, visited the Temple of Solomon, and saw the ruins of the Tower of Babel. This all belongs to culture legends, but some of them we do not really feel inclined to entirely disregard. The third and probably the best known of these culture leaders of this area was Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. He was born of the morning star, conceived of a virgin. He came from a mysterious land far away, the land of the seven colors. And he came and he brought to his people the blessings of wisdom and civilization. He was their great hero. And the totemic mask of Kukulkan is still one of the most sacred emblems to be found among the ruins of these ancient civilizations. Under other names, either as Gukomatz or later as Quetzalcoatl, this deity of the feathered serpent was venerated throughout Mexico and up into the southern tribes of the United States. Here were the great culture heroes, the founders of the mysteries. We know that the peoples of this region celebrated religious rites. We know that the Spaniards, when they first came here, were horrified by these rites. Not horrified because the rites were sanguine or terrible, but horrified because it appeared to them that these people were worshiping or practicing a false Christianity. This record is very clearly noted. And one of the reasons we are so impoverished at this time is because of the wholesale destruction of the manuscripts and books of these people by the early missionaries. These missionaries were insulted and probably quite piously disturbed by the fact that a so-called heathen, uncultured people could have such a religion. You can imagine what a missionary would feel like if he asked one of these Indians, in their strange befeatheredness, what he believed. And this Indian replied, as one of them did. He said, "I believe in one God, manifesting through three persons, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost." Yet these Indians hadn't learned this from Spaniards. The only answer the Spaniards could think of was that the devil had been working overtime. Only an infernal power could have caused these strange and distant peoples to have religious rites so similar to their own. For they learned that the son of the great god Bacab, the one and only begotten, had died for his people, had atoned with his own blood for their sins, and that even now the remnants, and there are not many, of the Lacandones still celebrate the Eucharist with the blood of the martyred God. The answer is pretty evident. There had to have been a tremendous culture platform underneath this people. One of the sources of our knowledge of these peoples and their mysteries are the Chilambalam, the sacred books of the head men of the villages. The great Chilambalam of Cozumel was for many years stored in the library at Merida, but after one of our enthusiastic archaeological teams passed through the area, the book disappeared and has never been seen again. In polite language, it was simply stolen. But in these books, which contain the record of the antiquity of the people, of their laws, of their morals, of their ethics, we know that we are dealing with a great culture and a highly advanced one. There are a number of interesting and sometimes amusing names that have been bestowed upon the buildings and the various ruin complexes of Central America. For example, at Chichen Itza, there is a building called the Nunnery, undoubtedly so called because there never were any nuns near it. This building, which was just named because it looked like an old-fashioned European monastery, or nunnery to some degree, has near it the only three-story building found in that particular complex. And on the end of that building is another little building called the chapel, or an ecclesia. And over the door of this sits the great God of heaven, seated like the Orphic deity in the luminous egg, adorned with the plumes of the Quetzal bird, surrounded by the radiance of eternal light. This mysterious being is the Heaven One, the one great God, represented as the Hindus did their Brahma, seated or standing in an egg. This deity has never been explained. Everyone who has tried to study this philosophy and these ideas has been blocked by the lack of evidence, by the lack of continuity of thought, and the fact that nearly everything we do have has been filtered through the Spaniards, which did no particular credit to the Indians by intention, and a lot of discredit to the Spaniards by consequence. The few good Spanish recorders came too late, and the whole subject is locked in an almost impenetrable darkness. At Uxmal we also have the same mystery. Over the city rises the great pyramid temple of Adivino, the house of the dwarf. What it really was, we do not know. There is also a little building, little in what we see, which is called the Dovecot, so named because of the curious open work of the front elevation of the building. But what interests us is that the front wall is over 2,000 feet from the back wall. So we had quite a building when it was in good condition. Most of these buildings stood upon great artificial pyramids, and the impressiveness of the structures touches us even when we look upon their present ruin. So out of what we have, I made quite a careful study to do what we could with this subject from the available codices, which are not too numerous, and from some of the earlier Western students, European students, like Lord Kingsborough, who are called visionaries, and from the probings and wanderings of men like Dr. Le Plongeon, who is considered a little mad. Out of all of these things put together, we try to piece into some kind of pattern the story of what the religion and belief of these people might have been and how their religions were celebrated. Everywhere the serpent appears. The serpent which has been connected with religious worship all over the world, whether it be the Nagas of India or Cambodia, whether it be the winged seraphs of the Mongolian desert, or the serpents of the Egyptian glyphs, or the ancient serpents of the priestesses of the mysteries of Samothrace. Everywhere the serpent coils out of the case that holds the book, and we find it so represented on the early coinage of the Greek states. The serpent to these people certainly represented wisdom. The winged serpent, which was almost the dragon, was their emblem of adeptship, or of a secret initiation into the mysteries. Their guardian spirits and angel, their mysterious defender, was the Quetzal bird, itself, again, a form of the phoenix. So out of the mysteries of these people come the same symbols that were used in other nations to convey the idea of initiation into the mysteries. The temples of these people, like those of Asia and the Near East, were nearly always subterranean to represent the serpent's hole. Those who went down through the mysterious passageways passed through again the same harrowing experiences that are recorded on the other side of the earth. The only book that we have now that really gives us some little consolation and insight into the mysteries of these people is the Popol Vuh. So this is the mysterious sacred book of the Kichi. And in this we have a complete story of initiation ritual. We then also begin to suspect the reason for some of the strange buildings that exist in this area. For there are certainly isolated structures far away from the general concourse of the people. Why one or two vast temples should arise by themselves in the wet jungle of Palenque or the dry jungle of Yucatan, we do not know. But somewhere amidst the barrenness of a most unhospitable region, you will see the gaunt bones of a great house, something that must in its glory, when it was covered with the bright pigmentation that ornamented the elaborate and intricate stuccoed designs, these buildings must have been things of extraordinary beauty. But why were they there? I think the Popol Vuh tells us that part of the training and the upbringing of the young warrior, of the young citizen, was that he had to make a journey, the mysterious journey that the initiates of all mysteries throughout the world have taken. He had to journey into the wilderness, and there go to one of the great shrines or sanctuaries of his people. Apparently in this region, the tendency was for the university temples to be isolated rather than to stand in the midst of cities. Now, what these temples really were, perhaps we can gather from comparison with the Egyptian. A number of scholars have sensed that there was some parallel between the Maya situation and the doctrines and philosophies of Egypt, and a number of identical symbols have been found in the languages of both these people, the written languages, with the same meanings. Therefore, there is some hope in the idea that there was a connection here at a remote time. In any event, the truth seeker went forth to prove himself. The same situation occurs on a less elaborate level among the North American Indian tribes, where it was the duty of the young man to go into the forest or into the wilderness and perform vigil for the attainment of his manhood, and in order that he might, in dream or vision, receive the name or identity of his totem or his guardian spirit. Now, of course, in the North American area, the civilization had not sufficiently developed so that institutional mysteries could exist. But in these Latin American regions, these did exist. So the young man went out in search of truth. He went out to become an initiate in his own right, to be worthy to bear the insignia of the serpent, and also to have hovering over him the protecting wings of the bird of paradise. What happened when he reached these priestly temples, we are not too sure. Even the Popol Vuh does not tell us too much. But there is the suspicion that they represented much the same thing as the priestly institutions of Egypt. Here, in all probabilities, the neophyte was accepted into the lore and legendary of his tribe. He sat with the wise ones. He sat with those who were learned. He sat with those who knew the stories of old things, and probably also with the professors of such arts and sciences as flourished in his day. I think we can safely say that higher education, as it was known to these people, was acquired through these princely or priestly institutions. It is quite possible, however, that the simple forms of knowledge were communicated in the communities themselves. And we are now dealing with a people that had a splendid and very complex written language, more difficult to interpret than the Chinese, and sufficiently subtle so that any type of scientific, literary, or poetic work could be adequately composed in it. We had a great language. More than 5,000 to 6,000 of its characters have already been identified, although not understood. So it was probably the higher knowledge, the knowledge of those things closest to the hearts and souls of men, that came through these priestly institutions. From one end of this culture to the other, we know that these people believed definitely that certain persons from among their tribes possessed supernatural powers. Wherever we have this legend of prophets or patriarchs, of ancient sages who could raise the dead and heal the sick, who had powers to stop the winds and quell the storms, had powers to see into the hearts of men and to gaze into mirrors of obsidian and read the minds of peoples at a great distance. Wherever such legends gather, we are suspicious that we are in the presence of some kind of a hierarchy which taught secret arts. we cannot assume that this type of knowledge not only came into existence, but was accepted as a symbol of authority and virtue. We cannot assume this to happen unless such institutions exist. For where supernatural powers appear among uncultured peoples, they are held in fear and disregard, and the performers of them are supposed to be witches or sorcerers. This is not the case, however, if the whole nation understands that these represent superior attributes, as in Egypt and Greece. So these people undoubtedly did have secret arts, and did practice them, and were instructed in them, and these have always been part of religion. So in the mysteries of Habalba, practiced or described in the Popol Vuh as taking place in a remote and mysterious temple in the wilderness, we are certainly in the presence of one of these initiation systems. In this particular rite, the usual circumstances are unfolded. The candidates for initiation pass through horrible experiences. They are tested. It appears that they cannot survive. They must fight against monsters. They must disentangle their minds from witchcraft and sorcery. They must remain true to their principles and hold their courage against the most terrible temptations. And finally, having gone through experiences as fantastic as anything described in the Arabian Nights Entertainment, which incidentally is a similar kind of work, these candidates, accepted finally into the temple as having proved themselves their characters and their resolutions, were then feasted, brought into the presence of a blessed spectacle, were given honor and recognition, and were safely rescued from all their difficulties. In other words, it is the typical story of man journeying through the underworld of ignorance in search of light, and finding this light by means of an organized institution, a priestly school, in which the secrets of the soul were communicated to those entitled to receive them. That such institutions existed throughout the Mayan complex, we know. We know also that from the records of these people, that their legends and their lore remind us much of the legends of the prophets of ancient Israel and other parallel culture groups. Lord Kingsborough was of the opinion that some early Christian apostles or evangelists must have reached the Western Hemisphere in the 1st century and have been responsible for some of these beliefs. And he even suspects that Quetzalcoatl, the savior god of Mexico, who is described as a fair person, mitred, and wearing a robe adorned with crosses, might possibly have been one of the apostles who went forth perhaps for some entirely different region, but was cast by adverse conditions upon the shore of the Western Hemisphere. That such a thing could have occurred is possible, for up to the present time we have no accurate report on the lives of 6 or 7 of the 12 original apostles. So we don't know too much about this. Anything might be possible. If St. Thomas reached India, why could not some other early saint have reached the Western Hemisphere? It is also possible that it would have been feasible for some Christian who had reached deep Asia to make the journey to the Western world. It is known that the Chinese reached the coast of California sometime in about 300 BC, bringing with them certain plant life and other living forms which are not to be found here, and leaving several engraved stones along our seaboard, some of which are still in existence. But in any event, from the Popol Vuh and from the remaining mysteries that have been preserved in sculpturing and in early transcriptions derived from the Christianized Indians under Spanish supervision, the pageantry unfolds pretty systematically, and we can come to only one broad conclusion, which, however, we cannot entirely fill in, and that is that sacred rites, similar to those of Egypt and India, Greece and Rome, were celebrated here for the same reasons and under almost the same symbols, and with a similar insight into the essential meaning of human consciousness and the mysteries of human life. A number of the old Aztec manuscripts which have survived are cosmological, showing the construction of the universe. And most of these cosmological documents are rather parallel to the old Chaldean beliefs relating to these things. In fact, a number of students of North American Indian philosophy have declared that the Indian cosmos, the Indian concept of the universe, throughout the eastern part of the United States and even into the western plains Indians, that this general concept is definitely Babylonian and can be almost traced in the monuments of Assyria and Persia and other similar areas. Now, with this thinking, we can turn from the Maya, which certainly possessed the highest form of this culture, to a brief thought concerning the Aztec further to the north. We know that the Aztec was the spiritual child of the Maya. The Aztec had not yet developed a full written language, but was moving toward it very rapidly at the time of the conquest. The Aztec was a more warlike, more sanguine temperament than the Maya. He was a more aggressive man by nature. But even with all this aggressiveness, he had a certain sense of honor and a certain integrity. And I think that the so-called savagery of these people has been largely exaggerated by the Spaniards, who insisted on finding some justification for trying to exterminate them. Actually, if the truth were known, these people had many good points, although it is possible that, like many other peoples who are in a semi-savage state, that they practice certain destructive excesses. But their religious system was founded again upon the cult of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. We know that their morality among their own people was excellent. We know that they had good laws and that they administered them justly. We also know that their rulers were also priests, that it was a theocratic state, that they surrounded themselves with philosophers, scholars, mystics, psychics, astrologers, and others of similar caliber, and that the government was administered in harmony with the spiritual leadership which governed and directed the people. We know also from contemporary records that these seers and astrologers accurately predicted the coming of the Spaniards long before they arrived, and warned the Emperor of Mexico to prepare himself. But the Mexicans had really no way of preparing themselves, because they had no idea whatever as to the propensities of the stranger. They were not prepared to defend themselves against him. They had nothing to compare to his horse or his gun. And it is said that the Western Hemisphere was captured or was finally conquered by a horse and a blunderbuss. These things the Indians could not cope with. But in any event, these Indians in the northern regions likewise had a religion that was essentially morally just. They had a belief in this deity Quetzalcoatl. They believed him to be a master artisan. And if they had a cult that can be paralleled to anything that we know of in the old world, perhaps it would be parallel to the Dionysian artificers of the Greeks. The cult of Quetzalcoatl was the cult of the artificers. he was represented most anciently in a long robe. He was a master of workmen. He carried within the power to melt and work metals. He was a master architect. He could prepare and design buildings. He was indeed a kind of combination of the Greek artificer and the medieval European guildmaster. It is said even by the Spaniards that the men who brought with him belonged to a guild, and that these guildsmen were the ones that introduced into this area the making of fine jewels, the making of beautiful ornaments, the casting of metals for the adornment of temples and palaces, and for the adornment of persons. That these same ones also built all kinds of devices, instruments and machines, that they were skilled in invention, and that under their tutelage these people learned how to build cities, to bring water to them, to create sewerage, to orient their buildings, to achieve the penetration of light into the inner rooms of a building through careful reflection of light from slanted walls, that they were able to drain their buildings so that a cup of water placed on the top of the most complicated edifice would ultimately drain to the ground. All of these things showed a highly advanced skill. Where did this man come from? Where did this singing band of workmen come from, who came all the way down to Chululap, who came singing down the countryside in a great procession, led by this magnificent man leaning on his staff, this man who wore the apron of a stonemason, or something of that nature. This would be a golden holiday for students of early Freemasonic tradition, because it seems as though something of this nature must be indicated. In the complexes of buildings in Central America and also in Mexico, Masonic aprons, both square and triangular, are noted, and the great mystical symbol of the red hand is to be found upon these buildings. A red hand which also appears almost identically upon the ruins of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. It is easy enough to toss these thoughts into discard, but it is not very easy to work out an answer that is big enough to take them all in. Yet this has to happen sometime, or we will never come to the end of our riddle. We do not actually know also whether under the heading of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, or Gukomats, that means the same, or Quetzalcoatl, which has the same meaning, whether we are dealing with one person or more than one person. The Mexican archaeologists, and also a good many of the German ones, are now inclined to think that this term, the feathered serpent, might have the same generic significance as the term Zoroaster in Persia. There were at least 9 Zoroasters living at widely different times, whose lives were mingled into one story. There were probably 5 persons who have been combined to make the story of Orpheus that we now have in the Greek. There were probably 5 persons by the name of Orpheus, whose name simply means, by the way, the Dark One, who finally mingled their stories and their adventures to make the one Orphic fable we know. It is quite conceivable that the story of Quetzalcoatl is not the story of one man alone, but the story of a culture hero, a hero that was reborn again and again. It is quite possible that a person attaining to a certain degree of exaltation, perhaps the hierophant of the mysteries, assumed the name and became the living exponent of the original doctrine. Just as one after another the popes of Rome took upon themselves the title Pontifex Maximus, so it is quite possible that in these central Indian areas a traditional descent of leaders all took the totem of Quetzalcoatl, or the symbol of the feathered serpent, to themselves. In any event, when we go into the this area around Mexico City, particularly at the pyramids of the sun and moon at San Juan Teotihuacan, the monuments there would imply a greater antiquity than we are inclined to assume. The American archaeologists say they were built about 1,200, 1,500 years ago. German archaeologists think they were built 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, and some of the Mexican archaeologists I have talked to about it shrug their shoulders in typical Latin manner and say, well, maybe 6,000, maybe 8,000 years, who knows? So the situation here is not exactly clear either. The old records of the Mexican people, like the records of the Egyptians about their pyramids, are fairly concise, however. The earliest records of the Mexicans imply that these were already prehistoric and forgotten monuments. No one knows who built them. In the earliest mentions of these pyramids, it is said that gods made them. In the earliest mentions of the Egyptian pyramids, they were the tombs of gods. So their actual age is hard to say. Perhaps they were long before the coming of even the hypothetical and extremely mysterious Toltecs. In any event, these buildings stood. And some of the older mazes perhaps also had the ornaments and symbols of the feathered serpent. One of these symbols was smuggled out of Mexico not too long ago after being stolen from one of these temples and offered for sale here in the United States. It was a figure of Quetzalcoatl, supposedly from one of the pyramids of the San Juan complex. So it's possible that we are dealing with a combination of factors, that this deity represents an archetypal concept of God, that this deity became embodied through his sons, and that it is sent of great teachers, great initiate priests, even great princely rulers of those ages, like the Osirian rulership of prehistoric Egypt, that these have had the same names, that they have descended, that their lives and numerous activities have been confused, and that is why, even in attempting to piece the lives of these men together, we find so many inconsistencies. There may well have been more than one. If so, we are inclined to assume that they were correct when they claimed that it was this Quetzalcoatl, or at least one of them, who, seated in a cave with the Great Earth Mother, revealed the Tonalamatl, or the mysterious calendar, which gave them the Sun-Venus system of reckoning. For it is true in this calendar, the calendar of Central America, that you can identify correctly any day of any year for hundreds of thousands of years with almost no difficulty whatsoever through a series of interlocking calendar devices. We have never developed anything like it in our culture whatever. It is again attributed to the god of the feathered serpent. All these things point to part of this initiate culture. But these people may very well have drifted north, or they may also have resulted from people drifting south from a more northerly region. And I have always felt that if we wanted to understand the true position or the true religion of these mysteries of Central America, that we would do very well to examine the rather shallower remains of our North American tribes. For it is very possibly here that we would see the archetypal devices. We would see the original patterns. Now, there are two ways in which we can approach this. One is to suspect that these migrants wandering from the north downward left some of their tribes behind. Some of their wanderers perhaps did not wish to make the long journey, broke off and did not become part of a parent culture, remained comparatively primitive and provided the wandering tribes of our North American Amerindian group. Or it is possible that stragglers or persons seeking colonization opportunities at a remote time broke away from the southern culture and came up here Malaysian, Polynesian culture. In any event, what is the problem with our North American Indians? Here we have a wide diversity of cultural attainment. Here we have also the indication that on this continent there was a gradual developing of a religious unity. The religious instincts of the North American Indians are surprisingly pure. Although these people were divided into comparatively small culture groups and that they had almost no contact outside of their own clans, these people developed inherently within their nature the most dignified, simple but solemn concepts of religious value. In the entire American Indian complex, there emerges the archetypal, primordial, and inevitable priesthood. And this priesthood is a little difficult for us to restore from our own thinking because of poor terminology, which afflicts us here very seriously also. The religious leader of the American Indian tribe we call the medicine man. It is a miserable term with no meaning that is comparable to the importance of his position. He was not one of these Indians that wandered around under servitude to some white vendor of patent medicine. The American Indian medicine priest, or whatever we want to call him, anything we really call him, no one will know what we mean unless we say medicine priest, was actually a holy man. He was a saint. He was the hierarchy, he was the agent of deity upon earth for the small world in which he lived. For some reason, nearly all American Indian culture groups divided themselves into three orders, a pattern still followed in the caravans that go across the desert of Mongolia. The moment a caravan is formed, it elects three leaders. In every American Indian tribe, there were three leaders. One was the overchief, the supreme ruler of the tribe. The second was the war chief, who had to do with the protection of the people against their enemies and against the emergencies of hazardous events and circumstances. And the third was the medicine chief. And the medicine chief was the priest who counseled. And it was rare indeed that a war chief or even the supreme chief of a tribe would make any important action without consulting the medicine priest. We know, for example, that when we see a Christian priest of the older days in his full canonicals, we find him robed. We find him, therefore, wearing, as was customary among most religions, the androgyne garments of both man and woman. In other words, the priests wore skirted vestments, and still in their robes they wear garments that resemble a feminine attire. The American Indian medicine priests did the same thing. They said among those tribes that the reason for this was that he must be distinguished from other persons, so that if by a chance the tribe was attacked by an enemy, the enemy would not accidentally kill the priest. He was supposed to be inviolate. He was not a warrior. He could never carry arms. But his counsel was considered to be as important to the vanquished and the vanquished, the victor, and he must not be injured in any combat. To do anything to him would be to bring down the wrath of heaven. The medicine priest, therefore, lived in a universe consisting, as he himself expresses it, and I have talked to several about it. I have known medicine priests. I have discussed their philosophy with them. And it is very simple.
The universe is divided into three parts, corresponding to heaven, earth, and hell. This they knew long before any white man came here. The three regions of Chaldea, Babylon, and of the ancient Jewish writers. The upper or supreme region, the overworld, was the abode of the Manidos, the great spirits. And who were the great spirits, the rulers of the world? The great spirits were the council of the eternal Father. So over all peoples, or over all the world, there must finally be one Father. And these Indians did not worship a polytheistic concept essentially. They did not worship many gods any more than the Brahmin or the Buddhist does. They worshiped attributes. They worshiped beings who personified or exemplified various aspects of the supreme deity. This supreme deity they did not know, they did not understand. They admitted this. They could not know this deity according to its essence. They could only know it according to its manifestations. And the primary manifestations of this deity were other deities, which had control over the sky and the stars and the sun and the moon. Therefore, these became the symbols of the supreme, invisible cause of all life. Here also, somewhere far above the heavens, in some mysterious abode, was the great medicine lodge. Now, as you listen to an old Plains Indian telling you about the great medicine lodge, you cannot help but think of the mysterious legends of the Gobi desert of Mongolia and of the temple of Shambhala that rises in the midst of the everlasting sun. The medicine lodge of the Indian is the seat of universal government. The medicine lodge is the place where the elders, the great ones, the Manidos who served the eternal, sat in solemn council around the council fire, and each one smoked the calumet, or the pipe of peace, and the altar of incense unto the Most High. And here these grave and ancient ones labored forever, that their children upon the earth might be led in righteousness and virtue. And it was one Indian that I talked to, as he explained it to me, smiled and said, of course we realize that this great medicine lodge and these great gods and this great Father who is beyond all, that these do not belong to us. They're not just Indians. This is the government of the whole world. We explain it for our own people. It's the great one who sits above the Manidos, who is the invisible presence around the council fire. He is not any more Indian than he is anything else. He is life. He is the great one, and wherever people are, anywhere on earth, he is also their same Father. You know, he got around to something we haven't caught up to yet. Namely, that all these things really are names for something that is universal. And out somewhere in the windy Dakotas, they realize this. But in the great cities of our churches, they do not know it yet. Perhaps these Dakotas give better air. And this heaven world is then guarded by a great being. And this great being is the thunderbird, the phoenix. He is a kind of winged creature, perhaps like the cherubs that guarded the gates of Solomon's house. And this thunderbird is the messenger. And every time he flashes his eyes, there is lightning. And when he rubs his great wings together, there is thunder. This is the mysterious messenger between heaven and earth. This is the phoenix, the symbol of the regenerated human soul, the symbol of the truth in man, which is the bridge between earth and heaven. The second region of these Indians, below the sky, is the great expanse of nature itself. Here is the human world. Here is the earth that has been given to man, as old Chief Seattle said. We are the creatures who have been given the right to make this world beautiful. And most of all, as the Indian says, we have the right to leave this world as good as we found it. And we shall do no evil to it. We shall never injure it. We shall never exploit it. We shall not tear down its trees or corrupt its earth. We will not pollute its waters or its air. We will keep them pure for those who come after us. Because if those who came before us had not kept them pure, we could not live here today. So to keep this good earth pure is very important, and to realize that it is large enough for many tribes, for many herds of buffalo, so that all men might have enough, but never large enough for any man to waste anything. Never to kill for sport, never to injure for intent, but always to use wisely and lovingly. And if we must take life, to pray to that life that it will forgive us for what we have had to do. Always thoughtfulness, always care, always prayer, always song to the sunrise, and always the strong song that is sung by the brave man when his time comes to die. This is the simple morality of a powerful cultured group, a great people, and it was worked out upon the broad plain of the earth with its mountains and its valleys. And if there was a sacred place somewhere on this earth that corresponds to the Eastern concepts of some sacred island in the Gobina, this in the west was the place of the red stone pipe quarry. Here it was that the pipe stems were quarried by all the tribes, in order that they might make the pipe of peace, which is the symbol of their altar. And no matter how much war there might be among tribes, or how evil men guarded or discarded each other, they must always enter into the place of the pipe quarry in brotherhood. For this was the place that the Great Spirit had set aside for men to make the symbols of their religion. And these must be guarded and served always with respect and supremacy. In the presence of their God, no man could raise their arms in violence. Then below the earth there was another world, a strange world that the Indian did not understand very well. But to him this underworld was not a place of punishment. The Indian had no place of punishment. I asked an Indian once why he didn't believe that there was a hell or place of punishment, as the missionary said. He smiled very frankly and said, I don't think we deserve to go to such a place, therefore why should we imagine that there is one? All Indians are good, therefore they don't worry about these things. It might be a little oversimplification, but it is still a pleasant thinking. Whereas in our way of life, nearly everyone either goes there or is sent there by somebody else. In fact, I have been told on fair authority that all the best people are there. But this other world to the Indian seems to be a sort of subterranean laboratory, for it is here that the grasses learn to grow. It is here that the great salt mother lives. It is under the earth that the spirits live who must make things to be green and the flowers to blossom. The Indian's afterworld is not really under the earth for the most part. It is in a kind of shadow twilight, somewhere between the earth and the sky. And the stars are the campfires of the brave warriors who have gone before. But they still have this idea of three worlds. A world of things beneath, where little creatures live, and where the earth mother dwelt, Mother Nature herself, And the servant of the earth mother was the serpent, because the serpent went down into its hole in the ground and whispered to the earth mother the messages of men. So the serpent is the messenger to the earth, and the phoenix is the messenger to the sky. Of course, the phoenix is called the thunderbird. Now we have a threefold universe, and over this universe, great powers forever ruling. This is the same universe that we have in other parts of the world. Now, how were these initiation rituals thought of or practiced in these times? We may divide our American Aboriginal people into about three broad groups for our present purposes. Let's not forget there were many languages and probably nearly 200 essential culture groups north of the Mexican border here in this country. But for general purposes, we can divide them into about three. One was the Plains Indians, a completely nomadic people. They were a strong, vigorous people because they were constantly moving. Therefore, they never had to live with their own refuge, which became the basis of sickness among practically all ancient peoples. The moment they become stationary, the moment they settle into some abode, there are problems which the primitive mind could not cope with. And we also then have a lessening of vitality among the people. So the Plains Indians were among the most active and robust of our Indians. Then along the eastern seaboard, we had those Indians that had become involved in the great league of the Iroquois nation and were what we might almost call civilized Indians. Civilized in the sense that they already had practically all of the basic principles of self-government, of education, of commerce, of social equity, and things of that nature before the coming of the white man. Then we have in our southwest areas the Pueblo Indians, or the house-dwelling Indians, that formed comparatively permanent habitations and began to develop a much more intense social culture, particularly involving in problems of marriage across the Pueblo and things of that nature. In the Plains Indians, the religious rituals were either part of the daily life of the people, or as in the case of the Medes and of the Ojibwe nation, temporary structures used for religious purposes, similar to the tabernacle in the wilderness used for the Jewish people. Your Eastern Indian had his long house in which his entire religious and political philosophy could be evolved, and already had reached the point where the long house had become a kind of pre-university, and the youth of all the tribes shared in certain educational adventures in connection with learning the citizenship of their tribe. In the Pueblo Indian areas, culture developed very rapidly, and in the average Pueblo, a number of secret societies formally came into existence. These secret societies pertained to many subjects, of which perhaps the most important might be the fertility society, the war society, the societies which had to do with healing and medicine, and the societies which had to do with hunting. These were the ones that perhaps were the most versatile, and there were also, in most instances, one or more of these borderline societies which had already begun to intimidate and had begun to use what was termed magic for various objectionable ends. So that there was nearly always a society among these Pueblos regarded with fear by the other medicine or culture groups. These societies were certainly secret orders. And we know from the mysterious rituals involved in the snake dance and in other of their magical rituals, as Dr. Loomis pointed out, miracles of many kinds, things that would be equal to anything attributed to a Hindu magician, were performed in the kivas and in the holy places of these medicine societies. The priests were able to make the sun shine at midnight. They were able to levitate rocks. They were able to reproduce all kinds of phenomena, thunderstorms, and things of that nature within the structure of their lodge. And their dancing feather ceremonies are well known. Even today, in some of the Navajo reservations, you can see the dancing feather ceremonies. Magic was involved in most of the ritualism of these societies. Also, the great medicine societies performing the rituals such as the Abachai or the great chant, medicine chant, shooting chant, the deer chant, the use of the sand paintings, the development of the cult of the Kachinas, or the little gods that come down from the mountains. All of these things we find fairly well developed, particularly in the areas where the community-dwelling Pueblos meet the remnants of the old southwestern plains Indians. In substance, we have much evidence of the religious ritual, and we have almost all of the basic values involved in the initiation rites of ancient times. Throughout the world, whether it be Greece or Rome, Egypt, India, or America, the initiation rites originally involved citizenship in the tribe, the nation, or the community. This citizenship had to be won by both boys and girls. And in most of the primitive ritualistic societies, both the boys and girls were initiated or had their own societies to carry them from childhood to maturity. Each group was instructed in the responsibilities of manhood or womanhood and initiated into a great deal of traditional knowledge that would be useful and necessary, and perhaps most of all initiated into a way of life in harmony with the teachings that had descended to them orally from their ancestors or from the spirit. American Indian religion did involve a great deal of spiritism, a great deal of communion with nature. It's a listening to the voices of the old and the trees and those who had gone before. The Indian did his vigil on every emergency of life, and each of these vigil experiences was like a small rite of initiation. The principal rite, however, depended for its performance upon circumstances. The lodge could either be built as the Midi was built, with its 3 rooms and its journey from west to east, with its hazards, with its symbols, and with its final communication of esoteric instruction and the bestowal of citizenship. Also, in this case, the bestowal of the medicine mystery, by which the person became, theoretically at least, capable of leading his life from his own soul. The Indian way of life was, as one has expressed it, a leading from within. He lived, for the most part, more or less isolated. He had very little contact with any except his own tribe. His entire solution to every emergency that arose had to be from within. So the whole religious mystery of the American Indian and of the Central American Indian also, in a more sophisticated manner, was this development of the leadership from within. Some of these Indians definitely did use narcotic herbs to create trances and dreams. In the ghost church cult, hypnosis was introduced, and in many other groups, magnetism, spiritism, and other beliefs and doctrines which we attribute to Europe or to other parts of the world were in use at a very early time. These forms of knowledge seemingly were innate. They were something that came to people as they grew or unfolded. They did not have to receive them by direct transmission from someone else, but perhaps they could have. This is the point that is still very difficult to clarify. So the Plains Indian that had no special medicine house, had perhaps no cultural tradition to build one, simply permitted the true seeker to go out into the wilderness and pray. This perhaps is the oldest search for God that we know, through prayer and fasting. And he went out and he created his little circle of prayer sticks, and he lit his pipe, and he burned it to the four corners of the world, and he seated himself upon the good earth and sat almost in a Buddha-like posture, and there simply waited with his hands loosely in his lap, his eyes nearly closed, his head bent, sitting alone under the stars, waiting to hear the voice of his God. And his prayer was always the same: Father, show me the way. And he would listen, and perhaps he would hear nothing. But if he did not, he would continue his vigil, day after day, night after night. He would fast and pray, until sometimes he collapsed with exhaustion. Perhaps it was only then that the vision came. But those who seemingly were more quick of vision often saw or heard almost immediately. And they lived and they accepted. Whatever they heard, that they did. There was no question, no debate, no self-interest to impose itself. Whatever was whispered to them out of the night, that they did, with their full heart and a complete confidence. One of the great medicine priests of the Ojibwe nation once described how he learned to be a healer. He admitted very definitely that this office of medicine chief was hereditary to a degree, but very often there was no one to carry it on. There was no schooling in it. Perhaps a young man observed the common remedies of his tribe, or watched a medicine priest at work, or learned some of the songs, or tried to copy some of the remedies, but there was no formal instruction. If you went out into the night and sat alone, when the time came for you to do the vigil of manhood, which was to tell you what you were to do with your life, you had to be guided by vision. No Indian would ever decide what his career is going to be, and nor would his relatives and friends. No one would say, my son is going to be a medicine priest, and perhaps do everything possible by conspiracy to make this possible. Such a thing was not done among these people. A young man went out. If he was a very thoughtful, quiet, mystic type of young man, it might be rumored among the tribe that he probably would be a priest, but this was only if the gods finally sanctioned. And when he went out and did his vigil alone, he waited for the Spirit to come and tell him. And if he beheld in his vigil the form of a thunderbird, if the thunderbird appeared to him with its great glistening eyes and its thundering wings, he knew then that he was ordained to be a priest, for he was under the wing of the great bird of heaven. If such was the case, then it was his task now to become a healer of his people. He couldn't go to school. There was no college, no American Medical Association, to which we all give thanks, and there was nothing of his kind to help him. He didn't even know one weed from another. All he knew was that heaven had intended that he become a healer. Therefore, it was heaven that must show him the way. And as this man explained to me, he began, and various people came to him, and they were sick, and the old medicine priest had died, and he had naturally become his successor. He had never studied with him, but he had respected him. And so a man came and said, I have a great pain in my side, what shall I do? Another one said, I have a tooth that hurts. The third says, I have an abscess. A fourth has broken his leg in a fall from a horse. Another one has been injured.
fighting a bear, another has been stung by a serpent. All of these people come one after the other through the years. The sick, the old, the infant, the mother to bearing her child, everything comes to the old medicine priest. And he has never been to school, and he's never had a lesson in anything. What can he do? As this one told me, there's only one thing you can do. Pray. Be silent. Hold out your hands to the sky and tell the sky to use them. We cannot use them. But he said, always when I pray, something comes. Always a voice seems to lead me. Always my eye turns to something. I am shown the way. So I go out and I look for an herb, and I cannot tell one herb from another. And he says, I sit there quietly looking over the land, and I say, Father, show me the herbs that will bring help. And he says, as I watch, a light shines from that herb. Then I go and get it, and I make the medicine, and the person gets well. This is the beginning. This was the way I think that probably all arts and sciences began. A very primitive searching in which man, because he possessed a peculiar kind of consciousness, was able by degrees to reveal to himself and through himself to others the innumerable mysteries of life as these mysteries unfold. So the medicine priest received his initiation out alone in vigil. He received it every day as he labored. And he lived always in this great lodge of heaven itself. Schoolcraft, in his great work on the American Indian, describes how some of these medicine priests, in their visions, actually believed that they were able to leave their bodies and go to the great lodge in the sky where the old ones, the great rulers of the world, were, and that they might even be asked to sit in a humble place near to these wise ones and receive the great instruction. Now if a priest, a medicine priest, was called out of his body and the great ones spoke to him, they told him the great magic. They told him the power to control the elements in the stars. They told him how to see at great distances. They told him how to travel invisibly from place to place. They told him all the secrets of the great magic of the great medicine lodge. This one then returned to his people a very high priest, invested with all miracles and wonders, and gained a great reputation. Now we might also say that this all sounds like a lot of gibberish, that anyone could pretend these things, but as my old Navajo friend, Hussein Kla, used to say, it isn't so easy to do that when you live in a community of 70 families for 70 years. Who are you going to fool? You can't fool everybody all the time. You can't make up stories that never amount to anything. You can't guess and always be right. And if anything goes wrong and somebody dies because you've made a bad guess, you can't move into another community and start over again. You start, you live, you carry the whole burden. You must either prove yourself or be disproved. And you are living forever under the watchful eyes of people who never forget. They know what you have said. You can never take it back. They know what you have promised. You can never fail. And to be sufficiently successful to hold an honored and esteemed reputation in this little family of people that has no other doctor, no other lawyer, no other priest, no other confidence, to do this, and to do it without breaking the code, holding the personal respect and admiration as well as the professional respect of these people. You cannot just be a charlatan. You cannot just make up stories. You have to be right. If you say the buffalo are 3 days' journey to the north,
the buffalo had better be there. If you say that this individual will get well, he had better get well. Maybe once in a while you can be wrong. Even the stars in the sky seem to make mistakes. But you cannot make too many. You must be right most of the time. So that whatever comes to these people comes as it does to the mysteries and initiations of the Cherokee Indians, where there are many very interesting rites and ceremonies. But always these mysteries and initiations have to do with bridging across from one world to another. They are all man searching for that which some way in his own heart he knows exists. And that is a tremendous, living, spiritual force. This is the very source and substance of the mana and of the orenda. Without these terms, without these beliefs, this great complex of peoples could not have carried on their growth through the centuries. They could not have followed faithfully in the ways of their fathers. They could not have learned the great arts that they knew, some of which we are trying to rescue before these people become extinct, or perhaps not because they die out physically, but because their culture dies out under the ridicule of stupid people. But actually, the old ways had something, and these old ways are deep and long. We have had our present beliefs for 500 years. We lived under the old way perhaps for 5 million years. Down inside of each of us, the old way is still there. And it is this old way forever coming through that brings mysticism into focus in a materialistic age. It is this old way which is the reason why materialism is a mood, but it can never finally dominate it. Because within us is this contact inwardly with the universe. Now we said in our discussion of the Greek mysteries that the great part of the mystery ritual was finally the communication of this inner spiritual reality. That man had to have a mystical experience by which he realized his victory over death. I think the same was exactly the case in the Western Hemisphere. That these mysteries, as practiced here, led, as in other regions, to the final state of conscious existence apart from body. Schoolcraft gives us another important reference, and of course he is the outstanding authority on North American Indians. He says that one of the functions of the medicine priest was to go with the dead into the other world. Here we are back in the Egyptian ritual of the dead. Therefore, when a person was dying in one of the Western tribes, the medicine priest was called in. And if according to his own insight and understanding the time had come for this soul to depart, he sat quietly in prayer or meditation beside the dying person, as the Tibetan Lama does in the ritual of the Badri. And when the death comes, the medicine priest goes into a trance. And according to the records that were preserved, the stories they told, this priest in trance leaves his body and stands beside the spirit of the deceased person. He then takes his hand very gently and with great kindliness and leads him through the night up a strange trail that is gray and mysterious, until finally he comes to a beautiful valley with a soft, radiant light. And here the Indian finds the village in the sky that is like the one he left behind. And here he is welcomed by those who went before him, and comes as an honored friend and guest into a new region of life. Schoolcraft also points out that many of these tribes believed in reincarnation. Among others that had this belief, by the way, were the primitive Indians of California. So, here we have the guide guiding the soul of the Egyptian dead through the mysteries leading to the Amentet. The Indian was not so sophisticated, therefore he did not have a judgment of the soul.
The Indian took it for granted that he did the best he could. He took it for granted that he was neither better nor worse than the average. He did not believe that his God demanded perfection of a creature whom he had never taught. He did not believe that God required virtues that the human being had no opportunity to learn or no way of applying. The Indian lived naturally. His philosophy was very simple. He says, I will be honest. I will be honorable in my dealings with everyone. I will do good whenever I can. I will never turn a hungry person from my door. I will do none of the things that it seems to me are not right. And therefore, when my time comes, I shall sing my death song proudly and go forth to my Father. I will go to the great Indian who understands Indian. I will also perhaps through him ultimately go on and on to a still greater being who understands all men. But the Indian said, whatever the old ones are that sit in my medicine lodge in the sky, they know me, they know my heart. They do not have to ask me questions. They do not have to try to decide what kind of a man I am. They know. They know my problems. And if I know in my heart that I have done as well as I could, I may go proudly into the house of my Father. All of this has a lot of mysticism in it, but it is not quite as complicated and ritualistic as in some of the other philosophies that we will consider. But out of these primitive beliefs and out of this primitive thinking, I think we can trace that which in the Aztec and Maya culture complex gradually took form. We no longer the vigil alone in the night, now the vigil alone in the great sanctuary in the wilderness. No longer the individual entirely alone, learning from the stars and from the earth, but now going into the presence of a priestly college that perhaps originated as he had previously experienced. But now this knowledge was in books. The records of the herbs and simples were known. The simple principles of surgery and dentistry were already well understood in Central America. The Incas of Peru inlaid teeth with precious stones. Many of these people performed successful trepanning on the brain, and the patient lived. We know this from the condition of the skull. So these people knew many things, but I'm sure that by the time they reached the cultural level of the Maya, it was not just by going out and sitting in the forest. Now it was a case where all this forest wisdom that had all begun the same way, now had begun to be gathered, to be put in tablets and in written form, and to be traced in the enduring memories of orders of priests. So now these neophytes received the whole instruction of his people. But he also had to test himself and prove himself. And it was undoubtedly part of his discipline that if he wished to go on from education to theurgy, that he would have to likewise be initiated, would have to again pass through the fasting and all these higher rites that ultimately opened the inner consciousness and made it possible for him again to sit with the masters of his lodge in the great house in the sky. All of the mysteries had the same grand pageantry, and also they all had all the same wonderful simplicity in a way, because they were all aimed just as Zen is aimed, toward a direct experience of something. No more just theorizing, no more just remembering, but something that happens to the person, whereby he opens his own consciousness to receive the great instruction. In the Eastern Seaboard and the mysteries of the Long House, the initiation of the child involved this element of orenda that we had mentioned before. In this type of initiation, the young person was brought into a circle of his elders whom he regarded and admired, his living elders, and here in solemn and most systematic manner he was told the story of his people. He was told of the honors that had gone before. of the bravery of his ancestors, of how good men had sacrificed their lives and their happiness in order that the tribe might survive, and how he owed to all of these who had gone before him a certain gratitude, for they had suffered and labored and died that he might live, that he might have a better kind of life. And therefore into his mind and into his heart must also flow the high resolution, the noble dedication, the commitment to the common good that was the virtue of his people. He must be like the best of the old ones and the true ones. He must accept his citizenship as the great responsibility, as the proof of his own manhood. It was his duty to guard the rights of his people, to guard their liberties, and also to guard his own nature against selfishness or anything that would destroy this beautiful chain of remembrance by which all that is good now is bound to the dreams of those who have gone before, and also in a mysterious way is born and bound to the dreams of all who will come after. So in this way, the young person received something. He felt moving into his own heart the tremendous wealth and strength of his people. He realized the privilege of being a man, the wonderful opportunity to be a true hero, to give of all of himself, to do the very best that he could ever to bring honor. And as this spirit flared up in glory within himself until he knew that he had a destiny that was worthy of a man, then the old one said the arenda had come. The mystery of consciousness had opened in this person. This young individual now saw his destiny, saw his work, recognized his place, knew that he was desperately needed, knew how much there was to be done. And in those moments of knowing, he was initiated. He became one of his people, to live with them, to labor for them, and to die with them. These were his duties. And to realize this was to have the Spirit moving strong within him. Out of these situations, I believe the mystery rituals came. And I think they developed through several stages on our Western Hemisphere, perhaps climaxing in the long house of the five nations of the Iroquois, or perhaps in the mysterious jungle temples of Xibalba. Regardless, it is part of the same mystery tradition that we trace in other parts of the world. Well, I guess our time is up, so we'll try it again next week.
Secret societies, the esoteric organizations of the world, have passed through three distinct stages with the lapse of ages. Nearly all of the great mystical schools of antiquity were essentially philosophical. That is, they approached life with the search for a better and deeper understanding of the operations of universal law. These old schools, being the repositories of the first sciences of mankind, were dominated by certain concepts of exactitude. They were religious, but their religions were very deeply philosophical and rather amazingly scientific. In their philosophy, they sought to understand in order that they could apply that which they understood to the immediate conduct of their lives. And in times when these mysteries dominated the world systems of policy, they were also devised for the purpose of contributing to the collective security of society. In those days, most of these philosophic systems were actually applied to the regulation of states and nations. And such record as we have would indicate that where this occurred, there was a marked improvement in the life of the people. Gradually, however, these ancient institutions moved from a philosophic foundation to a theological foundation. Philosophy remained. Science, to a measure, also remained. But emphasis was primarily upon the devotional aspects of religion. Out of this great cycle came most of the mystical movements which have survived to the present time. The philosopher finally came to the realization that intellectualism, no matter how idealistic it might be, led ultimately to a kind of mental stalemate. The mind, having exhausted its own potentials, was still faced with the mystery of an unsolved universe. As one scholar has pointed out, when we seek to solve the mystery of the universe, we must remember that man himself is part of this mystery and part of this universe, and that we cannot hope to solve the world mystery without solving the man mystery. This is the most difficult task which the human being ever attempted. Religion, in a way, appeared to circumvent some of these difficulties, for it held an attitude of direct devotion, the possibility of the individual experiencing in his own heart the realities of things which could not be estimated by the mind, so that beyond reason there were certain basic acceptances, and on these acceptances the good life had to be built. As Plato has told us, all learning, therefore, led finally to an enlightened believing. And the individual, having carried his quest as far as he could, and standing in the midst of a universe which he knew to be a rational entity, could then be satisfied without exploring the most remote aspects of this rational entity. He could accept. He could assume, therefore, that at the root of life was goodness, wisdom, truth, light, strength, and love. By such believing, he found his way into a more sensitive and at the same time a more simple and direct communion with the mysteries around him and within him. Thus we had the coming of many largely mystical organizations, of which such as the Sufis, the Dervishes, and a number of the mystical sects of China and Japan are examples. The third stage in the development of secret societies and esoteric groups was largely political. In the course of time, there was a gradual corruption so obvious in the management of states that it became increasingly imperative that some organization of well-minded and well-intentioned persons should arise to combat the corruption which threatened the survival of human society. Secret organizations, by their very natures, provided opportunities for the gathering of minds, for the weighing of social and political problems, for the expression of discontents, and even, we may say, the breeding of revolutions. This phase of the secret society more or less died out when it seemed that mankind was well on the way to an ordered international relationship. But as our international relationships have gradually deteriorated, and as the problems of administration have again been heavily burdened with corruption, the tendency of secret organizations has been to revive, as in the case of the Hung Association in China, to again liberate man from the despotism of conditions over which the average disorganized person has little, if any, influence. Thus we can trace the descent of attitudes and the various uses that can be made of private assembly, and how these uses can affect the human being in a number of different ways. With these thoughts in mind, we must now go back to the first age which we have considered, the time in which these secret organizations were essentially philosophical. We have already considered a number of these organizations as those of Egypt and Greece and among the primitive inhabitants of the Western Hemisphere. Now we have to turn our attention to the great expanse of Trans-Asia, fully aware that while we have become overly attentive to the development of European and Mediterranean cultures, we have been less thoughtful of that larger part of the world which is Asia, and which from the most remote time has also made a powerful contribution to the general progress of humankind. We are not certain at this date as to when and where those great institutions which were to become the glory of Asia first came into existence. But we are inclined to assume that their genesis was similar to that in other regions, that these mysteries began as with primitive people in the fertility rites, in the various seasonal festivals, and again in that most important of all ceremonies, the ceremony of initiation into citizenship in the tribe. We know that India, long before the rise of the great Aryan migrations, was populated with a people we now call the Dravidians. We know not too much of the beginnings of these people, nor are we able to estimate too perfectly their cultural level, but we are inclined to assume that it was barbaric, or at least that it belonged in an aboriginal group, perhaps not so dissimilar from the various tribal religious structures in the world today. At last, from the northern parts of the great band of the Himavat, which we call the mountains, the Himalayas, there descended a series of migrations across what is called the great Gangetic plain of India. Migrations from the north, which by degrees overwhelmed the original inhabitants and established on this continent the great social institution of the Aryas. The word Arya means the noble, or, as some affirm, the anointed, the set apart, that which has some strange or mysterious destiny in itself. But I think that this would be considered purely a local meaning, not too different from the name Eskimo, for example, which also means a chosen people. We have never been over-influenced by the Eskimos' bid for world domination, nor will we probably be wrong in assuming that nearly every nation regarded itself as the peculiar child of an inevitable destiny, and upon this built the strong processes of its bid for world power. In any event, among these ancient Aryan forebears of the modern Hindus, there were set up certain great rules and regulations of conduct. These enriched and became more complicated and involved in the course of time, and the principal rules and laws which influenced this early people are preserved for us in the Rig Veda and the Institutes of Manu. From these books we learn that the life of the ancient Aryan Hindu was very largely a ceremonial life. The primitive divisions of the caste system appointed certain distinct and inevitable labors. Each group had its tasks appointed. And most of all, it was important to these people that their blood should not be diluted by alliance with the Dravidian forebears. Therefore, rules governing intermarriage and marriage outside of the clan are strongly noted in the ancient Vedic writings. In time, however, as the cultivation of arts and sciences, philosophies, and religious convictions enriched our ancient Aryan forebears, they gradually developed in this mysterious and remote land one of the highest and most abstract cultures the world has ever known. Discussing this problem many years ago with a prominent Hindu, he pointed out that 5,000 years ago, the literacy rate in India was higher than it is in America today. In the interval, however, there has been the inevitable decline of peoples, which is for a large part the account of history. We know that in the ancient Indic lands, scientists, philosophers, scholars, poets, musicians, and artists came to great skill, that architecture was cultivated with rare understanding and insight, that many secrets of nature still unknown to us were explored and researched. And out of this entire pageantry of gradually intensifying endeavor, there rose finally the great Brahmanical colleges, which for a long time were the greatest depositories of knowledge of which we have any record. I think we may safely assume that the Brahmanic universities were, like the Egyptian schools, partly devoted to the advancements of science and partly devoted to the unfoldment of the latent potentials within the consciousness of the human being. Asia from the beginning was dominantly introversional. The Asiatic sought to explore not the furthermost parts of space, but the innermost parts of self. This has been the direction of his thinking for thousands of years, and it is only under the immediate impact of present world conditions that we find him extroverting rather frenziedly and without adequate rationalization, largely as the result of the impact of our way of life upon the more remote regions of the earth. We may therefore assume, I believe, that the rites of India, the great Brahmanic schools, taught a kind of complete knowledge. That this knowledge, because Hinduism was not only a religion, but a national and a racial religion, and those not of the race were thereby excluded from participation in its advantages, that ancient Hinduism consisted of one general system of culture which involved all the people in varying degrees, and that the life of the Hindu, whether within the temple or within the privacy of his own home, was under one broad pattern of disciplines. From the record of Pythagoras of Samos, who visited India in the 6th century before the beginning of the Christian era, and was initiated into the Brahmanical rites at Elephanta and Ellora. According to his report, these rituals were identical in meaning, identical in essence, with the initiatory rites of Persia, Egypt, and Greece, in which he had already been duly initiated. He therefore tells us that all the mystery systems of the world, European and Asiatic and North African, had the same essential doctrine, namely the unity of God, the brotherhood of man, and an exact science for the unfoldment and regeneration of human beings. These were the departments and areas of general coverage. We have particular respect for the opinion of Pythagoras in this matter, for the reason that so far as we know, he is the only non-Hindu who was ever initiated into the secret rituals of the ancient Brahmins. Others have claimed this, and I have examined and considered a number of reports claiming to be expositions or exposés of the religious mysteries of the Hindus. And I am convinced that these reports are the productions of imagination or imposture, and that so far as is generally known, Pythagoras and possibly Apollonius of Tyana are the only ones who have a valid claim to having actually participated in the inner rites of the Hindu sanctuaries. In any event, we know very little about these rites. But as we may judge to a measure the root of a tree by the tree itself, its branches, and its fruit, so we may gain some insight as to the original teachings of the Hindus by consideration of the results of these teachings as they spread out across India and later into other parts of Asia, and how through their reforms and reorganizations they became the principal vitalizing agents behind a variety of cultural achievements. Also from the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Puranas, the Bharatas, and other commentaries, we can come to a reasonable understanding of the inner life of these people, of that which was valuable and meaningful to them, of the ceremonies which were essentially required of them, their way of life, and the effect of their religion upon their immediate personal conduct. From all of these sources and by all of these observations, I think we must finally come to the conclusion that Brahmanism was a valid system of instruction, that it was taught by degrees only, that the neophytes or candidates were advanced according to their merits, and were finally entrusted with the most important knowledge possessed by that time and by that people, and that this knowledge definitely had as its heart and soul a secret science of human regeneration, that it was a science dealing with the inner life of man, the relationship between man and nature, and also the relationship between man and God, that the so-called scientific part of this training was dependent upon its religious part, and that what we call its religious part today was both scientific and philosophic, and that these people advanced such sciences as geometry, mathematics, astronomy, and music to a very advanced degree. This does not enable us to revive the details of the ancient form of Brahmanic worship. And I would seriously doubt if this could be revived even by the average Hindu of today. These belong to times far back. And since those times, there have been changes and revolutions of ideas in Asia as in other parts of the world. By degrees, the Brahmanic mysteries fell into the Brahmanic theology. And in turn, this has ultimately led to a certain Brahmanic sociology, even a Brahmanic political science. But for our purposes, I believe that we must accept that at a very ancient time, the rites of the Hindus, paralleling those of other enlightened nations, were dedicated to the most noble and constructive of purposes, and sought to create in society a valuable and integrated human being. Now we know that this declined. We know that it declined in Greece, and that the great Dionysian rituals of the Greeks are finally remembered to us only by the bacchanalian orgies of Rome. We know that in many respects, religions and philosophies have lost their essential value and have by degrees fallen into ill repute. At the same time, out of these ancient Indian schools came a series of reforms. And these reforms were, in truth, merely specializations, efforts on the part of enlightened and conscientious persons to restore the integrity and ethics of great systems that had come into decline. We like to sometimes consider Christianity to be largely a reformed Judaism, in which, as the Master himself says, he came not to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill the law and the prophets. And I think in India also, the great schools, such as the Vedanta, or the Yoga, the Tantra, and perhaps a little later, the Jain, and even we might include the Sikhs, that these different groups were essentially revealed, or their messages were revealed by persons who had received Hindu initiation, and that therefore these schools were indebted to the primary stream of Aryan culture for the essential principles of their doctrine. Some have gone so far, and perhaps with good reason, to infer or imply that Hinduism, or ancient Aryanism, as it was primordially taught, traces, or can be traced in most of the religious systems of the now existing world. That the stream of the ancient wisdom of India flowed into Europe, flowed into North Africa, and by some mysterious route, perhaps across Asia, finally even reached the Western Hemisphere long before the advent of European colonization. But regardless of how we wish to regard these stories, the fact remains that the ancient Hindus did have secret sciences, did impose certain disciplines, did initiate their disciples into various sacred formulas, did practice natural and ceremonial magic, were concerned with the intonation of the sacred names, were conversant with the principles of sidereal motion and the essential structure of the universe, had calculated the duration of the days and nights of Brahma, and had also, rather closely to our own calculations, estimated the true motions of most of the parts of the heavens. Thus, somewhere long ago, some very solid work was done. And we are all the richer for this work, although we are not too well equipped to describe the detailed circumstances. About the 6th century before the beginning of the Christian era, or very close to the time of the journey of Pythagoras to the caves of Elephanta in the harbor of Bombay, and to the Ajanta temples in the Hyderabad Deccan, a great change was being wrought in the religions and philosophies of Asia. Several great and extraordinary persons appeared, whose influence upon the cultural destiny of mankind was to be prodigious. Perhaps the most famous and most universally understood of these men was Gautama Buddha, himself a Hindu, of the caste of the warriors, and bound as an initiate into the sacred religious rites of his ancestors. In Persia arose the last of the Zoroasters, Zarathustra Spitama, and from him came clear doctrinal indication of a strong link between the religions of Persia and the religions of India. Also at this time, there flourished in China one of the most mysterious human beings who has ever lived, and that was Lao Tzu. This mystic, this transcendental sage, this self-disciplined, self-educated, self-enlightened man was to become the greatest mystic of Asia. And even today, his solitary writing, the Tao Te Ching, in only 5,000 characters, is the most inscrutable book in the world. Yet it is interesting to note that this book has suddenly become of the greatest interest and concern to us. Whereas we have gone further in the experimentation concerning the mental life of man, we begin to recognize some of the principles that were enunciated by Lao Tzu. In this same generation also, the most formal and perhaps one of the most respected men who ever lived, the philosopher Confucius, enriched China with a magnificent ethical doctrine. Confucius made no claim to any particular mystical insight. He claimed, however, that he had a mission, a destiny, and that destiny was to bring to China a way of life suitable to a civilized human being and suitable to ensure the gradual spread of enlightenment and peace, first in China and then perhaps throughout the entire world. These men, contemporaries, left so vast an impress upon the face of Asia that they largely overshadowed the older traditions which were gradually falling into decline. Yet we cannot say that these men were spontaneous productions. They themselves originated in the tradition which preceded them. They were almost certainly in their own right initiates of the sacerdotal mysteries of their nations. They were learned in the wisdom of their people, in the wisdom of old time, and in the learning of the gods. And from their various contributions, many changes came to take place in the face of Asia. Many new doctrines and ideals were promulgated. But all in all, these were merely the long extension of the Vedic law. They were the shadow of the great original instruction and teaching imparted by Manu to his people in the mysterious northern regions of the Himavat. The mysteries, as they arose in Buddhism, are somewhat more easily understood and traceable. Gautama Buddha was essentially a reformer, but he was more than this. He was a clarifier. He took from the older doctrine those essential principles which he regarded as most necessary to the enlightenment of man. He contemplated upon the sources and causes of the decline of the Brahmanic rites. He realized that by degrees opportunism had corrupted the priesthood of the Hindu mysteries, and that in order to defend their own rights and privileges, this priesthood had become more and more arrogant and more despotic, until for the average member of the East Indian community, there was little, if any, hope for spiritual enlightenment or even consolation of spirit. Gradually, form and ritual took over. The soul and spirit vanished, and only the letter of the law remained. And it was against this letter of the law that Gautama Buddha rebelled. The philosophy of Buddhism is therefore not to be regarded as essentially different from that of the older teachings. We know also that in his earnest desire to be of benefit to mankind, Buddha taught more publicly and perhaps more clearly than most of those who had preceded him. On the other hand, either because of his own ethical convictions or in respect for the obligations which he had previously assumed, Buddha throughout his entire ministry carefully avoided infringing any of the secrets or any of the esoteric doctrines essentially associated with Hinduism. In other words, he refused to take into consideration or to expound or to interpret or to elucidate those phases of Hinduism which were normally communicated under obligation. Perhaps he also felt, and this has been the general viewpoint held regarding him, that these Hindu or Brahmanic rites were either not essential to the peculiar ministry which he attempted to spread, or perhaps realizing that he was preaching in India to Hindus, that they were already well informed on these matters. There are indications in the New Testament where it would seem that Jesus followed the same procedure, not necessarily touching upon the teachings of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, who were not, by the way, quite as black as they have been painted, but regarded these other teachings as the common possession of the people. Therefore, it was not necessary to comment upon them or to make public utterance concerning their meanings. In any event, Buddha obviously refused to discuss the creation of the world, the origin of the gods, or any of those peculiar yogic and Vedantic practices with which the Hindu system was so richly encrusted. Rather, to Buddha, the entire body of philosophy and wisdom was summarized in a simple formula to assist the average person to escape from the quandaries of life and to establish a career based upon intelligence, dedication, discipline, and truth. Thus, we can definitely assume that it is not proven that Buddha was, as some have affirmed, an atheist. Had he been an atheist, he could not have been an initiated Hindu. It is not at all certain that he was even an agnostic, for had he been an agnostic, the Brahmanic temples would not have accepted him, and we know that they did. Therefore, we are justified in assuming that he simply closed off the mystery pattern, except that he used it in a way which was in no way an infringement, but based upon it a system of life which he communicated in a totally different manner. The story of Buddhism, then, has to do with a modified aspect of Hinduism, in which instead of initiating disciples in ancient stone temples far beneath the earth or in the sides of hills, the Buddhists initiated their disciples in a different way, perhaps to imply that all initiation is an internal experience. Therefore, the place where it is given is not as important as the fact that it is experienced inwardly by the devotee. There are, however, references in Buddhist literature to the fact that at one time in the early development of the sect, there were initiation rituals, even as there is a strong reference in several writings to the fact that initiation rituals were present in the early centuries of Christianity, although these have generally come to be ignored or forgotten. It is also very possible that what we call today the Apocalypse, or the Book of Revelation, was associated with the initiation rite ceremonies and dramatic presentations of the early Christians. We have reference, for example, to the fact that in a cavern of 7 rooms called the Septapana Cave, Buddhist disciples were initiated into the mysteries of their order. Some have affirmed that this room of 7 chambers was the human heart, where initiation must naturally take place. Hermes says as much to his son Tatian in regard to the great pyramid of Egypt, where he said that the pyramid stands modeled upon a human heart, because it is in the human heart that all the mysteries of godliness must be experienced. There are also further indications that with the rising of the Sangha, or the assembly, the church or association of Buddhism, that certain simple rites were given, certain ordinations, baptisms, confirmations were bestowed, and that as in the case of nearly all mystical or philosophical rituals or religions, there were public instructions and also other instructions given only to the disciples. And later, these secret instructions passed from Buddha to his legitimate arhats, or the great disciples of his order. And by these, in turn, other disciples were initiated into the mysteries of the doctrine. This type of teaching was based almost completely upon the guru system of the Hindus. And the arhats of Buddha are the gurus of his faith. They are also the holy men, the wise ones. And never will we find a closer parallel than that between the rishis of Brahmanism and the rehats and lohans of Buddha. So the general underlying structure remains approximately the same. But in Buddhism we have the rise of a democracy. We have the coming of something that was to change largely the thinking of the people of his time. And his concept of education and the principles upon which his philosophy was built finally integrated into the formation of the great University of Nalanda in central India, where the instruction which had once privately been given in the Brahmin sanctuaries or had been communicated under obligation in the valley of the Euphrates, this instruction was made available in another way. At Nalanda, which is perhaps the largest university the world has ever known, entrance was for those who desired to learn. No longer was initiation or acceptance into this institution dependent upon blood or family or caste or even creed. The great requirement was a devout determination to improve oneself. Therefore, from all over Asia, students seeking knowledge visited the wonderful community college or university, which was famous for centuries for its great lotus pools in which blue lotus flowers blossomed, it is said, throughout the year. The University of Nalanda is mentioned by a few early travelers and writers before its final decline and disappearance. These say that in this university there was a faculty of over 1,500 or 2,000 instructors, that the student body frequently numbered above 25,000 at a single time, and perhaps more, and that the university and its buildings and its student body occupied a complete city, and that here there were towers for the study of the stars, great laboratories for research into nature. Here art and medicine and law were studied, and here we are told Christianity was taught as part of comparative religion. The University of Nalanda, therefore, was much like the temple schools of Egypt and Greece, but instead of the candidate becoming initiated by oath and obligation, Buddhism simply opened the door and said, "Brother, do you wish to know? If you do, come and learn with us." This was therefore perhaps Buddha's greatest departure. He felt that it was no longer right that knowledge be held into the narrow bonds of class and caste, that all men were created with the inalienable right to know. But it is further true that most of those who attended this great college finally did take holy orders, becoming themselves monks and mystics. For we also know that in this same university the transcendental arts were taught. And here the Buddhist equivalent to the most secret arts of yoga and Vedanta were communicated. But they were communicated again in a different way, not with the ceremonial magic of ancient Hinduism, but now as forms of discipline, in which the individual imposed certain duties upon himself, in which the individual followed the original instruction given by Buddha in his last great service or sermon, as recorded in the book of the Great Decease, where he turned to his assembled disciples and said to them, "My brethren, be an island unto yourselves. Be a refuge unto yourselves. Work out your own salvation with diligence." This was the summary and substance of Buddhism, that it offered no magic, but that it provided the individual with a wonderful power to be his own magician, and that by certain meditations, disciplines, by the control and directing of habit and character, by continual abstinence from those corruptions which turn the mind from the contemplation of reality to engrossment in illusion, the Buddhists gradually obtained those internal powers which had previously been regarded as the magic of Hinduism. We know also that the struggle between Buddha and the Brahmins ended finally in the defeat of Buddhism in India. Little by little, the Brahmanic caste, the Brahmanic religion, the ancient religion of the land, encroached upon the achievements of Buddhism. Little by little, the Brahmins regained their ancient authority. And in the end, Buddhism retired to other nations and left India to its Hinduism, which in turn finally received a terrible blow with the rise of Muslim power in India. And during this rise, both the Buddhist and Brahmin monuments were mutilated or destroyed, and the temporal power of Hinduism was broken so far as India is concerned. By that time, however, most of Buddhism had departed from the land and had found haven in other and more congenial regions. Among the early arhats of Buddhism, there are many who have been variously attributed with magical powers, and practically every attribute of the ancient Egyptian, Greek initiate is to be recorded of these Buddhist arhats. They had the miraculous powers of invisibility. They could communicate themselves, they could communicate with others at a distance. They could precipitate themselves invisibly through space. And one of them, like our dear old friend Daruma, or Bodhidharma, patriarch of Zen, is said to have sailed across the China Sea on a millet stalk. These were the magics of Buddhism. But this magic is deep in the old concept of esotericism. And in the course of time, this esotericism burst forth again. It was declared that in his sermon on the Vulture's Peak, Buddha had communicated esoterically to one of his disciples the secret of universal meditation. On this occasion, therefore, there was created a secret school. And in this secret school, not only were human beings, but also creatures of the invisible regions, instructed in the mysteries of the doctrine of salvation. After the passing of Buddha, a number of years and even a few centuries elapsed. But gradually, the esoteric side of Buddhism broke through again. And that which had long been an austere philosophy now began to take on its religious complexion. So we find the second stage of Buddhism, as we suggested at the beginning, the gradual drift from a philosophy to an advanced mysticism. This advanced mysticism arose at about the beginning of the Christian era. It is a little difficult to tell just when, but this is a very interesting and vital point, and sometimes a great deal may hinge upon the clarification. Up to now, however, the documents and records are not available, but it is of course possible that, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, material relating to this critical time will ultimately be recovered. It was generally assumed that esoteric Buddhism had its great revival in the 1st century A.D., and that in some way or method there was a connection between the Mahayana school of Buddhistic mysticism and the rising school of Christianity in the Near East. That physical contact was possible, there is no doubt, for it has already been demonstrated that the Silk routes were opened, that caravans coming from China, India, Siam, then Siam, and Cambodia did reach southern Europe, and that even at the time of the Roman Empire, the Romans were wearing silk woven in China. This means that contact is quite possible, but the certainties we do not have. More recent studies, however, are inclined to push back the date of the rise of the Mahayana sect to probably the 1st century BC. If such is the case, then we have an entirely different story. But we cannot be dogmatic on this subject now. In any event, Nagarjuna found in the Iron Tower the secret books of Mahayana. It was from this structure, therefore, that a great Buddhist mysticism arose, known as the Northern School, or the School of High Buddhism, a school which reached its greatest ecclesiastical apex in the rising of Lamaism in Tibet and the establishment of the hierarchies of the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama. Here was high Buddhism, with its high mass, with all of its rites and rituals, with its saints' days and holy deeds, with everything that had to do with an involved ecclesiasticism. And not far from Lhasa itself, perched upon a nearby peak, the great magical medical monastery of Tsongkhapa, where the deepest mysteries of magic and sorcery, where the ancient teachings of the Kala Chakra and the Tantra, where yoga and all of the mysteries relating to breath, meditation, and mantram were taught and continued to be taught until the recent Russian invasion. So we have in this instance one phase of our Mahayana, and the fact that certainly initiation into Lamaism in Tibet was for centuries a most profound and elaborate ritual, divided into several degrees, with candidates advancing step by step from the more profane subjects to those that dealt entirely with sacred matters. In all of these groups, from the Hindu down through Buddhism, among the more advanced studies were those which involved the scriptures of the people. And in many areas, even today, learned Hindus or Buddhists can recite volumes almost as long as the entire Bible from memory. Great study and studentship in these specialized areas. The rise of Mahayana brought with it a kind of Eastern Gnosticism. There was a wonderful multiplication of hierarchy. The invisible worlds began to take precedence over all visible matters. The strange austerity of the Nibbana gave way to Amitabha's blessed land. And there is no doubt in the world that a large part of this ritualism and symbolism was actually ritualistic. In the Field Museum in Chicago, there is a large group of costumes and masks used by Tibetan people and those of surrounding areas such as Mongolia, Bhutan, and Nepal for the presentation of sacred dramas. Here we will see, for example, the entire paradise of Amitabha, provided for by exact costumes and masks to be worn by actors, who therefore undoubtedly presented this spectacle, much as the Egyptians performed their mysterious rituals of the dead in the crypts beneath the temples of Luxor and Karnak. Thus, in the northern school, certainly in Tibet and several other areas, there is no doubt that the rituals described in the Buddhist sutras were actually performed, that candidates were actually conducted through the mysteries of the eight worlds, that disciples seeking initiation experienced the 12 nidanas, and probably in the end came face to face with the mirror of righteousness, in which they could perceive in the dark and mysterious depths of what obsidian lens all of the mysterious happenings of their own previous lives. It was an involved system of ritualism, but it certainly existed. And there is much material in connection with this subject to be found in the Field Museum in Chicago and in a publication which they have issued, a pamphlet, dealing with the magical and mystery plays of Tibet. In other parts of Asia, Mahayana also took over in a very powerful way. I do think, however, that in most of these other regions, the gentle mystery of Buddhism became more and more entirely personal. And one of the teachings even of Mahayana was that the entire initiation rite should be accepted into the self as a phase of consciousness. It was not by seeing actors performing their rituals, or even by magical means causing invisible spirits to appear to produce various effects upon the beholders. These were not the ways of wisdom in Buddhism. Their way was that the individual in quietude should contemplate upon the mysteries of the law, and following the essential teachings of the Tathagata, should gradually come to know, to experience inwardly, to be released gradually from the pressure of worldly conditions, until finally they could rest in peace, in quiet communion with their own inner lives, to be instructed by the golden Buddha that was enshrined forever in their own hearts. This was their essential teaching. But we cannot say that this teaching was never modified, or never subject to any changes or specializations. We realize also that as Buddhism passed from one nation to another, it mingled itself very much with the local beliefs and traditions of the people, so that Buddhism became a series of admixtures. It was never the practice or habit of Buddhism to attempt the extermination of another religion, nor did it ever persecute the followers of other faiths. Rather, it settled beside them and gradually absorbed them into its own structure, or finally acknowledged that after all, both groups were worshiping the same principles under other names. This tolerance led to a very favorable relationship between Buddhism and most of the nations where its missionaries visited. We know also that among the great initiate adepts, as they were called, who are associated with the University of Nalanda, two names stand out as being of particular interest to us. One, of course, was the Blessed Guru, who brought the doctrines of Buddhism to Tibet, carrying the books across the great mountain passes, or driving oxen laden with sacred material over the mountains into the forbidding land above the snow.
And wonderfully enlightened, and with a transcendent capacity to understand the mysteries of the moral universe in which he existed. But after his time, his words, and particularly his little book, The Tao Te King, brought around a number of scholars, and schools were built about these texts, which were so mysterious, so enigmatical, that almost any possible interpretation could be given to them. Thus tremendous bodies of interpretive and commentary material were built up, and high intellectuals pondered these works year after year, gradually assembling themselves into a community of philosophic ascetics who departed from all worldly considerations to devote themselves almost exclusively to the efforts to transmute their own lower natures. Gradually also, as in Buddhism, the Taoistic point of view moved from the philosophic to the religious, and out of this motion there arose the medievalism of Taoism, which corresponds to our age of magic, the Kabbalah, alchemy, hermetic arts, and everything of this nature. We then also meet a strange assembly of Taoist arhats, or adepts, mystics initiated into the secrets of life, possessing powers beyond ordinary mortals, living for centuries, flying about the sky on the backs of cranes. All of these strange and wonderful beings either creatures of fantasy and imagination, or perhaps more severely and certainly, they refer to certain initiated teachers who had acquired through Taoism the same secret knowledge of magical arts that had once streamed from India. There is no doubt that Lao Tzu was in a position as librarian of the Chu to be in comparatively close contact with the migration of sacred writings from India, for many such works were conserved in the great libraries of the Chu dynasty. Thus, Lao Tzu actually stood as a kind of bridge between the wisdom of China and the esoteric knowledge of India. There seems to be much to imply that either Lao Tzu himself or those who came after him drank of this fountain of Indian wisdom and lore, and that out of the original Taoism there developed a form of magic, a transcendentalism, a form of Tantra, around which an enormous literature was built and about which innumerable miracles are recorded, became a very fascinating subject. Also that there was a mysterious place called the Jade Mountains, perhaps hidden away in the most remote parts of the Diamond Mountains of Korea. And here the adepts and initiates of Taoism dwelt together in an eternal garden. And from this strange, mysterious center, they sent teachers into the world and contributed their part to the invisible government of mankind. This all becomes extremely legendary and extremely complicated. But out of all the legendary and lore, we gain some landmarks, and among these landmarks are indications that Taoism also was at one time presented as a dramatic spectacle, that dramas, theatrical productions, and other performances were given, that these various deities and genii were embodied or impersonated by priests, and that there was a secret and mysterious ritual which unfolded some of the esoteric elements of the subject. Now with Confucianism we do not have too much of this element. Confucianism was very largely a formal intellectualism. It was a deep and penetrating system. It was morally magnificent, ethically sublime. But Confucius himself left to Lao Tzu all the mysteries of the faith. He lived a very solemn and informed teacher with tremendous insight, tremendous integrity. But as far as we can learn, he was not involved in the establishment of secret or magical schools. He was undoubtedly himself, however, a member of the essential religious system of his time, the ancient religion of China. And it is quite possible that from birth on through life, this religion bestowed certain formulas, certain symbols, certain obligations upon the Chinese gentleman or the Chinese scholar, and that the principles of the basic faith of his nation, as communicated by Fu He, the eternal emperor, was communicated with the education of the classics in the great university system of China. Now, as we study these different elements and factors, we come upon one or two other interesting points, which I think are worth considering. Gradually, beginning about the 7th century, perhaps a little earlier, Buddhism, which had reached Korea, began to drift over into Japan as a result of the wonderful insight, piety, and skill of Shotoku Taisei, the Prince Regent of Japan. This far-sighted man helped to build the first monasteries and to bring the faith to the Japanese people. And in the rise of Japanese Buddhism, we come upon a variety of extensions of various esoteric systems. Practically all of the Japanese schools of Buddhism, directly or indirectly, originated in China or Korea, and more remotely in India. In the very beautiful old city of Nara, where the Horyuji Temple is,
there are murals on the walls which unfortunately were badly damaged by fire in 1949 but have been restored. Murals of Buddhist ritual, Buddhist symbolism, that are almost identical with the paintings on the Ajanta caves of central India. Thus we have every reason to believe that Indian influence reached to the mysterious islands of the dragonfly, as ancient Japan was called. In Japan, there were many sects, and each of these sects of Buddhism developed certain peculiar symbolisms of its own. Perhaps the most interesting from a symbolic and ritualistic standpoint of the Japanese sects is the Shingon-shu, or the Shingon sect. This was founded by a most enlightened monk, mystic, Kobodaishi. The story of Kobodaishi is that when he was a very small child, he would kneel on the floor in prayer and Buddha would come to him and teach him. There is a very beautiful painting of the child Kobodaishi seated upon the blossom of a lotus with his hands clasped in prayer, adoring the invisible presence of Buddha. This child grew up to become one of the great religious leaders of his time. But like several other famous persons in different parts of the world, Kobodaishi was a universal genius. He was an architect, an artist, a musician. He helped to build cities and build temples and drain swamps. He was a master of literature and of letters and of art. He was accredited with the power of magic and of healing. And he is even said to have contributed very much to the improvement and simplification of the Japanese language. He was just one of these universal geniuses. But the most important contribution that he made was to bring over from Central Asia the great system of mandala worship, or the worship of secret magical designs and figures. The Shingon-shu, therefore, is represented in Japanese art by some of the most extraordinary designs that are known in the religious world today. These designs are all symbolic representations of the universe, and may be divided essentially into two groups: those designs which have to do with the invisible causal or divine universe, and that group which has to do with the visible universe of effects in all of its attributes. To simplify and yet clarify the mysterious relationships between the visible and the invisible, Kobodaishi used a language of Buddhistic figures, substituting in some cases letters of the Sanskrit alphabet for the actual deities, and arranging these deities in the most interesting, amazing mathematical formulas to inspire meditation and the advancement of man's spiritual destiny. The designs and symbols used in the production of these mandalas has not changed since they were originally devised, and all religious artists have copied them from generation to generation. They are meditation pictures, and again are startlingly reminiscent in many aspects with the teachings of the systems of Raja and Dana Yoga. Kobodaishi, it is said, never died, but went to sleep in his tomb because he was bored to distraction by the vanities of the world. Regardless of that, it is believed that sometime he will come forth at the right day and restore the ancient structure of esoteric Buddhism. Who knows? Another interesting personality in the rise of Japanese Buddhism was Shonen Nichiren. Nichiren was an entirely different type of man, a rather gruff, unpleasant person, and more or less of a fanatic. But he arose at a moment when Japan was threatened by invasion by Genghis Khan and his Mongols, and it was therefore a most timely and expedient thing that the people should be brought together in some strong and simple faith. The doctrine of Nichiren is based upon one very simple thing, namely that in any emergency, in any crisis of life, at any time of great need or prayer, a need of great sustenance or courage, the mind should simply seat itself firmly upon the realization of the scripture of the lotus,
and that by merely quietly holding the words of Buddha in the mind, all doubt and uncertainty would vanish away. It was a very simple belief, and it did gain a large following and still has a large following. Now in Japan, in addition to the rise of various Buddhistic sects, of which possibly the most austere but the most interesting to us today is Zen, there was a nature worship, an essential religion belonging to the people, a religion founded also in strange mystic and psychic rituals and rites. This religion was Shinto, and Shinto was a worship of kamis, or spirits, or beings. Most perhaps familiar to us is that part of Shinto which deals with the worship of the emperor, or deified heroes. In any event, however, Shinto has given Japan one of its great and important gifts, and that has been its love of nature, its tremendous adoration for the consciousness everywhere present in natural things. In Nara also, the city we previously mentioned, is the great Kasura Palace, one of the most beautiful examples of architecture in the world, and this was essentially a Shinto monument. It has been visited by millions of people all over the world who have found in its gardens and buildings an exquisite design that in itself inspires the loftiest and most sublime religious feelings. And this is regardless of the religion to which you may belong. It is simply the religion of beauty, the religion of graciousness and simplicity, as part of the great essential doctrine of Shinto. The Shinto faith has its own sacred books, which are combinations of cosmological and historical accounts. The principal ones of these are called the Kojiki and the Nihonji. These books deal with the prehistoric foundation of Japan, the myths and legends relating to the gods, the establishment of the royal dynasty, and its descent from Amaterasu Omikami, goddess of the sun, and all of the various legends and incidents which make up the first several centuries of Japanese history. These books are held to be sacred because in Shinto history is sacred. And Shinto justifies this on the simple grounds that history is sacred because history teaches. History teaches us as Scripture teaches us. So there can be no Scripture more valid than history, which shows clearly and beyond doubt how all action results in natural and appropriate reaction, how evil destroys itself, how corruption overflows and destroys its own power, how dictators rise and fall, and most of all in history we find the inevitable emergence of the ordinary person as the one most loved and honored by the gods. The esotericism of Shinto consists of meetings and assemblies held not only for dramatic purposes, for the preservation and perpetuation of the No theater and the other high forms of Nara and Kamakura artistry, but in Shintoism we have a strong survival of spiritism. In Shintoism we have Oriental spiritualism. We have mediumship, the tilting of tables, the materializing of objects, teleportation from one place to another. We have the development of secret arts and sciences concerning the control of the body. And out of the combination of Shinto and Buddhism, we have such doctrines as those of Judo, in which in the lower grades we have discipline and body control, and in the higher grades a deep and profound esoteric knowledge of the nerve centers of the human body and how these can be manipulated to destroy life or to restore it after the individual is dead. All these points have a little something to do with Shinto. Shinto, represented to our mind largely by the red torii gate or the beautiful inverted fan-shaped cone of Fujiyama, is in reality a ritual of kinship with life. It is the ritual of the cherry tree viewing. It is the ritual of the night of the full moon, when the whole community goes out simply to gaze upon beauty. It is the ritual of the 17-syllable poem. It is the ritual of the unpainted walls, the mysterious festivals of the dead, when it is believed that the country of these people is so beautiful that once a year even the dead wish to leave paradise and return to the gardens of the Katura. This type of thinking is Shinto, and we cannot say that it is not a valid religion. We cannot say that while it worships nature in numerous personified and non-personified attributes, that it has not discovered the spirituality of the bird, the spirituality of the laws governing the life and death of the butterfly, a spirituality which comes forth in the most simple reverence for the common things of life, and yet at the same time, influenced by Zen, becomes a complete self-discipline in which the individual becomes almost impregnable simply because he has lost all trace of fear. These various phases of our subject, I think, are worth some consideration. Now, across the entire surface of the areas which we have been considering, China, even India to a lesser degree, because by this time India was pretty well out of the old religious picture, but wherever Buddhism certainly extended its sphere of influence, secret societies began to develop their third aspect, and that was political. And in the rise of the political societies in Asia, we do not have a clean and complete break away from the older doctrines. We have the rise of a new type of interpretation. Perhaps no phase of this is more interesting than the Hung Society of China, or the Heaven and Earth Federation. Here we find flowing into a definite secret society with rights, degrees, passwords, grips, symbols, with the ornamentations, jewels, and adornments of the lodge, with all the means of recognition, all of the rites of preparation and purification, all of the most severe and strict obligations of conduct and character, and a lodge room properly decorated and symbolically populated with officers and various personalities representing both physical and spiritual realities. Here in the Assembly of Heaven and Earth, or the Hung Association, we have a secret society in Asia which is based upon a mingling of Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and Joss, which is the Chinese equivalent of Shinto. All of which makes a rather complicated picture, but then these secret societies were always a little complicated, and that is one of the reasons why the initiates never tired of trying to explore the subject a little further. In the Heaven and Earth Association, or the Hung Society, we had also the culmination of 500 years of Chinese political unrest. We had one dynasty of corrupt rulers after another. We had gradual decline of the rights of the people. We had, therefore, a situation in which Buddhist leaders, Confucianists, and Taoists especially, forgot whatever differences there may have been among them, and united for the simple purpose of preserving China. Now, they had an idea behind this, which is a little different, perhaps, from our viewpoint, because when we unite to preserve something, we immediately start waving a banner, and first thing you know, we have a John Birch Society or something in our midst. The Chinese did it differently. The Chinese took the attitude that the beginning of the liberation of China was the education of the individual in those values which were essential to his own proper living and to the preservation of society. So the Heaven and Earth Association sought to educate the ignorant millions of China. It had to be a secret society, or it would have been exterminated by those who wanted no one but themselves to be educated. And China had not forgotten that one of their emperors, who was unable to attain much scholarship himself, condemned all of the learned intellectuals, the artists, the musicians, the sculptors, the philosophers, astronomers, and priests of China to go out into the desert and build a wall for him. And thus it was that the Great Wall of China came into being. So the Chinese did not dare to expose their hands. And the question then arose, which has frequently arisen in secret societies, how to educate an individual painlessly, quickly, and adequately. We have never really solved this one ourselves, but it is a good thought. Instead, therefore, of settling down to the present system of curriculum, which may or may not be effective in about 18 years, the Chinese had to work out a system whereby certain essential ideas could be quickly and adequately communicated. And they did this through ritualism. They did it by presenting the candidate with certain spectacles, attended by solemnity. They caused him to be deeply mindful of what he was experiencing. He regarded himself as peculiarly privileged in that he could be present, and that therefore he had a great obligation. For having attained this knowledge, he must use it, and he must also protect it at all costs from the profane. Thus, in a comparatively short time, a great ethical, moral instruction was transferred. The individual did not necessarily become skilled in arts and sciences, but he did become skilled in the concept of right and wrong, which we have more or less completely lost sight of. He was skilled in dedication, devotion, and honor. He was skilled in fraternity, in willingness to defend and support those things which he held to be right, even at the expense of his own life. He was taught to obey. He learned to discipline his own faculties and powers. And he received a strange inner vision of what the gods wanted of man, which to these people was the greatest of all instruction. To know what the universe wants, to know how to be a faithful custodian of universal knowledge, how to apply principles to those ends which are of the common utility to all. These are the truths which education must essentially communicate. So in the association of heaven and earth, the candidate was told the meaning of the various myths and legends which in popular living he had general acceptance. Almost all the characters of Buddhism, with which we are familiar, the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin, the gracious Lady of Compassion, the Bodhisattva Manjushri, the Lord of Wisdom, the Bodhisattva Seichi, the God of Strength and Truth, and dear old Hopai, the rotund Bodhisattva, who is a symbolic representation of Maitreya, the Buddha to be. All of these appear in the rituals of the Hung Association. Parts, masks, and all, they come to communicate something of their doctrine, to bind the candidate to the old and the true, to remind him of the mysterious truth locked in mythology. And I think it is quite possible that the same was true in China, that was true in Greece, and that many of the popular legends now circulated in China were originally part of the ritual of the Hung Association. In any event, this association did struggle on, did make its place politically, did accomplish the first liberation of China, and did establish the democracy of the Chinese people under its own appointed initiate leader, Dr. Sun Yat-sen. The Hung Association was therefore evidence of a long descent, a descent of ideas, and the continuance and preservation of a priceless heritage of conviction, which is tremendously important to the average person, tremendously important to all of us, to have a little of that sentimentality about us, that we like to believe, we like to hope that the great truths that we have held sacred are real, are important, and can result in a universal advantage for mankind. In Japan, we also find the rise of political society. Japan had a very rocky historical background, and after the disappearance of the gods and those great princes descended from Jimmu Tenmu, the first emperor of Japan, there were troubles, one trouble after another. These troubles resulted in centuries of civil wars, resulted in misery and pain to thousands of people. And little by little, the dynasties and powers of the people were exploited. The emperor was practically a religious exile, with no temporal authority whatever, and one powerful family after another. At one time, the Fujiwara family, and at another time, the great Minamotos ruled tyrannically as military dictators, forming what was called the curtain government. These leaders paid hollow homage to the emperor, but actually ran the country in their own way. After a while, however, there arose among the Japanese people one rather strong, not particularly desirable, and certainly utterly despotic person, but still a born natural leader, and that was Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi was to a certain degree the Oliver Cromwell of Japan. Others have likened him to Napoleon, but I think the Cromwell parallel is perhaps the most apt. He became, so to say, Lord Protector. He was not officially a shogun or ruler because he came from a comparatively humble family and was not accepted socially. On the other hand, no one could refuse him on any other level than the social standing. On one occasion, he wished to have an interview with the emperor, but because of his low social status, was not permitted to enter the imperial presence. With the kind of foresight that made him one of the most powerful men of his country, he simply leaned over and, seeing the son of the emperor standing nearby, picked up the child in his arms and walked past the guards and into the imperial presence. No one dared to touch him because he was carrying the emperor's son. This was his way of doing things, and he got things done. But his son was not much of a help any more than the son of Oliver Cromwell was a particular success. And another family, the great family of the Tokugawa, came into power. And the Tokugawa, under the leadership of its first great founding member, Ieyasu, became the ruling power in Japan for nearly 250 years. In this time, peace was restored. The condition of the people constantly improved. The merchant took the place of the aristocrat. The samurai went entirely out of fashion and became hopelessly in debt to the ordinary shopkeepers. Gradually, a powerful, protected democracy arose. The Tokugawa shoguns were at one moment strict and the next lax. They made many laws that nobody could keep, and then they insisted on the keeping of a number of laws that they had never made. But at the same time, all in all, things went along rather well until the first impact of Western culture upon the Japanese people. At this time, trouble started to brew when it became obvious that the great hierarchy of the Tokugawa was coming to an end. Then, at this moment, we had another rise of secret societies, this time in Japan. Now, they may have come along earlier because back many, many centuries before, the great Japanese hero, Yoshitsune, was said to have been educated in a forest by a group of strange birdmen called Tengu. Under the rulership of a strange and mysterious person, the Dai Tengu, this hero and prince became the most fearless and skilled of warriors. Now, no one has ever been able to quite decide who the Tengu was, who the Tengu were. I suspect very strongly that they were a little like the Robin Hood's forces in Sherwood Forest. I suspect that the Tengu were an anti-social political group. They were supposed to have had large noses, and this causes some people to think that they might have been the remnants of Europeans who had, for some reason or another, gotten into Japan and couldn't get out. This was a little supported also by the fact that the Dai-Tengu was represented with red hair. This was not possible to a Japanese, so perhaps it had something to do with foreign background. But in any way, the legend gradually spread that in the forests and mountains and hidden places of Japan, there were mysterious beings who were ever ready to help the oppressed, to whom those in trouble could turn for assistance, for relief, even for food. That all you had to do really was to proclaim yourself the son of liberty and go out in the forest, and a Tengu was bound to find you. Well, this suggests something, and it doesn't necessarily suggest anything metaphysical. It suggests more definitely and practically that there was a gradual building up of an order of people, an order of men, dedicated to the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate. Now, if this is doubted, let us remember what happened in Mexico at the time of Miguel Hidalgo. Mexico at that time, of course, was not permitted to have secret societies. But in the place of what we would call secret societies today, the Mexicans developed what were called reading circles. These reading circles were composed presumably of poets who sat down together and read their poetry, a most innocuous pursuit. Although probably in good Spanish it was very charming. But it is quite difficult to imagine some of the fiery characters which were associated with the Mexican labors of liberation as being particularly addicted to verse or to versification. But we do know that the so-called reading societies were the only way in which freedom-loving persons could find an excuse for assembly without danger of persecution. It became more or less like the alchemist. If anyone was foolish enough to spend his evening with poetry or making gold, you might as well let him do it. So in this way, the difficulties were avoided. Now in Japan, at about the time in which the legends of the Tengu were getting good, solid ground, there arose in Tokyo, which was the actual seat of the Tokugawa shogunate, a large group of reading circles. Now these reading circles also consisted of poets. These poets, however, were perhaps a little briefer than the Mexican ones because they seldom did a poem over 3 lines or 17 syllables, which meant they could do a number of poems successfully in one evening. But these reading circles found also that they had further troubles, and that the only way in which they could function at all was to hide themselves away in the least suspected and possible quarter. So they retired into what would be the European equivalent of Montmartre, or the art district and colony of Tokyo, an area without morals or without supervision. And here they very quietly plotted the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. And in their little prints and paintings and pictures and so forth, they hid symbolically the whole story of their intent. They also worked out a very beautiful language of flower arrangement in which they could communicate with each other entirely by floral designs. They devised many different tricks and subterfuges, even weaving some of their important projects into brocades And after having woven into this brocade some sentiments such as down with the shogunate, they then proceeded to sell the shogun the brocade, and he very happily and gloriously wore it. This was a true example of the spirit of the time. But out of it all, things happened. And all of a sudden, with a crash, the 2.5-century control of Japan by the military dictatorship fell apart. Practically every force upon which the military depended for protection turned against them. They found that their ranks had been riddled with some kind of treason, and they were never able to find out what it was. But actually, the Japanese people were wiser than the secluded shoguns who liked to sit back somewhere in their palaces and play Go or something of that nature. They were not realists. The merchants at Nagasaki and Osaka were realists. They saw the Western world opening. They saw that it was inevitable that Japan would have to finally become one of the great family of nations. And when the government failed to make the necessary adjustment, these secret societies moved in their political function very much as the Hung Society moved in China. Yet the Japanese political societies also had religious backgrounds. They used the same symbolism, the same legends, the same stories. And many of the legends which we find in the tales of the Genji or in the wonderful stories attributed to the Lady Murasaki, these legends come back in the rituals of these secret societies. And there is no doubt in the world that by double talk they managed to protect themselves against the animosities and persecutions of their time. The final end of the Japanese secret societies was the re-establishment of the empire in the person of the great Emperor Meiji. And it is from the restoration of the monarchy and the end of the Tokugawa shogunate that the advancement of Japan in world affairs is to be measured. There is no doubt that in terms of his own people, the Emperor Meiji was one of the greatest benefactors in the history of Japan. He was largely restored to office by the activity of these societies working under the surface of Japanese life. So we have here a few examples of the points that we wish to make, namely that there is this common pattern of procedure to be found in practically all of the nations of Asia. We find that even in small countries where large movements were not practical, there arose heroes like King Mangut of Siam, who became the spearheads of progress and who used the knowledge which they possessed for the advancement of their people. This brings us to one point which I think is very interesting as we study Oriental religion. I think this point we should all remember. As far as in some instances we like to think or believe in our own way that religion has been opposed to science, has been opposed to progress, I think we should realize that in Asia this was not consistently the case. Practically all religion was for progress. Religion was for the advancement of man and not for the repression of man. And from the time of the collapse of the older and corrupted Brahmanic rites which had fallen into disrepute, from that time on, religion in Asia was almost without exception devoted to the advancement of knowledge. Buddhism, Shintoism, Taoism, and Confucianism all respected progress. There was no talk whatever of a religion coming in conflict with science. There was no consideration of a materialism at the expense of religion. In India there were materialistic sects, and there have been in most other Asiatic countries. But these sects were never particularly meaningful, and no one even bothered to persecute them. For the most part, the entire history of Eastern religion was perhaps from its ancient Aryan roots, that the more we know, the more we grow, the more we unfold the esoteric and mystical parts of our own natures, the better people we are religiously speaking. That God wants man to know, because it is only the person who knows who can legitimately and honorably cooperate. It is only the person who knows that can glorify God. There is no glorification for God or man in the rulership of an ignorant world. Therefore, as a prince is only honored if his people are enlightened, so a universe only honors God by becoming enlightened, becoming aware of the divine plan and the divine purpose, to the advancement of every form of knowledge and insight available to the human being. So everywhere in the East, we find religion either publicly or privately, either through its physical and visible manifestation or through its esoteric and secret teaching. Everywhere we find it encouraging the human being to know, rewarding science, rewarding art, rewarding philosophy, and actually rewarding the non-believer if he was still a person making a valid contribution. So whereas we divide religion in the West very largely from our daily life as far as the common practices are concerned, in the Orient there has never been such a division. Religion moves into life as the garden moves into the house. Religion is just as much a part of our daily experience as any secular subject. There is no division. And because this is true, the people live more or less in a constant atmosphere of religious acceptances. And because of these acceptances, we find they have the capacity for a quiet, disciplined existence, an existence in which beauty, harmony, and truth are constantly available forces and factors. We certainly hope that we have some concern, but we certainly hope that the westernizing of Asia will not destroy too much of this ancient pattern, because someday this pattern must either be world cultivated or we shall all be in difficulty. Some think today that this pattern, which was Asia for the last 5,000 years, is going to move into the West, that the West will become the custodian of Asiatic introversion, and while the East, or Asia, becomes constantly more westernized, that we will find the increasing need for the strengthening of our internal life. Whether it be in the Far East, as in India, China, Japan, or in the Near East, as in Persia, Arabia, Syria, the religious mysteries have always had to do with this enrichment and evolution of man's internal life. What would you say then, we might ask, is the condition of these esoteric orders at this time in Asia? Do they still exist? I think there's absolutely no doubt whatever that the old esoteric orders do exist. I think some of them are corrupt. I think some of them are now perhaps legitimately represented by only a handful of persons who have become deeply inspired and deeply aware of the truth involved. I think some of the older faiths cease and have been partly restored by later students, so that there are breaks in the line of descent. I think the Buddhist mysteries are still practiced, particularly in the less accessible areas. But there is a strong esoteric doctrine in Japan under Shingon, and a very deep philosophical mysticism under Zen. I think what we call psychic manifestation, and to a large part the ancient spiritistic rites of primitive people, including our own American Indians, are still practiced by Shinto. There is no doubt that in Islam, the hierarchy of the Sufis, the Dervishes, the Druzes, and other esoteric groups, that such hierarchy is still functioning strongly and consistently. There is probably a stronger esoteric hierarchy structure under Islam than under any other faith in the world today. In India, the mystical sects, which stemmed from Hinduism, are still strong. Hinduism itself is at this time an uncertain quantity. There seems much to indicate that, like most of the ancient religions of the West, its essential secrets have more or less perished, or perhaps more correctly, have been absorbed into their own descendants, that is, into the 10 systems of philosophy that stemmed from Hinduism at a very ancient time. I think there's no doubt at all that the best part of Hinduism did survive in Yoga, Vedanta, Buddhism, and in the sect of the Jains. That China still has secret societies functioning, we know. That secret societies are beginning to take a considerable part in Korean existence, particularly on the boundary areas between North and South Korea, we also know. We know that China is again rehabilitating the Hung Society to get rid of its present overlords. There is much evidence in the Indo-Chinese area that Buddhism is making valiant efforts to integrate its own position by trying to bring greater insight to the people of that particular area. Mysticism, asceticism, and subjects of this nature are still valid in Asia. But the average tourist can go for a long time without coming in contact with any of them. The Indian guru system still functions. But more and more it is retiring into a very recondite, contemplative kind of existence. It no longer wishes to advertise itself. And the gurus, who are the links between modern Hindus and the ancient structure of their faith, are less and less inclined to discuss, shall we say, esoteric hierarchies. They are much more inclined to take the attitude that the disciple must develop his own esoteric resources. On the other hand, there is much to suggest that the concept of the Jadad Guru or the Brahmatma still exists in India, that there are recognized to be teachers, adepts, Mahatmas, in distant and remote areas, but the Hindu declines to tell where these are. And he may also, with a somewhat sly expression, remind us that there is nothing more remote from us than our next-door neighbor whom we do not understand. Therefore, that it would not be necessary for any Mahatma to remain in the forests of the Himalayas in order to remain unrecognized. He could be perfectly unrecognized and be our next-door neighbor, because the qualities which he possesses could only be known or recognized by another who was attentive to the ancient signs and landmarks and was able to recognize a degree of spirituality beyond that of an ordinary person. So I have talked to Hindus who know quite a bit about these problems, and they all affirm that the old hierarchies do exist, but that they have retired from common knowledge, and that those desiring to make some form of contact with them cannot do so by taking the next plane to Bombay, but would have to remain up to at this time quietly in the disciplines of their orders, under the assumption that when the disciple attains certain insight himself, he will not only be directed where to go and when to go, but as one Indian, old Indian teacher who had disciples all over the world told me, he said when the disciple is ready, he doesn't have to go anywhere, for the very simple reason that through inner contact he can be where he needs to be, and he can live in any part of the world and have continual relationships with his guru if he is ready. So it is largely no longer a matter of geography. It is a matter now of man searching for esoteric value, and the whole trend of esotericism in the last several hundred years has been to put the responsibility for growth right back on the individual, that he must grow by his own efforts, by his own integrity, by his own dedication, not because he is prodded along by some doctrine or some teacher, but because in his own heart of hearts, in the soul of his own soul, he knows that this growth is what he must have, and he knows that the advancement of his own spiritual state is what deity demands of him, and that therefore it is his duty and his privilege to grow, thus revealing through his own character the latent mystical powers and attributes which we associate with the initiates of the ancient mysteries. Well, time's up, so I guess we'll have to let you all go home before the bus leaves. This evening we are going to try to draw together many of the threads and elements of religious ritualism as these converge in the early religious rites of Christianity. First of all, there is a broad point which we have to more or less consider. And that is the magical or metaphysical element in the celebration of religious rites. Such an element has always been assumed to exist, and to a very great degree, religion as religious ceremony has developed around this central core of a mystical or magical transformation of substances, materials, and conditions by religious means. I think we have to go back a long way to find the very beginnings of this religious magic. I know, for example, in southwest United States, the Kachina dancers of the Navajo and Hopi people have a ritual that in a strange way summarizes the entire mystery of religious magic. In their various rites and ceremonies, most of the Kachina dancers are masked. The masks are very simple, homemade productions, as you might imagine, usually fashioned from the skin of animals, painted, adorned with fur, feathers, and even various vegetable and plant structures. In the ritual of these people, the mask must be painted behind the back of the artist. He must not see it until it is finished. This, of course, accounts for a certain crudeness, but at the same time it is amazing how well the designs can be perfected even in this way. Once the mask has been completed, the artist, who is in all probability is also going to be the wearer, may look upon it safely. If he looks upon it before it is finished, he will be stricken blind, according to the belief of his people. After the mask is finished, he must wear it only at the most sacred ceremonies. He is not permitted to put it on except during the ritual itself. He cannot pose with it for a picture or anything of that nature. It must never be on his head except in the actual ceremony. Actually, also, according to his belief, when he wears this mask as part of an elaborate ritual, he is no longer himself. In the process of putting on the sanctified mask made under magical situations, he is inwardly and internally transformed into the deity which the mask represents. His friends and neighbors may recognize him even with the mask, but they must give no indication of this, because while he wears the mask, he is not himself. He is
the god. The power of the mask is also expressed to the people. These people are perfectly well aware that the dancers that come out of the dust storms on the old mesas are not really, physically, gods. Yet they are welcomed as gods, referred to as gods, because they wear the god mask. They are not masked men. They are deities. For while they wear these sanctified regalias, they are transformed by a mystery into the spiritual power for which these masks stand. Now, how are we going to explain this in the terms of our common everyday life? We can't probably actually explain it. We can talk about it psychologically and mystically, or we can take the attitude of the average tourist who goes into the area, that they are a very superstitious lot of rather childish people who will believe almost anything. To a measure, perhaps, such a negative attitude can be sustained rationally and logically, yet it is part of religious mystery, and it isn't limited by any means to these humble people living along the sides of the Rio Grande River. This mystery extends throughout the world. We find identical mystery rituals with identical meanings in Tibet. We find that when the priests take on the various vestments, particularly if this process is accompanied by certain secret religious formulas, these priests are then so transformed that the deities become temporarily embodied in them. Now we know that in the areas around which our modern religious life developed, this kind of concept was also quite dominant. We know that the Egyptians, by means of masks and by means of various sanctified images, held it to be a religious truth that divine powers could be brought to bear upon the rituals and rites of their ceremonies, that in the masked priests the proximity of the deities was assured. The Greeks had a similar belief, using masks religiously and sharing with many other peoples the belief in the sanctification of images. Now, the old idea about the sacred image is again a form of the concept of transubstantiation. A certain image of a deity made by an obviously earthy artist, composed of physical substances, marble, wood, stone, plaster, whatever it might be. This image, by certain rituals, by certain rites and ceremonies, was caused to receive into itself, as the Greeks said, the presence of a blessed being. That in some way, by ritual and ceremony, a transcendent life power was focused through this physical image. All of those who accepted this realized that the image was of transitory material, that it could be broken with a rock or an axe. Yet this in no way detracted from the mystery with which the image or the substance was enveloped. Likewise also throughout antiquity, it was assumed that magical power could be caused to descend and associate itself with various familiar and common objects. If these familiar and common objects were subjected to certain rituals and various processes of purification, ceremonies, invocations, prayers, and the like. Always, however, the sacred object had to be consecrated in some way. And once having been so consecrated, it possessed a peculiar and wonderful virtue. And this virtue caused it to be worthy of certain veneration or adoration. The Greeks tell us clearly that they did not believe that Zeus himself was captured within the great statue fashioned in the name and likeness of Zeus, and now called the Olympian Zeus, or one of the wonders of the artistic world of antiquity. They did not believe that the deity actually inhabited the statue. They did not believe that the deity was bound to the temple where that statue stood. They did not believe that this statue was the proper person of the deity. But they believed that this statue was in some way associated to or connected by some subtle energy with the power of the deity. That you might say it was ensouled by a ray or an extension or a quality of the God which it was fashioned to represent. We find even among very early Jewish law similar ideas, and certainly it abounded in the ceremonial magic of early and medieval Jewish Kabbalism. The older Greeks and some of the wiser of the Egyptians, such as Iamblichus on his Mysteries of the Egyptians and Chaldeans, attempts to explain logically the story of the relationship or the sympathetic ties between an image and a divine power. Paracelsus also gave quite a consideration of this subject in his study of sympathetic medicines for the healing of sickness. According to the more rational, intelligent of the Greeks, there is a law of similarities or similitudes, by means of which things of like nature cannot be completely separated from each other. And whereas things of dissimilar nature cannot be brought together, that which is like that which it is like, possessing the same quality, power, or energy. If, therefore, a magnificent image of a deity was fashioned by a great artist, it was assumed that the beauty, the sublimity, the nobility of this image in some way was a similitude to the God himself, and that as a result of that, some part, some extension, some vibratory overtone of the divine nature was captured in this noble and sublime likeness fashioned by men. That in a sense great beauty, great dignity are cups into which divine powers are poured, and that nothing that is truly noble or truly great can be completely separated from that which is most noble and most great, namely God. Now there is another way in which we can also think about this problem, and out of centuries of consideration and not a little controversy in the church, St. Thomas Aquinas more or less summarizes the final attitude which was to prevail concerning transubstantiation, especially at the ceremony of the Eucharist. His opinion was that this transubstantiation actually, factually, and literally took place only if the person in whose presence it was performed, or for whose benefit it was performed, was in himself a noble, enlightened, and spiritual person. Therefore, at the time of the Eucharistic transformation, or alchemical mystery of the Mass, for those who were profane, for the unbeliever or the unpurified, there was no real or visible change. But for the person who had the inward consciousness, the miracle was performed. Therefore, it might or might not appear or be visible to the beholder or the observer, but it was known in the heart. It was an experience within consciousness itself. Thus we seem to find the entire situation finally thrown back upon the believer. We seem to find that the concept finally becomes that an object is sacred if the believer, in purity and sincerity, so accepts it to be sacred. That this object is worthy of veneration if it is experienced in the heart of the believer that it is worthy of veneration. And that deity is present in the various rituals, rites, and ceremonies of the Mass if this is believed, if this is held to be a certainty of consciousness. Under these conditions, we see that we are very much back again to the general philosophic structure of man's religious belief. A philosophic structure which is based not upon what occurs around man, but the interpretation which man himself places upon this or these occurrences. If, therefore, the person, looking out into the world, beholds in thus seeking nature, with its infinite diversity of manifestation, and is thereby content to say, I live in a natural world, and to go about the daily problems of his day. But if this person, by some experience within himself, experiences the transformation of the world, so that by some mystical reverie or illumination he gazes out upon the same environment and suddenly discovers it to be alive with divine power, suddenly sees nature transmuted and transformed into the radiant presence of the universal deity itself, then in that moment the transubstantiation has taken place. It is the individual, through his own experience, who experiences these changes, who suddenly recognizes the various levels to which he can become aware, and at the same time his neighbor may see no difference. Yet his neighbor, denying that there is a difference, may also be wrong, for this difference occurs within consciousness rather than within the substances of things. Yet, as some of the fathers of the Council of Trent pointed out, that which is seen by this internal experience may be regarded as more true, more real, and more valid than the objection raised by the one who does not see, who insists that nothing has occurred. Here we come very close, of course, to our Oriental religion. We come very close to Taoism and to the experience of old Lao Tzu himself, who suddenly, penetrating through the form of things, discovered the universe to be a great divine motion, an eternal movement full of life, and was no longer locked within the comparatively restricted dimensions of the commonplace in which we live. Therefore, we have one explanation to all religious ceremonies, an explanation that can be applied to the Greek mysteries, the Egyptian mysteries, the rites and ceremonies of ancient America, or the rites of the Brahmins, Hindus, in general, Chinese, the Japanese, Koreans, and all other ancient and distant peoples. Thus, the actual mystery of the transformation of things by religious insight falls into the grand pattern of mystical experience or illumination itself. This is one explanation which, to the devout person, overcomes certain common objections. And these common objections did arise during the early history of the Church. It was observed definitely that in the transubstantiation at the time of the Eucharist, no visible change occurred either to the bread, the wine, or the water. Nothing seemed to change. Yet by some mysterious power, this ritual had wrought a difference. And there were only two ways that you could explain this difference. Either that it was actual or that it was symbolical. And needless to say, the symbolical school had quite a bit to contribute also down through the centuries in their reflections about the matter. The symbolic school has always held all ritualism to be symbolic of some form of transformation which is to occur within the life, the body, the soul, or the spirit of man himself. But the symbol is a similitude or a likeness, a visible allegory, a visible legend or fable, by means of which something itself innately beyond description can be figured or set forth in some way that can be conceived or apprehended by the average person. According to this point of view, the mystery of transubstantiation is actually a story of regeneration. The transformation of the elements of the Eucharist represents the transformation of the mental, emotional, physical, mystical parts of man. The actual transformation may also imply that by the presence of God all flesh and blood may be transformed, including the flesh and blood of the believer. And that whereas the person who believes in the mystical experience may assume that the Eucharistic rite is the actual taking into oneself of the blood and body of Christ, the other group will affirm that it is symbolical of the fact that all life is sustained by the blood and body of God, and that therefore every ritual of life is a Eucharistic ceremony. That whenever we breathe in God. Whenever we take food, we take of the life of God in living things. Therefore that all life lives upon life, and that there is only one life upon which it can live, and that is the eternal and divine life, which is the source, cause, and sustenance of all things. Religion, therefore, comes as a dawning awareness of the sublime facts involved, a sudden recognition of duty, responsibility, and all that is implied by the fact that man lives from the bounty and from the very spirit and body of the universal Creator. The symbolists then developed this line of thought, that these rituals had about them some double meaning, something by which the outer life might be made more solemn, more splendid, more enlightened, but at the same time there was an intimation of a mystery in man himself, which had to be accomplished by the regeneration of his own nature. All of these elements combine in establishing the point of view which has always been the essential core of Christian belief. In Christian faith, it may be said that the Mass anciently constituted the very substance of the religion. And the Mass itself was merely a complex of songs, of rituals, and of ceremonies, in the midst of which was enshrined the Eucharistic ceremony, the ceremony of the transformation of the bread and wine according to the last Passover of Jesus prior to the crucifixion. Thus, the Eucharist itself comes from what is called and generally referred to as the Last Supper. And from this also, it was only a step to the recognition or celebration of the Lord's Supper. As time went on, the original pattern was more or less extended. And the first extensions of the idea are properly attributed to various commentaries given by St. Paul in referring to the actual Last Supper of Jesus. It is Paul who first intimates or arcanely points out that this Last Supper was more than a holy feast, more than something to be remembered lovingly by the disciples, something more than the touching story of a teacher knowing that he was going to face death, having this final farewell union with his disciples. Paul points out that there is more to this, that this represents a central point around which was to be built the concept or the idea of the Eucharistic rite, that part of Christian worship should be the continuing repetition of this rite by the faithful, that the celebration of the Lord's Supper should constitute a peculiar and wonderful remembering, a continuing of the solemn and sacred occasion which it originally described. So we have in St. Paul the moving spirit of the transformation of the historical story or the legend of the Last Supper into its inclusion as the central theme of the Mass of Christendom. Here again we see only another aspect of St. Paul's essential belief in the Christology concept. Paul was not satisfied to think of Jesus as a teacher of the Jews, was not satisfied to regard him as an enlightened rabbin or reformer of the temple, nor was he willing to include him among the prophets and the elders who had gone before in the history of the ancient Jewish nation. To St. Paul, there was a uniqueness about the entire story of Jesus. And it was this uniqueness which caused him to unfold a series of parallels or a series of analogies by means of which the story of Christ becomes no longer the story of a man living in Syria 2,000 years ago, but a continuing eternal mystery in the Spirit, a mystery infinitely reproducing itself age after age, a mystery which by certain rites and sacraments continues to be enforced, to relive its own existence, to extend its power throughout the entire extent of the survival of Christendom itself. So Paul began to emphasize this problem of the Lord's Supper. It is quite possible that without Paul, for a little time, the disciples, had they been able to gather, might have continued to celebrate this occasion of the Passover with certain sad memories of the one in which they had parted from their teacher. But now it became part of the basic belief of the Christian communion itself, and it was customary and natural, probably originally only at the time of the Passover, for the Christian community to repeat as a sacred rite this peculiar and particular incident. Now, we do not know, and frankly, I cannot find any record in either the Greek or Latin fathers, and according to the best information obtainable, no such record exists, just exactly how the early form of the Mass began to develop. I think, however, that we have to realize 3 or 4 different things and take them in a reasonably proper context. First of all, the structure of the Mass probably is not essentially Christian. It is probably pre-Christian. It is derived from other sources, inasmuch as nearly all religious rites and ceremonies stem from previous beliefs and doctrines. It is quite possible and quite obvious that some part of this ritual could have developed from the simple Jewish feast of the Passover itself, and from the early beliefs of peoples of this area, of the consecration of bread, of the setting aside and the blessing of food for the nutriment of man and even of beast. Later, St. Francis of Assisi blessed the food of the cattle, and there is much evidence that in very early times the blessing of the harvest, the blessing of the field, included the thought or the admonition to remember that in some way this food was a symbol or a carrier of divine life, that food was sacred, that the breaking of bread was also a sacred symbol of the bond of friendship, and this included later the use of salt. That actually, wherever the individual shared in the family food, sat down at table with the family, whether he be a stranger or a friend, there was a certain fraternity established, that there was a brotherhood of bread, and that those who broke bread were bound together by a strange and significant relationship. To eat another man's bread was to acknowledge a friendship, was to become in certain sense an ally of that man. It may not have been as strong as blood brotherhood, but even in the problem of blood brotherhood, we find that the mingling of blood and the shedding of blood was an ancient tie, and a great deal of this information can be further developed from a study of Fraser's encyclopedic work, The Golden Bough, which has to do with most of these primitive rituals of mankind. But that there was, at the time under consideration, a sanctification of food, that to break bread was symbolic and mystical, and that prayers offered in the Orthodox communities of the pre-Christian period included the sanctifying of bread and the setting aside of certain parts of it as an offering to God. And we have the story of the unleavened bread used in the Jewish ceremony, a story which does descend considerably into our Christian account. So that the various rituals of other people might and probably did affect the gradual concept of the Holy Supper, inasmuch as the Holy Supper was a sitting together in search of God, the preparation of the meal in which the unseen guest was the honored presence in the midst of the mysterious banquet of the wise. Plato describes the banquet of Olympodorus, which was a philosophic banquet in which it was not food, but understanding and the graces of the Spirit which nourished and fed those who assembled together in search of truth. So I don't think we can doubt that the Eucharistic ceremony could be traced. We know that the Dionysian rites of the Greeks included the belief that the body of Dionysius was transformed into wine. Therefore, that the use of wine in a religious ceremony, the presence of the mysterious cup which represented Dionysus, and finally the mysterious monogram IHS, which has also been carried into Christianity, which was originally the monogram of Dionysus. That therefore the body of the god was said to have entered into wine, a wine of ecstasy, and those who were lifted into some kind of a religious trance by this wine were said to be under the control or to be ensouled by the god. That the use of wine was anciently part of a ritual will be also remembered from the meeting of Abraham and Melchizedek, at which time a mysterious feast of wine, corn, and oil was part of a sacrament at a very early period in Jewish history. So that these elements undoubtedly could have resulted in the gradual integration of a concept. The second point that probably has to be taken into consideration is the gradual change which took place in the structure of the Lord's Supper. Needless to say, in the first centuries of the Church, where the brethren met under the most difficult circumstances, in caves, in cellars, in the catacombs under cities, in isolated places, or even if they were not persecuted at all, in most humble chapels, sheds and houses in the desert, perhaps little better than adobe huts. It is quite certain that in these times, anything that we realize or recognize in the great and grand description of the Mass could not have existed. There seems to be no doubt, therefore, that in the beginning, the Mass was exactly the same as in its original performance by Jesus. It was a simple gathering of the brethren. There were divisions within the structure of the early Christian community, and it is quite probable that postulants and those who had not passed beyond a certain degree of acceptance were not permitted to partake of this Holy Supper. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a symbol of full membership, a full acceptance into the Christian religious communion. It is also quite certain that in these early days, priests as we know them did not exist. That many of these ceremonies undoubtedly were performed without the benefit of any religious officer of any kind. Perhaps one of the group itself being appointed to lead or celebrate this rite. In this way, it undoubtedly lingered for quite a while. And around it, in its precarious and difficult existence, was the gradually fading structure of the ancient pagan world. And around the years of the rise of Christianity, the great Egyptian rites were failing, but they were still visibly performed under the Ptolemies and were still powerful, particularly the rites of Serapis, Osiris, and Isis in North Africa, especially the area around Alexandria. Also, we know that the ceremonies of the Alexandrian Serapis, Isis, Osiris triad was not regarded unfavorably by the early Christian church growing up in its midst. In fact, when certain important Christian bishops visited Alexandria, they first gave their religious services to the community of Christians and then went and performed a similar service in the temple of Serapis. Thus, the early bishops apparently celebrated whatever the rituals of the early church were, both in the Christian community and in the pagan community, recognizing no essential difference. This is hard to understand, perhaps, but we must realize that at that time the differences in belief were perhaps even harder to understand. There was a great similarity in the visualization and concept of Serapis and Jesus. Serapis was the weeping god of Alexandria. He was represented as a tall, noble figure, bearded, and with hair falling on his shoulders, and in his face an expression of inconceivable sadness. He was called the weeping deity, and he stood solemn and alone in the midst of the great Serapeum of Alexandria. His sad God, with his noble brow, with his forked beard, with his almost effeminate face, and his long flowing hair hanging in ringlets on his shoulders, was not very different from the first concept of the appearance of Jesus. The principles for which Serapis stood were also very similar to the Christian principles. For Serapis was a deity of intercession. He was a deity forever weeping over the sadness and wickedness of the world. As Jesus wept over Jerusalem, Serapis wept over Alexandria. And it was also Serapis who was forever begging the evil-minded and those of corrupt nature to mend their ways and restore themselves to the kingdom of blessedness. So it's not entirely inconceivable that the priests of these two faiths should have much in common in a time when neither group, perhaps, had any clear sense of division or demarcation between religious rituals. I think we must assume that in the first century especially, whereas most of the Christian converts were from non-Christian movements and non-Christian beliefs, where the small Christian community was rising in the late splendor of the magnificent rituals and dramas of Eleusis, where the great rites of Greece were still being performed, where the tremendous ceremonialism of Rome still flourished, although perhaps without too much essential meaning, where everywhere throughout the known world the old temples still stood, the old sanctuaries were still served by their gods, where lights blazed on 1,000 non-Christian altars. It is not impossible that the development of a ritualism could have been, if not intentionally, at least strongly subjectively impelled by the existing and prevailing pattern. I have discussed this problem with a number of different important persons, particularly religious leaders in the Mediterranean and Mesopotamian areas. And they all, although Christian men themselves, they are all convinced that much of this ritualism of the early church was certainly derived from non-Christian sources, and that therefore we have something upon which to build our understanding of the gradual submergence of the older rituals into the Christian rite, and also perhaps a little clearer insight as to how the early church was able to take the place of so many of these earlier ceremonies. Wherever we find records of the earliest missionaries, and that is in the first 2 or 3 centuries, going forth into other parts of the world to convert the unbelievers, in these times we do not generally find the tremendous religious differences arising that mark, say, the 6th to 12th century. Many of these missionaries and travelers were received kindly and friendly by non-Christian people, were permitted to perform their religious rites without interference by the local religious beliefs. A good example of that, of course, is the story of St. Joseph of Arimathea, who, having gone to England, according to the legend, was enabled to build his first little wattle church on the Isle of Avalon, and there to practice his faith in the presence of the Druids, who apparently made no effort to interfere with him. In fact, may have assumed, as many did, that he was merely another branch of their own belief. This continued until a considerably later date, when the rise of a more clear-cut orthodoxy forced the Christian church into a dynamic opposition to other beliefs. But in the early days, this opposition did not exist. In fact, we find most of the ante-Nicene fathers actually apologetic, more inclined to take the attitude that actually Christianity was nothing more nor less than an improvement of beliefs already existing, and that it made no claims other than those which had already been advanced by other faiths. This, therefore, may give us a second clue to the rise of the ritualism, which we now know as the rituals of the Mass. The Mass, almost certainly, was built upon a series of foundations. The greatest expression, probably, of religious ritualistic symbolism in the world today is Pontifical High Mass at St. Peter's. And here has been gathered together so many diverse elements of ritualism that we are practically compelled to recognize throughout the various segments of this composite pattern evidence of many religions that have been strangely woven into one tapestry of procedure. There is much borrowing from many places. But this in itself is of perhaps no very great importance, because every religion, even doctrinally, is indebted to others. There cannot be any other relationship or pattern in religious life. Now, the third factor that we may observe is that having adequate material available, in other words, living in the suburbs of the great pagan splendor of their time, the Christians had all that was necessary to provide the machinery, the technical structure, the precedent, and even, for that matter, the very mechanics of an elaborate religious ceremony. As Christendom began to increase in temporal importance, particularly after the councils of Nicaea had resulted in the recognition of Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire, it became perhaps rather obvious that a very major change was taking place in the religious atmosphere of the time. At this stage, the older rituals and rites were gradually falling. Partly they fell because of the Roman attitude. Rome, becoming master of the world, became a very highly materialistic culture in which there was little consideration for essential values. Various Roman emperors, particularly the more corrupt ones, hated and feared religious influence, did everything they possibly could to discourage it. Gradually also, Christianity locked with the pagan institutions in an elaborate conspiracy, and the various groups fought for existence under one of the most savage types of secret warfare, a warfare centered around theological disputes. In any event, it is very obvious that as Christianity increased in temporal power, it was almost inevitable that it should also make use of the machinery that had preceded it, and finally to develop a highly dramatic, highly spectacular, and highly impressive religious ritual structure. So as its temporal power increased, its rituals became more impressive, involving greater displays of worldly ostentation, greater displays of wealth, greater evidences of temporal power. Now, as we study the history of the papacy, for example, we find that it was really a very strange kind of structure. Because here we have the gradual developing of a great power, a power both spiritual and temporal, a power in which the influence for the direction and domination of the mind of Europe rested largely in the power of the church. Yet here was the church itself attempting to hold in line, particularly religiously, a group of extremely ambitious vassal princes. Europe was moving gradually into its most intensive period of feudalism. Here we had robber barons and their castles on the tops of mountains. Here we had a circle of ambitious princes slowly carving out the boundaries of what were to be the states and later the countries of Europe. Here we find despots, dictators, tyrants, and assorted whatnot, all struggling for physical authority. All of them seeking to rule Europe, and for that matter, to extend their rulership to the circumference of the known world. Here also, during this same period, a rising conflict with Asia was developing. The Muslim was increasing in influence and authority. It was a little too soon for the Crusades, but they were in the making. And in the midst of probably the most hopeless pandemonium that is possible to conceive stood the church. The church attempting not only to maintain itself, but to hold its authority and expand this authority over the entire domain of feudalism. The church at this time had no standing army and no temporal power whatever in a physical or literal sense of the word. Almost any of the robber barons could have gone to Rome, sacked the Vatican, and destroyed the church. The church formed alliances with one rising power and another, always trying to keep a few political friends to fight its battles for it. Very often the church chose its friends unwisely, and they were defeated, and the church was left again, like Cardinal Wolsey, bare and naked unto its enemies. But here it was, this mysterious thing, seated in malaria-ridden Rome, where many of the popes reigned less than a month. Here it was, in the midst of this great rising political conspiracy of Europe. It was unarmed and gradually increasing in wealth. It had its own princes and its own leaders, and no domain, actually, except what was later to be carved into a small area called the Papal State. It had inherited the toga of the Caesars, but only after the Caesars had lost everything they had. It became, carried the titles that Caesar had carried. The Pope became the Pontifex Maximus, the great bridge builder. But he hadn't a piece of timber to his name to build anything with. It was really a rather complicated situation, because the church at that time was a totally intangible entity, trying desperately to maneuver its own survival and, of course, to advance its own ends in a world that really cared nothing for it, perhaps was a little jealous of it, and ever ready to sack it at a moment's notice. Under these conditions, the church had only certain weapons which it could use, and it used them wisely and unwisely. It used some of them very wisely from the standpoint of its own preservation, and it used some of them, such especially as its indulgences, very unwisely, because they in turn resulted in the great break or rift which was to result in the Protestant Reformation. The church had only certain ways of achieving. First, all of these states, principalities, and so forth, which were out slugging each other to death on the fields of battle, the glorious fields of war. All these states were nominally Christian. Nominally was really an overstatement. They were destitute of practically any visible indication of Christian grace or charity, but the robber barons, knights, and princes had their chapels, they had their bishops, and they made certain perfunctory allegiances to the church. The only thing the church had to rule with at that time was fear. Fear of anathema, fear of excommunication. And this alone kept many of these feuding knights from simply turning upon the church and destroying it. Its next possible advantage was its ritual. The complete confusing of the materially minded person by the extravagances of a great ecclesiastical sacerdotalism, a tremendous ritualistic pageantry. High Mass in some great cathedral brought many a dictator to his knees. There was something that was impossible to fight, something that seemed to be so vast, so intangible, so mystical, so magical, so filled with a kind of strange, transcendent sorcery, that the rather superstitious, if brave and stubborn-minded nobles finally fell before the intangible influence of the church. To maintain this intangible influence, the church was much in the same position as the Rajas of India. When the people got a little unhappy in old days, the Rajas had a durbar, brought out all their best elephants, put on their finest robes, wore their greatest jewelry, and paraded up and down the main street of their cities. Everyone then was deeply impressed and went back and lived happily ever after. And this was more or less what the church had to do in order to survive. It is certain that this survival was at the expense of a great many basic values. It was certain that in this period of time the church could only establish a vast glamour. It had to glitter more brilliantly than anybody else to conceal the fact that it did not have even one regiment of soldiers to defend it. The only way it could be defended was to get the Poles to defend it, the French to defend it, the Germans to defend it, or the Italians to defend it. It couldn't defend itself. And about the time the Poles were ready to defend it, the Austrians decided they didn't like the Poles, and the church was in trouble again. The final emergence of all this was the establishment of a great spiritual over-government, a government of intangibles, a government that had its own priests and princes, a government which, in order to advance its own purposes, made children cardinals and made laymen popes, bringing them in and consecrating them as priests and popes the same day. These things were emergency measures, and it must be admitted that in the building up of this tremendous bulwark against feudalism, the church surrendered a very great part of its spiritual integrity. There's no doubt of it. But if you had lived in the year 752 and had been confronted with one of these problems, with the light and the mind and the understanding and the lack of understanding that was general in those times, probably you would have had to win either by opportunism or seen everything you stood for disappear. So the church did not intend to disappear. It never had that intention. And it did everything that it could to survive. But in order to survive, it gradually expanded its ritualism. It elaborated its processes. It reached a point where it exercised so vast a psychological effect that men such as Richelieu, who was a cardinal but was never truly a religious man, He was a duke, yet he carried the cardinal's power, and he could bring the King of France to his knees. This power was all the strange power of magic, power of ritual, the power of a great intangible, built solidly upon the prevailing religion of the time in the area, and building the empire of this world upon an almost invisible point in space. And really nothing more or less for a world, a country, and a land than the high altar of St. Peter. This, I think, gives us the real and practical
the world. I do think, however, that there is, in the world today, certainly, no group in which ritualism has become so highly complicated as in Roman Christianity. In most other countries, ritualism has retained a certain simplicity. Now, one answer to this may be that most other countries have not had the wealth or the physical means to sustain so tremendous a program. Also, in most other countries, religions have not been so completely dominant as they are here. They have nearly always had certain divisions within their own structure. For example, take in China, where three religions share a certain degree of equality. Therefore, there is no complete dominance of one, or one that is able to control the economic resources of the entire country. While there have been some state religions, most of these state religions have not been like the Western ones. And here we have something that perhaps is worth another passing moment of thought. And that is, what is the essential reason why Western ritualism has become so complicated and Eastern has not? Most of the Eastern nations have had similar emergencies as those that influenced the West. Perhaps the answer is very definitely in the psychology of the people. The East in general, and the whole Eastern Hemisphere, is strangely introverted. The East has always thought of religion primarily as something internal. The religious growth in Asia has always been a growth inward, from the circumference of the personality to some root within it. Whereas in the West, whether the Greco-Roman, Egyptian, or Assyrian empires are involved, always progress, growth has been an externalizing. The West has always brought things out of itself into its environment and has created great forms. Even as King became the builder of cities, so it seems as though Western man has always been building exterior to himself. He has surrounded himself with greatness, whereas Eastern man has mysteriously always sort of thought of the virtue, the dignity, the serenity, the sublimity of simplicity. He has had a little different attitude, and I think we can observe it in the fact that Eastern religions have, for the most part, with the possible exception of Islam, never had the political ambitions that have dominated Western religious groups. So as a result of that, in your Asiatic religions, you find ritual. But because this ritual has never been completely involved in a vast pageantry, which has extended it from a comparatively simple thing into so involved a process that a complete study of the Mass and mastery of its technique will require 10 years of work. The other peoples of the world haven't done this. And so perhaps in some of these other simpler groups, you can find that which is almost totally submerged in the Mass. You can find perhaps the essential principle of the symbolism, separated from its extremely numerous and glittering encrustations that have assembled and gathered around it over the period of centuries. In all religious ritual, whether it be East or West, what is the essential purpose for a sacrament or for a rite such as the Mass? We speak of Buddhist Masses. They are also given. We also know that certain elements of the Mass, not complete, but fragments of it, particularly the Eucharist, have survived in the Protestant denomination. So that even in Christianity, certain elements of ritual are for the most part perpetuated in a very modified form by a number of Protestant groups. The essential purpose of the religious ritual in most of the Eastern nations has been an extension of the concept of individual prayer. In other words, ritual is a gathering of a people for the purpose of glorifying God. It is a collective, congregational kind of worship. Now, in most places, although not in all, worship is divided into two distinct sections. One is a worship by means of a hierarchy of priests, and the other is private worship. Therefore, in the Orient also, you find the same situation prevail. In most Hindu, Buddhist, Shinto temples, priests are available. Priests perform certain rites and certain rituals and have certain daily observances that are peculiar to their own obligations through ordination. In other words, a priest or a monk of almost any of these religious groups is required by his obligations to perform certain pious ceremonies which are not required of a layman. Thus, there is more activity in a religious house among its priests than there are among the laity. The second point in connection with this is that on certain days there are public ceremonies performed essentially by the clergy, but witnessed by the non-clergy. These public ceremonies consist of celebrations relating to sacred days associated with the life of the founder of the religion, or to certain universal astronomical or cosmological dates which have gradually been involved in the theology. This common practice is in both East and West. The various rituals and ceremonies differ slightly with the different sects, for these rites and ceremonies were inaugurated by the founders of sects rather than by the founder of the religion itself. In Buddhism in Japan, we have 12 or 15 sects of importance, each of which has minor differences of ritual. All are essentially dedicated to the same principles, but each has distinguished a way of worship that varies slightly from others. And in this way, these ways of worship have particular meaning to members of that group and are less meaningful to non-members. In the development of the Mass in Christendom, at least 9 different patterns developed. These patterns, however, have gradually divided themselves into the Roman and non-Roman Catholic churches, and the non-Roman including the Greek and a number of other Near Eastern groups, also the Copts in North Africa. But these different rituals are performed primarily in honor of or in testimony of gratitude to or in beseechment of the power of the divine being represented. Now, how would you say, for example, that the Buddhistic, which might be a parallel to Christianity in many respects, how would the problem of the Mass, for the Buddhists have a Mass, relate, for instance, to the common symbolism that we know in the Christian Church? In the Buddhist temples, there may or may not be images of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, saints, and sages. If they are there, they are enshrined or altered very much as in the case of the Western Church. There may be smaller rooms, chapels to various deities, such as Kuan Yin or Seishi or one of the other bodhisattvas, and there may be a great central icon or image or painting either of a single divinity or of a triad. Persons coming into the presence of this image or group of images usually make some genuflection as a symbol of humility or as greeting. In most Buddhist countries, the greeting used is exactly the same as used for another human being. There is not too much essential difference. There are not elaborate rituals relating to the recognition of a deity in a church or temple and the recognition of a friend by salutation. The presence of the image is intended for only one purpose, and I think this is true essentially in Christianity also. It is merely a symbol of a principle. It is a central symbol sanctifying that place, indicating that it is a sanctuary, that it is not a house of business or of entertainment, but that it is a place of worship. And in the presence of the image, which is usually in a central or altar position, the individual is acknowledging not the image, but the concept, principle, or energy for which that image stands. This recognition may consist either of prayer, or of meditation, or of intercession, the pleading that the deity will be of help in some emergency. It may be merely a ceremonial occasion, as with certain festivals, in which the gathering is merely to honor the deity, or it may be a supplication for help in some great emergency or difficulty. Even, however, where it appears that the image is the central element in the design, I think it is the same as in the Christian church, that the image, the crucifix, or whatever may be present, is merely the emblem of a conviction. And that this emblem of conviction is used as a means of focusing or centralizing the attention of the individual. Now, if you go into one of the old literary works dealing with these problems in the Orient, you come upon a very interesting thing. Long ago in Japan, the great Fujiwara princes lived in a very wonderful world. It must have been a world of great art, great beauty, and great serenity. The natural love of beauty of these older people and the peculiarly sensitive appreciation they had for law and order made their world a very charming one. At that time, the Fujiwara princes were converts to the doctrine of the Amida, or the doctrine of the intercession of the Amida Buddha for the redemption of mankind. This perhaps is that phase of Buddhism nearest to Christianity in its essential meaning. So in this period, what did the Fujiwara princes do? They really believed that it would be possible to prepare a world here so beautiful and so wonderful that actually they could fashion Amida's Western paradise right in the wonderful isles of the island of Japan. So they built magnificent temples based upon the ancient paintings and pictures and upon the stories of the old sutras of Buddhism. They fill these temples with marvelous statuary. They train priests and temple dancers, musicians, so that these temples became, in their glory, something utterly beyond description. It was really as though they had floated down from the skies. And in this very wonderful, if somewhat decadent atmosphere, these people actually attempted to create a world as beautiful, as filled with peace, as gentle, and as forever thoughtful as the mysterious world of Amida that was supposed to be far beyond the western sea of light. Now, in this, I think perhaps we have the secret of a good many things. These Fujiwara princes, in creating their rituals based upon the sacred texts of the Mahayana Sutras, developed a wonderful, unworldly pattern, the purpose of which was to lift the human consciousness out of the everyday and give that consciousness an immediate, if only transitory, experience of eternity. In other words, this whole pattern was to cause a tremendous psychological experience within the individual. When in the course of their great rituals, these Fujiwara princes, therefore, filled their wonderful palaces with lights and flambeaux, filled them with song and beauty, filled the gardens with flowers and birds, and created this wonderful kind of world in the midst of which were the processions of yellow-robed priests chanting the ancient hymns of the law. They really felt as though in those rituals they were picked up out of this world and taken into another kind of a realm. And in this other realm they've also experienced a great consolation of spirit. They sensed that heaven was near. They were aware eternally of the presence of beauty, that it was only a short distance from this world to the other, and that this world also could shine with the radiance of that larger universe. Thus, in a sense, all of the temples represented miniatures of a larger and better world. Each sanctuary was its own little vaulted heaven. Each one of these sacred places was a place into which man retired out of worldliness, into the beauty and sublimity of his faith. And the rituals and rites, therefore, seem to carry the individual into this great world over which the gilded Amitabha ruled forever among the radiant flowers and jewel lakes of his celestial palace. The idea was therefore that in a mysterious way, even here, while you still live, you can experience something of the world of God that lies beyond the visible. I think this instinct was present in all ancient religious beliefs. This instinct to try to create somewhere in the world something that had to do with the other world, something that was not just a palace for a king, but to a measure at least was a doorway to a world of greater mystical value. It was only this mysterious contact or sense of contact with infinity that probably could hold barbarians in check and could bring Darius to his knees. There was something that was unworldly about it all. And I think that in a sense, as we study the Mass, or study some great mystical interpretation of the Mass, such as we find in Wagner's Parsifal, there seems to be no doubt in the world that in the celebration of Mass in a great cathedral, the experience of hierarchy is very strongly intended. In other words, the individual is lifted up by a mystical experience into some kind of a sense of a spiritual world. The great cathedral with its wonderful windows and its vaulted arches is just not of this world. And although it may be a monument to centuries of human labor, when lighted only with flickering candles, and here surrounded by all the habiliments of a great space, the solemnity of the Mass is exhibited. It is something that becomes a kind of immediate mystical visual experience. It is the building up of faith through the eyes. It is the strengthening of some kind of an inner belief through exhibiting to that belief the pomp and circumstance of a great pageantry. After all, to the medieval Christian, God was king. God was not to what the mystic thinks of God. God was really a great spiritual monarch, ruling over a sublime and supreme court in heaven, more glorious than the courts of any kings of earth. God was an absolute despot. God was served by a mysterious hierarchy of angels and archangels and cherubim, and on earth by a strange hierarchy of dedicated persons, and his vice-regent upon earth was the Pope of Rome. Thus a great sense of medieval imperialism was sensed, but this was the way of the life of that time. This and this alone could bring these people to their knees. This alone could cause that peculiar psychological experience by which man forgets to ask reasonable questions and becomes completely overwhelmed by the mysterious testimony of his own senses. Great music, great art, the strange rhythms of the Mass, the weird cries of the Kyrie, all of these things are out of man's common experience. They represent something that psychologically touches his inner construction, and by this inward touching brings him into some kind of immediate experience of the importance of the religious equation in life. Now, this importance may be falsely evaluated. This importance may be steeped in numerous superstitious doctrines, but this importance still becomes a guide to a way of life. And for millions of persons, this importance, this guide to a way of life, has led to a certain adjustment with existence. It has resulted in a life of faith that was very strong, a life of sincerity that was very deep, and a life far away from the conspiracies by which the very situation itself was engendered. So out of this whole problem, there certainly seems to come to our attention that these factors help to set some kind of a belief in the souls of men. When you take all art and all music, all beauty and all solemnity away from a religion, I don't think you can deny the fact that you impoverish this religion in some way. You ask of man something that normally he cannot give. Namely, you ask him to carry completely himself the full burden of his religious life. You try to tell him that religion is tremendously important, but that he must discover this only through some experience within his own consciousness. You throw everything upon the individual. Now, actually and ultimately, this probably is the proper end of things, that the individual must carry this. He must work out his own salvation. He must achieve virtue through his own inner integrity. But it is very, very difficult to make this work in common practice. It is like saying to a person on another level entirely, there is no need for you to go to school. If you will study 8 hours a day from the time you're 7 till the time you're 25, at home by yourself, you can learn just as much, and there are schools that will credit you for this work. But who's going to do it? Who is going to self-discipline himself sufficiently to devote this time, to make this effort for the sake of becoming educated? It's almost impossible to expect this to be done by the average human being. Only in company with others of similar effort, only when he moves with his age group, only when he shares in certain minor competitive instincts with his classmates, can you keep him in line with a long-range educational program. He will not do it by himself. It is the same way with religion. It is very hard for the individual to achieve a spiritual state without some form of religious symbolism to support him. This can be excessive and unnecessary, but that some part of it is present seems to be a natural necessity for man. He needs the periodic experience of sincerity. He needs the strength of some form of religious symbolism. He needs it through art or through music or through something. He needs some religious study to integrate his effort. And unless there is some pattern by which he can develop his spiritual resources, he is not inclined to do so. Therefore, I do believe, after watching the whole situation pretty carefully for a great many years, that there is some need in modern religion for a greater expression of emotional warmth, a greater release of the instinct to beauty, rather than a sort of square-toed Puritanism which has gradually come to dominate our concept of religious life. Our religious life in the West has, for the most part, with the exception of the various Catholic churches, has lost most of its emotional warmth. It's lost its art. It's lost its music. It's lost its magnificence in the sense most necessary to the experience of man. I'm not talking of hierarchy. I'm talking of the simple impact of religious value upon the consciousness of the person. Now, it is perfectly true that the individual can go out into nature and come into the most beautiful cathedral that was ever created if he has the insight. And the mystic has the insight. The mystic does not need ritualism. But how many actual mystics do we have? How many people find their religious life strong enough by their own mystical convictions alone to enable them to live the principles that they believe? I think in modern time we are having a difficulty, which was one of the difficulties that the church faced nearly 1800 years ago. We are concerned gravely today with, for example, the lack of religion among young people. This doesn't apply to all young people, but there is an increasing number who apparently are falling away from religious conviction, and this increasing number is also falling into various types of juvenile delinquency at an alarming rate. I do not believe that we would have half of our burglaries and 60% of our auto thefts in the United States committed by juniors if these young people had any deep reverence for value, had any deep appreciation of something more important than doing exactly as they jolly well please. I don't believe that if these people, these young people, had grown up with a vision of the nobility of religion in their souls, that they could so quickly have forgotten it. Nor do I think that the majority of these young people are in a condition to accurately form their own religion. I don't think they can go unaided into the maze of modern theologies and find what they need. I think they must recognize some pattern, some value structure by which they are given a situation which gives their respect, in which they come to respect and honor value. Now, the great value of life is that which is honored in quietude, recognized in meditation, experienced in devotion. It is something that, like the old palaces of the Fujiwara emperors, it is something built in this world to stand to the glory of the eternal. Now, I don't think that this needs to be a sacerdotal structure as it was before the building of the pyramid. I don't think it needs to be sectarian or creedal. But I do believe there should be something in our lives to remind us that we live in a universe of truth, a universe of principles, and that the greatest joy, the greatest good in this whole world comes to those who are able to truly love that which is truly worthwhile. And we've lost it. We've lost it almost completely. In our rebellion against indulgences and perversions, we have lost also this something by means of which we come to an inward symbolic experience of the divine world around us and in us. We don't have to be creedal and sectarian about any part of this, because actually this universal temple, which is the divine nature of things, is available to us through our own hearts. It is available to us through our own quietudes and through our own meditation. But I do think that it is rather good that something in the form of an adequate sanctuary should rise in the midst of nations, not something to our creeds and to the battle of our sex, but something that stands forever for the principle of good, a value unchanging in a changing world, that somewhere we should have that tie with heaven, that binding to the sky, by means of which we are not lost forever in the shadow and gloom of our own mistakes. I think this was what ancient peoples tried to do. I think it was that they believed that if you had periodic contact with that which is sublime, that you would be a better person. That you might not understand everything, but perhaps even out of this not understanding, you gain the strength that even understanding cannot bestow. What was needed, what was wanted, was that man should realize that he lived in a world that was bigger than business, bigger than the physical things that he was concerned with, bigger than the ambitions of princes, bigger than the tyrannies of the time. A world which also guided him in his values, a world in which he was prepared to meet the changes of life, prepared to come and prepared to go, that he had to live with faith and die with faith. Somewhere along the line we lost this, and I think this has been the greatest cross that Christendom has ever had to bear, is that it gradually lost so much of its faith and found in its place only too much fear. Fear has been the most destructive element in the entire development of Christianity. This fear, which tried to make men good, only finally turned them from the faith. This idea that somewhere, some way, some terrible destiny awaited us unless we were good Orthodox members of something, actually ruined our faith. It took it apart. It destroyed its value for us. Because in this very experience of fear, we lost our primary love and respect for truth. How could we truly love and truly fear our God at the same time? Instead of being the devout father, the wonderful parent, God gradually became the difficult and distinct stepfather, the tyrant. And out of this fear, which undoubtedly was a machinery of preservation at an old time, came gradually the law of most of our religious convictions. We have probably turned from religion more due to fear than to any other single cause. I don't mean necessarily that we were all afraid, but I mean that the idea of fear in a faith destroyed our own faith in that faith. That the human heart, in its own natural instinct, does not naturally fear. The human heart does not fear to live nor fear to die. It has to be educated into fear. Its own natural instinct is faith. It does not want to be lifted up into a sublime experience one moment and cast downward into the concept of purgatory the next. So by degrees, this inconsistency aroused the bitterness of science, aroused the animosity of the intellectual, gradually brought criticism after criticism upon the whole structure of theology, until finally, to escape the fear, we gave up the faith. This is more or less the story of modern man, who is now struggling desperately to regain his sense of orientation. In your Mass, in your great experience of the Mass, you certainly do sense the splendors of a divine court. You sense some power or some authority beyond our own. You partake of a ritual that goes back thousands of years. You are moved atavistically by the most primitive and ancient instincts within yourself. But when you come out of this into fear, something of precious value is utterly destroyed. So some way we have to get a universe in which we can have this heaven without the corresponding hell. And we are told that in all the mental and moral polarities of life, you cannot have one without the other. You cannot have a concept of eternal good without some vision of eternal ill. This, I believe, is a false belief, but we still have it. The answer lies in the direct inward realization of reality itself. For if, instead of clinging to beliefs by which men divide each other, and all religions have to some measure this problem, we come rather into the sense of reality. If out of the sublimity of religious experience we arise finally to the realization that there is an eternal fact, and that for this fact there is no shadowed error, that in the universe itself being is not polarized. There is not light and darkness in the state of the human soul. There is reality. And men have termed it light and darkness. So that out of all of this, we have the possibility of discovering a universe of infinite justice, infinite truth, infinite wisdom, and infinite love. And at the same time, there is nothing in this universe to fear. If we can gain more understanding of that, I think we will gain a great deal. Now, locked within the very essence and heart of the entire mystery of the Mass is the Eucharistic rite, in which the mystery of the transformation of the bread and the wine into the very living nature, body, substance, and essence of Christ. This mystery is said to be achieved. I think that underneath this entire mystery, we could find the answer if we also read a little further, perhaps, in the Gospel of Paul, the Gospels of Paul. Here we find his clear and distinct statement that the Christ in you, the hope of glory. Therefore, the transubstantiation of the host occurs in you. That this outer is a reminder, is a magical or mystical rite which perhaps could contribute a little something to the realization. Even as your mandala diagrams in Shingon Buddhism, by their own arrangement, create within you a certain receptivity to universal law and order. The transubstantiation, therefore, is, in fact and substance, as Paul tells us, is that instant of realization in which all things become new. This is the mystical experience of Plotinus. This is the moment in which man glimpses the infinite fact of things. And in this infinite fact, all things which are material, represented by the bread and the wine, become transformed. And we perceive that their materiality is only of an appearance, and that all things are substantially spiritual. And that this realization of the substantial spiritual universe in which we exist also opens to our psychic or inner lives the great mystery of our true nutrition. For if it is true that man's body is supported by the bread of this world, so it is true also that his spirit is supported by the bread of righteousness. And as it is true that he may drink of the water of this world and thirst again, he may also drink of the water of eternal life and thirst no more. Thus there is this eternal nutrition, and there is a physical or formal nutrition. Aquinas tries to tell us that the body must have its bread, and it must have its nutrition, but that by the very chemistry of assimilation and digestion, the transubstantiation occurs in the very process of the digestion of food. A great mystery occurs in man when, in the service of life, the bread which he takes into his body is transformed into the life energy which must sustain him. Thus the human body is continually performing a strange and mysterious Eucharistic rite. And from this alone, ancient people seem to have gained a wonderful sense of value or a sense of authority for their own beliefs. But if we can assume that in the absolute apex of the Eucharistic ritual, that the concept is that in that moment, man, through the inward enlightenment of his own nature, by an instant of extraordinary devotion, of extraordinary integrity, of complete sincerity, of total self-forgetfulness in the experience of the divine, that in that moment he is able to suddenly feel or know within himself the transformation of his own consciousness. In that moment he attains the true mystery of the Eucharist. In that moment, all things that happen are again happening or occurring in the terms of a great messianic principle, as Paul tells us. For if Christ be lifted up in you, then all else that is necessary shall be accomplished. This lifting up of Christ in you is the elevation of the host. It is this exhilaration experience, and by Christ we know that the early church represented or signified the universal love of God, the same principle of infinite salvation that is intrinsic in every grain of sand and every atom of space. Therefore, the Spirit of the true Savior is the actual presence in man of the power of his own salvation. So if this can be brought into focus in a dynamic experience. Although this experience may last only a few seconds, it constitutes the miracle of faith fulfilled. It constitutes the establishment of the experience of spiritual certainty. It accomplishes that moment of identification with that which is eternal and inevitable. So that in the midst of this mysterious ritual, there is supposed to be a strange and mystic separation of the sheep from the goats. And the ecclesia or the temple itself is the sheepfold. And it is here also that the ritual was performed, in which at a certain point the profane were ordered to depart, and only those who were purified and prepared were permitted to assemble for the final and greatest part of the sacrament. Then, when the profane had departed, the purpose of the final ritual was to create this mood, this created sense of the presence of God, with the conviction that if this mood was strengthened by whatever outward means were available, whether it was the simplest gathering of devout persons or the most magnificent clustering of the glories of a great mass, whatever it was, if it caused the individual to suddenly be united with his brethren and with his God, he in this one moment of experience achieved the two commandments of Jesus. For if he in this instant recognized that he and his fellow members of the congregation were united as one being in Christ, and at the same time he, the priest, the bishop, the hierarchy, were also all united in one substance in God, that in this sense, immediate sense of identity, was perhaps as well expressed as any other the entire concept of the mystical experience. For the mystical experience in Christendom consists of these two factors, which have to be simultaneously and identically experienced, namely the infinite fatherhood of God and the eternal brotherhood of man. These must both take part in the experience itself. In Christendom, the experience is not an experience of wisdom alone, nor is it an experience totally of an apatheistic state of being lifted up into a kind of ecstasy of God. In the mystical experience in connection with the Christian Mass, the end is twofold and clearly indicated. First, that the individual shall feel himself to be one with the congregation, that the congregation is now one being, and that this congregation, now one being, is the church. It isn't the building with the towers and the bells and the walls. It isn't the long cloistered corridors with the stations of the cross. It isn't the altars and the side altars. It isn't the nave and the crypt below. The church, or the ecclesia, is the assembly of those who have experienced the identity of life, the complete and absolute sense of brotherhood in Christ. At the same time, experiencing that this brotherhood, all of it, exists within the vaster and greater fatherhood of deity. So to experience the immediacy of union with the Father, and at the same time to reach out to the immediate experience of absolute kinship with our brethren. These two constitute one experience. They are the same experience as mentioned in by the Arhats of Buddhism or by the mystics of the Vedanta. It is two ways of expressing the one truth, and that is the final achievement of illumination by the experience of the unity of all existent life, and that this unity of existent life includes all creatures existing with us, or visible or unseen by us. Also, that it includes our relationship with that one eternal source of life, with which we are also bound in the same mystical relationship. This is also symbolically set forth in certain phases of the Mass. And these phases, of course, include the prayers for the dead. They include prayers to and for the saints, for the visible and the invisible, for those here and those hereafter, for those not born and those who have passed on, and for those souls in transition, waiting purification. The prayer signifies the union of consciousness with all orders of life, mundane and supramundane. Thus, in a strange way, the entire ceremony summarizes a kind of mystical experience. Whether those who fashioned it knew this, we do not know. But those who passed through it under certain conditions experienced it, regardless as to whether it was intentionally placed there or merely represents the psychological culmination of man's spiritual quest over the ages. In any event, this is the way it adds up, and this is what it points to. And I think we must realize that this is the underlying structure of the ritual and symbolism of the Mass in Christianity. Well, our time is up, so I think we'll have to